Framed. Betrayed. Forgotten.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Had Been 10 Ultimatrix and Marrried Yasaka, Grafiya, Venelana movie. Before we start, please go support springMhiper for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei was a good boy, but his brothers Issary and Isaac Hyōdō, who least appreciated him for not having a sacred gear, humiliated him and mistreated him. They had given him a bad reputation at school, saying that he was a perverted Radeon and rapist, which he was not. With the passage of time, Issei was betrayed by the factions, except for 3 women who love him and continue to love him. After a few events, the truth is revealed. Since Isaac had impregnated all the girls in the Gremory entourage and the girls of the academy, he was not going to take responsibility. After that, they decided on a few Risivum attacks, and the leaders did not understand why the heroes of the factions could not stand basically anything. But then Risivum appeared and showed everyone the truth about the true attitude, what they did to Issei. And what Isaac had done. Everyone was in shock by what they saw except Yasaka, one of the women who loves our favorite chestnut. After that, the truth was revealed in all the factions, and at the Kuo Academy everyone was in shock. They had harmed someone who did nothing wrong, and on top of that, what Isaac did to the women who were pregnant with him began to cry. Those in the academy were expelled for 5 years for that. The parents of the students and especially the girls were disappointed. But within all the bad there is something good. Yasaka, Venelana and Grafiya had revealed that Issei was their partner, that they had his offspring. All the factions were more surprised, but Yasaka said that the alliance with the factions and the Yakeis was over, and that Venelana and Grafiya would stay with her. 6 years later, we can see in a courtroom where Isaac's trial will be for what he did, but more importantly, it will be revealed that Issei was much more powerful than they thought. To put it briefly, he was and is the supreme beast with a power that for them would be stupid, but for Prologue chapter. You could see how Yasaka was preparing for Isaac's trial, since she is one of the mothers of Issei's children and leader of the Yakeis going to give the trial. She was preparing, but remembered something Issei told her. She quickly made a magic circle and goes to Issei's old room. From his bed she sees a loose board and takes it out, seeing a box which she takes, and with another magic circle she returns to her castle. She goes to a room, opens it and sees a 5-year-old brown boy with a yellow lock and with 9 yellow tails with brown tips. This child is Albedo, Issei's youngest son, who is sleeping peacefully. Yasaka. Son, wake up. She said, shaking her son a little. Albedo. Good morning, mom. She said, waking up and scratching her eye, and you could see that one eye was brown and the other was yellow. Yasaka. I have a gift for you, son, for your birthday. He said, showing the box. Albedo. Thank you. He said, hugging his mother. And what is it? He said, taking the box. Yasaka. Well, I don't know, it's something that your father only told me was under his bed, and if he had to decide who to give it to, it would be one of his children, so I think he would like you to have it. He said, to see how his son, upon hearing that, began to smile more than before. Yasaka saw how his son would open the box, showing a letter and an object, but suddenly the object went to Albedo's doll. Albedo. But what is this? He said, scared by what he had on his wrist. Yasaka. Calm down, son, everything will be fine, just Tran. She was interrupted by another voice. Well, this is my new carrier, he's just like his father, really, he said, a robotic voice that seemed to be very calm. Albedo. Who said that? He said, still scared. Look at your wrist, kid. Yasaka and Albedo look at his wrist and realize that the voice came from the object. Yasaka. What or who are you? She said it would be went to the object. Ultimatrix. I am the Ultimatrix, the copy of the creation of the most intelligent being in 5 galaxies. I had a few arrangements of this same one. She said, leaving the 2 Yakeis surprised. Yasaka. What do you mean by old carrier? She said curiously. Ultimatrix. My old carrier was Issei. Making the 2 of them surprised again. Albedo. My dad was your incredible carrier. She said with stars in her eyes. Ultimatrix. So you are Issei's son, heh, it shows in your face, and that I scanned you when I joined your doll. She said calmly. Yasaka. How to scan? She said confused. Ultimatrix. Issei told me that if one of his future children got me, I should scan their DNA to make sure it was his son. She said as if nothing. Albedo. Well, I am the son of Issei, the true hero of the factions. She said happily. Ultimatrix. Kid, do you really think that only those factions? Heh, kid, you have no idea. She said, laughing a little. Albedo. What do you mean? She said curiously. Ultimatrix. Well, is interrupted. Yasaka. Enough, the truth is I already have to go to the trial of an idiot, so if it's not too much trouble, you can tell us what you were going to tell us later. She said to leave for a magic circle. Albedo. Well, it's best to change and go to the living room. She said to change. After a few minutes Albedo left her room and went to the living room. Albedo. Hello. She said, greeting two other children. Hello little brother, happy birthday, said her older brother. The boy was a 5-year-old boy who was 2 weeks older than him, his hair is brown, and his eyes were purple. This boy is John, he is the son of Venelana and Issei, the oldest of the three. Albedo, thanks John. He said, smiling at his older brother. Suddenly someone takes him by the back and starts tickling Albedo while he was alone laughing. Happy birthday, little brother. He said with a smile. Albedo. Hahaha, Hale, that's enough, hahaha. He said while Hale stopped tickling him. You could see a boy who was a week older than him, with silver hair, and you could see that he had brown eyes. This boy is Hale, the son of Grafiya and Issei, the middle son. Hale. Haha, I'm sorry I couldn't hold it. Well, a tear came out from laughter. Haha, it seems that they are having fun, said a female voice. The three children turned around and saw Venelana and Grafiya. John. Hello mom. He said to go hug Venelana. Hale. Good morning mom. He said, hugging Grafiya. Grafiya. Good morning, well are you ready to watch the trial? She said, looking at the children. The three children. Yes. Venelana. Well, turn on the TV. She said to turn on the TV and put the channel where the trial is broadcast. John. Albedo that you have on your wrist. She said, pointing to the Ultimatrix. Albedo. Well, that's it. He's interrupted. Hale. Silence, it's about to begin. He said, watching TV. Chapter 1. The Trial and the Revelation of Many Secrets, Part 1/5. You could see Isaac chained by his arms and legs so he couldn't escape, while the leaders and those of the demonic council were settling in. Counselor 1. Miss Yasaka, it's a pleasure to see you here. He said, extending his hand to the aforementioned. Yasaka. The pleasure is mine, sir. I only came as the leader of the Yokai and one of the mothers of Issei's offspring. He said, accepting the greeting. Counselor 2. And we can assure you, Miss Yasaka, that justice will be served for Mr. Issei, the new hero of the factions. He said respectfully. Yasaka. Well, I think it's time to take our places. He said with a smile. At that, everyone takes their places to begin the trial. Author's note. By the way, those Akuo Academy and their families know about the supernatural, but they were asked not to tell anyone, and if you're wondering how they know, it was because of an attack by fallen angels. At Murayama's house. The girl could be seen watching TV with her parents watching TV to watch the trial, while in another room a brown-haired boy was playing with some toys. This is one of Isaac's bastard children, although loved by his grandparents and his mother, Murayama. The boy's grandparents were still disappointed in Murayama for seeing Issei deceived, since she was his ex-girlfriend, who only used him to get closer to Isaac, but when the truth was discovered she wanted to fix things with him. But since he disappeared she tried to be the best she could to try to fix her mistakes by taking care of the bastard she had, even knowing that Issei may never forgive her. Murayama. It seems that the trial is about to begin. She said watching TV. Murayama's mother. Yes, at least he will receive what he deserves for seeing Issei's life a hell. Murayama's father. Yes, I hope he suffers whatever his punishment is. He said seriously. At the trial. Everyone was already settled and ready to begin the trial, which was being broadcast by all the factions and the people who knew about them. Azazel. Well, before starting the trial I want to say that I made a machine that will allow us to see some of Issei's memories to know more about him. I just wanted to mention it before starting the trial. He said seriously. Surziches. Well, so bring that machine to her and let the trial begin. He said seriously. The trial progressed normally until they brought the machine and Azazel explained how to use it. Azazel. Let me explain, using a little of Issei's DNA I was able to make some of his memories projected in the room, as if they were movies, and Issei's voice will also be heard narrating and explaining the memory. Well, with that explained, let's begin. He said to activate the machine and make the room become a dome to show a hologram showing a title, The Birth of a Monster. At the Heim residence. Maki, Issei's mother. What do you mean? She said with fear for what she was going to see. Oru, Issei's father. What do you mean by monster? He said with fear that something had happened to his son. All the girls of the Gremory sequence were scared at the possibility that something had happened to Issei. Kiba. See like monster, what do you mean? He said nervously because of the title. Irina. I don't know, I just hope something didn't happen to Issei. She said while tears accumulated in her eyes with the possibility that something happened to Issei with a monster or something like that. Author's note. If I knew. At the trial. The faction leaders and the demonic council were worried about that title until Azazel spoke. Azazel. Start. He asked somewhat nervously about the title. Everyone nodded. Azazel. Well, let's start. He said, pressing a button. Suddenly, the memory began to be broadcast in the room, and the cameras of the cameramen who were recording pointed towards that wall. In the memory. Issei narrator. I will never forget that, how could I forget it, that event the day I lost my humanity almost completely. He said while a 5 to 6-year-old Issei was seen chained, and some scientists were seen injecting a type of reddish-black liquid into his body. Everyone who was watching was scared when they saw how old the memory was. It seemed that it was when he was 5 to 6 years old, but many had a doubt what the hell. At the Heim residence. Maki. What are they doing to my baby? She screamed in fear when she saw what they were doing to her son. Rias. What is that, what are they injecting Issei with? She said scared by what they were doing to Issei. The Keno. It's good that the children are in their rooms playing, I wouldn't like them to see something like that. He said seeing what they were doing to Issei. Everyone there was just wondering one thing that happened to Issei that they have never noticed. In the Yasaka palace. Venelana and Grafiya were horrified by what they saw as well as Hale and Albedo, but for some reason John's eye started to itch quite a bit. At the trial. Everyone except Isaac, for obvious reasons, was horrified by what they saw, but a question arose: what happened? In the memory. Issei narrator. Some fallen and renegade demons had kidnapped me to experiment on me. They wanted to create a monster capable of defeating the armies of the factions. In a certain way, they succeeded, but it went very wrong. It was seen how some fallen and renegade demons captured little Issei and experimented on him. You could see that he had several changes in his appearance. He seemed different, and the last thing they heard as if a monster or rather a beast was speaking. The factions were angry to see how Issei was treated, but everyone got a chill down their spine when they heard that voice. It was as if an untamable beast was telling them something directly into their ears. At the Heim residence. Everyone was terrified to see Issei like that in that situation, especially his parents, since they did not know what had happened. In heaven. You could see a blonde woman with blue eyes. This woman was Gabriel, the former most beautiful angel in heaven. She had been deceived by Isaac because he convinced her that Issei was the worst human being in the world, but when the truth was revealed, she had regretted everything she had done to Issei. She had fallen, but continued living in heaven with her brother, but she did not stop having nightmares of how she treated Issei. She just wanted to find him so she could apologize to him and fix things and start over. Gabriel. Issei, what did they do to you? She said seeing the emotions of the Issei of the memory, which were a mixture of terror, hatred, fear, and for some reason hunger, the latter made her confused. In the memory. Renegade demon. And how was our experiment? He said approaching an Issei who was chained to the ground by his arms and legs. Fallen angel. Yes boss, the experiment is over. The bad thing is that we do not know his physical capabilities, but we know that his mental capacity is normal, but his reaction speed and strategies rose to a level never seen before. He said watching the reports on Issei's capabilities. Renegade demon. Well, soon the factions will fall with only one unstoppable beast, Muhahahaja. He said arrogantly and finally laughed with a demonic voice. Issei could be seen with his face down and his hair covering his eyes until he said one thing. Issei. Hunger. He said it as an almost imperceptible whisper. Everyone was angry, seeing how they treated Issei, but what Issei said confused them a little. In heaven. Gabriel was now scared. She saw how Issei's fear had turned to madness when he uttered that phrase, and it seemed that her hatred was also growing. At the Heim residential. Those from the Gregory clan were scared seeing how Issei was. Maki. Son. She said shedding tears seeing the state of her son. Boru. What have they done to Issei? He said angrily seeing Issei's state. In the memory. Demon reneging. What did you say? He said approaching Issei. Issei. Hunger. He said again but with a cold way. Demon reneging. I'm not listening to you. He said mockingly. Issei. Hunger. He said in a demonic and psychopathic way. Suddenly Issei breaks one of the chains on his arms, hitting him so hard that he had broken the demon reneging's neck. Issei. Food. He said with a maniacal smile and showing his eyes that had black sclera and his pupils were silver. Everyone was in shock seeing what Issei had done, but they were scared to see that sadistic smile. At the Heim residence. Everyone present was scared to see Issei's expression. Valerie, Volley Femme. Issei, what is happening to you? She said seeing the expression of the boy she rejected for his stupidity, having the smile of a sadist. Maki. What happened to my son's eyes? She said upset seeing Issei's eyes in that state. Boru. Son, what happened to you? He said scared to see his son like that. In heaven. You could see a Gabriel scared to see Issei, not only because of his appearance, but also because of his emotions. At this moment she could see, in Issei a boy who she knew was innocent of everything Isaac accused him of, with hatred, madness and sadism without equal. He wanted revenge on those who did that to him. Gabriel. Issei, what happened to you? she said, terrified to see Issei's emotions. In hell. Many there were scared, but especially the children, seeing their true hero in that state. When the truth was revealed, everyone was sad to treat Issei like a disgusting being, but today they regretted seeing him treated like that. In the Yasaka castle. Everyone there was scared, but when his eyes stopped burning, he realized that his eyes had black sclera like his father's eyes. In memory. Issei narrator. There woke up something that they wanted, but did not know the consequences it would bring. He said it while seeing Issei, seeing the fallen angel retreat in fear while he freed himself from the chains, seeing the fallen angel with his sadistic smile and with eyes full of madness. The fallen angels could not help but feel a chill down their spine when they saw that look. In heaven. All the angels were scared to see that, but more Gabriel when he saw what Issei had become. In the memory. You could see how Issei was chasing some fallen angels and rogue demons, and then see how he managed to catch them. Then the scene changes to see Issei fighting against a group of rogue demons who launched an attack on him, which destroyed his upper body, but he himself insisted on regenerating as if nothing had happened, and then attacking again. Then you see a rogue demon who was kneeling on the floor begging for mercy in an apparently empty room. But suddenly a type of tentacle grabs him by the neck and lifts him up, seeing a mouth with several rows of teeth, and suddenly an eye was seen in the middle like the beast of Soder Fallout. Finally you could see Issei on top of a pile of corpses, of rogue demons and fallen angels, while he ate some ribs in the most calm way in the world. Everyone seeing that was scared, and the children went to hug their parents, out of fear. At the Heim residential. Everyone there was scared, seeing how sadistic Issei was and because of the last scene. Asia. What is he eating? She said, scared after seeing the scene. Bekeno. How can he be so calm? She said, scared after seeing the pile of corpses. Issary. Brother. She said, scared after seeing Issei so bloodthirsty. In hell. In the Citri mansion you could see Serafal seeing this scared before because of Isaac she forced Issei when they took over the Op-I Dragon program, they took over Issei being a monster and Isaac humiliated him, but when the truth was revealed, the Op-I Dragon was cancelled and she stayed in her room crying and asking for forgiveness, a forgiveness that would never come, and now that she saw Issei like that she was afraid of the one who wanted forgiveness. At the trial. Everyone present, including Isaac incredibly, were shocked by what they just saw. Issei had committed a massacre without any mercy. In the memory. Suddenly a cursing demon moves a little, drawing the attention of the brown-haired man. Issei. So you're still alive. He said as if nothing had happened, finishing his rib. Cursing demon. Damn unhappy. He said angrily. Issei. I don't recommend you move. He said, pulling a fallen corpse from on top of him, revealing that he was missing the bottom part of his waist. Everyone was scared seeing the state of the cursing demon, but they wondered what was going to happen. In the memory. Cursing demon. You know everyone will know you're a monster, your eyes give you away, hahaha. He said, mocking the castle. Issei. Do you really believe that? He said, closing his eyes for a few seconds, then opening them showing that he had normal eyes, leaving the cursing demon in shock. Cursing demon. What? He said without believing what he saw. Issei. I saw his eyes and made them turn black again with their sclera and silver pupils. When your arrogant expression turns into despair, he said, approaching the cursing demon's ear, it makes me feel really good. He said, to pierce the cursing demon's back, taking out a rib. Issei. A snack for the road. He said to start leaving, while he ate the meat that was on the rib. Everyone was now terrified to see that he was eating a rib of a demon, cursing as if it was nothing, as if it were an everyday thing. In the Heim residence. Now everyone was pissing themselves. Issei was as if nothing, and it turns out that how they looked at Issei's eyes were never his real eyes. In the memory. Issei narrator. And that's how I became what those reneging demons and fallen angels named me, the Beast. It was seen as Issei was leaving, but he saw that he was inside a ravine. Issei smiles, and suddenly some spider caps come out of his sides, and he proceeds to climb the ravine, finally jumping on a branch and landing, showing a foxy smile. Everyone in each faction was scared to see Issei's spider legs showed, and with the ease and speed he climbed the ravine. At the trial. Azazel. That is just the first memory that allows us to see the machine. He said, still scared by what he saw. Everyone who was watching the trial was in shock and wondered what other secrets Issei was keeping. Chapter 2. The Trial and the Revelation of Many Secrets, Part 2/5. Even though everyone still had a hard time digesting what they just saw, they had seen how Issei, someone they had despised, except Yasaka, Venelana and Grafiya obviously, had committed a full-blown massacre. Everyone remembering how he was eating, literally a rib of one of the renegade demons, felt like vomiting, just remembering those bodies. At the trial. Everyone was already preparing to see the next memory. Azazel. Ready. He said, looking at the others. Everyone nodded. As Azazel proceeds to activate the machine that began to display another title, "It's time to be supreme." Everyone in the factions did not understand the title. At the Heim residence. "Maki? What do you mean?" she said, not understanding the title. "Boru? It's time to be supreme. I don't understand, it will be a saying," he said without understanding the title. At Murayama's house. Everyone there had been scared seeing the previous, but now they wondered what that title meant. In the trial. Azazel. "Well, let's begin." Starting the memory. The room transforms to begin showing the memory. In the memory. You could see how a 10-year-old Issei was walking in a forest, aimlessly. "Issei. Another shitty year," he said while kicking a stone. "Issei. Another year where they don't even bother to remember my birthday," he said looking at the ground as he continued walking. At the Heim residence. Maki and Garu, hearing that, felt something inside them break. They couldn't remember the last time they celebrated Issei's birthday. That hurt them every time they realized how bad parents they had been with their youngest son. "Maki. I can't remember the last time we celebrated his birthday," she said while crying. "Boru. Calm down, dear, when we find him, we'll try to fix things with him, I promise," he said, trying to comfort his wife. "Irina. What kind of friend am I?" she said, crying. She also couldn't remember any of Issei's birthdays. That made her chest hurt more and more. In the sky. Gabriel saw Issei's emotions compared to before. It seems that now he was calmer, but his hatred was still seen. He hates his parents and brothers. Gabriel. He has a lot of resentment towards them, she said while her eyes were red, since after the previous, she had cried, seeing how Issei was transformed into the beast. Every time she remembered that, a chill ran down her back. In memory. Issei is seen fixing his gaze on the sky and sees what looks like a comet. "Issei. A comet, incredible," he said looking at the comet. Maybe he had become a monster, but he was still a child. Suddenly the comet changes course and it seemed that it was going to crash where Issei was. "Issei. What the hell?" he said and then jumped back and with his spider legs, grabbed a tree branch, looking at the impact area. Everyone was surprised to see that, but they wondered what had happened. They knew the comets did not change course so abruptly. In the memory. Issei gets off the branch approaching the impact zone, seeing some kind of capsule. "Issei. What the heck is that?" he said as he got off, seeing the capsule open showing an object. "Issei. What is this?" he said extending his hand, but suddenly the object had been placed in Issei's outstretched hand. Everyone seeing that was surprised to see the object that was in the capsule, but they wondered what that thing was. In Yasaka Castle. Albedo had realized that it was the Ultimatrix, which she wore on her wrist. Her older brothers had also realized and said. "John. Brother, you know what that is?" he said pointing to the Ultimatrix. "Hail. If you don't leave us with a doubt," he said with his relaxed attitude, but also curious. Albedo. "Well, this is it," he is interrupted. "Ultimatrix. I can explain that," he said to the surprise of those present except Albedo. Venelana. "What or who are you?" she said. It would be the same as Grafiya. Ultimatrix. "I am the copy of the creation of the most intelligent being in 5 galaxies," she said simple. John. "And what are you on my little brother's wrist?" he said looking at the Ultimatrix. Albedo. "My mom gave it to me this morning since it's my birthday," she said with a smile and wagging her tails. Grafiya. "And what exactly do you do?" I asked curiously. Ultimatrix. "I think that will be shown on the screen," she said simply, raising more doubts in those present. The trial. The less Yasaka leaders wondered what that object was, but Yasaka was surprised to recognize the object, something that was noticed by the other leaders. Auden. "Yasaka, you know what that object is?" Yasaka. "Issei told me about it and today I gave it to my son since today was his birthday. It was hidden under his bed, under some boards," she said answering Auden's question. Surziches. "Do you know what that object does or what it's called?" I asked curiously. Yasaka. "I only know that it's called the Ultimatrix from that point on, not much more," she said remembering that morning when she gave that object to Albedo. Michael. "Well, I think now we'll know," she said looking at the memory. In memory. Issei. "What the heck," he said when he saw how that object was placed on his wrist, then calmed down to put 2 fingers on the top part to see what would happen so that a type of selection circle would appear, which had different faces or what seemed to be faces, but one caught his attention. Issei. "This one caught my attention," he said, taking out his fingers and pressing what looked like a button that appeared after selecting the image, transforming into. Issei. "What the hell?" he said, looking at his hands in surprise. Everyone seeing that was surprised, seeing that transformation. It became clear to them, with Yasaka's dialogue, that it was not a sacred gear, but they had doubts about what that thing Issei transforms into was. In Yasaka's castle. Everyone seeing that was surprised, seeing that transformation, but they wondered what that thing was. Albedo. Ultimatrix, can you explain to me what happened? I asked curiously. Ultimatrix. My ability as well as that of Asmuth's greatest creation, the Omnitrix, is to transform the wearer into any type of alien in the universe. He said simply, surprising those present. Venelana. What do you mean, aliens? She said without understanding that part. Ultimatrix. Did you really believe that you were the only species in the universe? That's a classic, really. She said as if nothing. John. So we are not alone in the universe. He said already understanding. Pale. Ha, who would have said it? He said surprised. Grafiya. How many species are there in the universe? She asked curiously, drawing everyone's attention. Ultimatrix. I house the same amount as the original Omnitrix, or 1,912 different species. She said it as if it were nothing, assuming that those present will be amazed by the amount. Albedo. So there are more than 1,912 aliens in the universe. He said surprised. Ultimatrix. There are only the ones I have, there are many more, but I can explain that to you later, boy. She said with her robotic voice. At the trial. Everyone was surprised when they saw that transformation, but they wondered what that being of fire was. In the memory. So this is my new carrier. Said a robotic voice. Issei. Who speaks? He said putting himself on guard. Look at your chest. Said that robotic voice, making Issei see his chest seeing the Ultimatrix symbol. Issei. What are you? He said seriously. Ultimatrix. I am the Ultimatrix, a copy of the creation of the most intelligent being in 5 galaxies. Issei. Ultimatrix. How did you transform me into this? He said curious. Ultimatrix. I was created as the original Omnitrix, with the ability to transform my wearer into different aliens from the one I have stored. He said making Issei, and those who are seeing the memory, be surprised. Issei. How different aliens exist? He said surprised. Ultimatrix. You really thought that your species was the only one in the universe, what a good joke. And the factions, they were in shock, they thought that only they existed in the entire universe, they believed that life on other planets was nonsense, but they were wrong, and they were seeing proof of that. In heaven. The angels were surprised, they believed that they and the other species on the planet were the only species in the universe, knowing this was difficult for them. In the Phoenix terrain. You could see how Rias and Ultimatrix watching the screens with a smile when they saw their friend, they were also surprised by what they had seen in their friend's memory. Author's note. Rias and Ultimatrix are the only friends Issei has had, partly because Rias was able to see beyond Isaac's lies and was able to befriend Issei, and in Ultimatrix's case, Rias told her that Issei was not a bad boy and invited her to meet him, and in the end they became friends. Issei also helped in their relationship, currently the two are married and have a child. Rias. What a surprise, Issei really kept secrets. Ultimatrix. Well, it's not surprising, he always seemed to hide something, now we discover what happened to him as a child, and now we are seeing how he knew that alien species existed. She said remembering that Issei always seemed to hide something. Rias. Yes, he almost always seemed to hide something. In memory. Issei. Well, I still have 2 questions, one is how many species do you currently have registered? Ultimatrix. I have a total of 1,912 species currently registered. She said leaving Issei shocked. Everyone was stunned upon hearing that. More than 1 million species were recorded on that object, so how many alien species exist in the universe? That was the question on everyone's mind. On Phoenix terrain. Rias. Ultimatrix. There are more than 1 million species of aliens in that thing. She said shocked. Rias. Is it normal that now I feel so small before that amount? She said crying in a comical way. At the trial. Those present were amazed by the number of species that the Ultimatrix had. Surziches. There are so many species in a single object. He said shocked. Michael. Such a number of species in the universe and we don't even count. He said still shocked. Yasaka. When I return, I will have to ask my son to use the Ultimatrix responsibly. In memory. Issei. Well, and my second question is, what do you mean by copy, are you not the original or something like that? He said curiously. Ultimatrix. That simple, I was created based on the Omnitrix that has the same function, but I have another function that it does not have. Issei. And what is that function? Ultimatrix. Take the aliens when my user transforms into its supreme form, a form designed for combat, Asmuth was against it. Since the Omnitrix was created to be an encyclopedia of the aliens that were brought to the brink of extinction or that were extinct, not to be a weapon, in Asmuth's eyes, I am just a bad copy of his invention. Everyone upon hearing that was surprised by the information, but they wondered how strong those supreme forms were. In Yasaka Castle. Everyone there was surprised by the information, but they wondered only one thing, which Albedo asked. Albedo. Ultimatrix, how strong are those supreme forms? I asked curiously. Ultimatrix. The supreme forms are the most powerful form of a species, making them surpass their species and for many years of evolution. John. I mean, how? Ultimatrix. I wouldn't know how to explain it, but I can say that the supreme aliens are not to be taken lightly. But that said, it left them with some doubts, but since it seemed that they weren't going to receive many answers, they let it go. In memory. Issei. Another thing, how can I prove that of the supreme? Ultimatrix. Yes, you can just press me and we'll transform. But that said, Issei still transformed, presses the symbol being covered with a red light, then changes the plane showing from afar, a blue trail ascending to the sky, surpassing the clouds and reaching beyond the stratosphere, when a large sphere of blue fire as if it were an explosion, appears. Everyone did not understand what was happening, but were amazed to see the large blue fireball that appeared. In the memory. Suddenly he begins to approach little by little, seeing a humanoid figure with some kind of propellants on its back and it had red eyes and the Ultimatrix symbol on its chest. With a movement, the great explosion of blue fire dissipates to show Issei, transformed into his first supreme form. Imagine that the green parts are so red. Everyone was surprised to see the supreme, they could not believe that a supreme form would have so much power. In the Phoenix terrain. Riser. I feel so tiny right now. He said seeing the supreme form. Ubaluna. Do you want me to comfort you? He said extending his arms for a hug. Riser. Yes. He said accepting the hug putting his face on Ubaluna's chest while she caressed his hair. At the Heim residence. Everyone was surprised to see and hear the memory, they never thought that Issei had so many secrets, but they realized that every time they saw more memories of Issei, they knew the less about the brown-haired boy. That made Issei's mother start to cry when she realized that she did not know anything about her son, she did not know his tastes, what he liked or not, she did not know what food he likes, basically, she did not know anything about her son. Maki. Issei, how many things you hid from us. She said while continuing to cry. In Yasaka Castle. The three infants had stars in their eyes when they saw the supreme form that was shown. Almost immediately, Albedo began to search for the alien, which her father was using to see if he could transform into that supreme form. Albedo. Let's see where it is. She said looking for the alien that her father had transformed into. Grafiya. Albedo, don't you think you should choose an alien, one that doesn't burn down the house, please? She said nervously thinking about what could happen. John. Yes brother, why don't you try another alien? He also said nervously. Albedo. Well, I'll see if there's something that catches my attention, he said to continue searching until he found something. What do you think of this one? She said to press the Ultimatrix to transform into. Venelana. There's this little thing, it's so adorable. She said while hugging the transformed Albedo. Albedo. But what kind of alien is this? She said with her squeaky voice due to the transformation. Ultimatrix. It's a Splixen from the planet Hathor, it's a species capable of dividing itself into multiple copies. Albedo. Really, let's see. She said while trying to divide, managing to make about 2 copies. Albedo. Great. Copy 1. Don't even say it, friend. Copy 2. I confirm. John. Well, why don't you join together so you can continue watching TV? He said a little nervous seeing how Albedo multiplied. Albedo. Well, guys, join together again. He said while joining again and then detransformed. Hail. And how did it feel to transform, little brother? He said looking at Albedo. Albedo. Well, the truth is it felt like a stretch, the truth is, it was quite relaxing if I tell the truth. He said not knowing how to explain how he felt. Grafiya. Well, let's keep watching. She said to be able to her eyes on the TV. At the trial. Everyone was surprised to see the supreme form that Issei had transformed into. Surziches. So that is a supreme form. He said amazed to see the transformation in its most powerful form. Michael. It's incredible. He said amazed. In Yasaka's case, she was also amazed to see the supreme form that Issei had transformed into. Yasaka. Incredible. It was the only thing she could say. In Isaac's case, he was between angry and amazed, angry since Issei was able to hide that from everyone, and amazed to see the supreme form that Issei had transformed into. Those from the demonic council were also astonished, but they didn't say anything, since they knew their place, they could only advise, not give orders, but they were happy, knowing that object was in good hands. In memory. Issei quickly goes back down to earth, seeing the city have come from the sky, seeing it, and begins to fly over the clouds. Issei. This is incredible. He shouted while flying at great speed, and you could see how much fun he was having. They reached the top of a building, landing, but it was seen that when landing, the propellers melted the material that the roof was made of, causing it to become magma that would fall inside the building. Issei. There is 100 for the owner of the building. He said sadly. He would walk a little, reaching the other end of the roof, it would detransform to become Issei again. Issei. That was fun. He said, putting on a smile. Everyone was surprised by the speed that was shown and more by the heat that those propellants must have. In the Phoenix terrain. Riser had realized who the building belonged to and put on a face of worth ass. Riser. Son of a bitch, that building is one of those of the Phoenix Clan company, my father mentioned it, he paid a good amount of money to fix that roof. He said with a comical angry face. Ubeluna. Riser, calm down, I'm sure he didn't know. He said, calming Riser a little. Riser. Yes, maybe you're right. He said more calmly. In the memory. Ultimatrix. Well, I have to tell you something important. Issei. What is it about? He said curiously. Ultimatrix. When Asmia finished fixing the flaws he found out that someone had found out about my existence. The new conqueror of the universe, Shadowhunter, may try to use me to improve his robots and try to conquer new worlds, which he could not before. Issei. Basically, you're telling me that a galactic conqueror is coming to this planet just to get you. He said without believing it. Author's note. For those who did not realize, this happens after the failed attempt and Vilgax and Albedo to try to conquer Galvan Prime, so they decided to create a new villain to give it emotion. I just wanted to clarify that. Everyone was in shock. A galactic conqueror, did Issei face a galactic conqueror? That was the question everyone was asking themselves. In the memory. Ultimatrix. Unfortunately, and you already felt the power that a supreme form has, you imagine that power in the wrong hands. At that moment, Issei realized one thing, if that galactic conqueror got the Ultimatrix, surely almost no one could against him, knowing that he said. Issei. I will face him, I will not let someone like him have such a power. He said seriously. Everyone upon hearing that already expected that answer and were happy to know that Issei would do the right thing. In the memory. Ultimatrix. Well, you'll have to practice to be ready for that day. Issei. Believe me, I'll be ready. He said with a determined smile. From there I saw how Issei was practicing with his aliens and some battles he had with some fallen renegades or renegade yakes or renegade dragons, but one of the battles began to be shown that Issei had against a fallen one. It was seen how a fallen angel had a dislocated arm and the other had one of the sacred swords lost and Issei was seen transformed into an alien that he was. Issei fighter. Listen to me Crow, give the sword to fighter or fighter will beat it out of you. He said while clenching his cigarette threateningly. Author's note. I'm going to make Issei's aliens have different names than Ben's aliens, so as to make a difference between Issei and Ben. If you wonder why, well, you'll find out later. The angels, seeing that, were able to recognize the fallen one. He was the one who stole one of the sacred swords. The last thing they knew about him was that only his unconscious body was found, but with several blows and with a dislocated arm. Seeing that Issei had faced him, they all realized that he had stopped that fallen one. In the trial. Michael was amazed to recognize the fallen one and got the idea that Issei had defeated that fallen one. Yasaka blushed, seeing Issei transformed into a fighter. In memory. Fallen angel. Buck you, he said to start flying, let's see if you can catch me idiot. He said flying out of there. Issei fighter. Damn coward come back here. He said to try to follow him but he was too fast to just run after him, however he heard a noise like a type of alarm and with a red flash Issei returns to his original form. Issei. Damn right now, he said looking at the Ultimatrix, come on, now yes. He said seeing that he had already recharged and began to look for a specific alien. Issei copier. Copier, except that in his supreme form he is much faster than fighter. Said to press the Ultimatrix to transform into supreme. Issei supreme copier. Supreme copier, well it's time to go after that guy. He said to start running at high speed. The females seeing that transformation were dying of tenderness, in the case of men they wondered, what was that alien? In Yasaka Castle. Venelana and Grafiya, the supreme copier seemed tender to them, as for the children, they had stars when they saw another supreme. Albedo. That is the alien into which I transformed, so that is its supreme form. He said while having stars in his eyes due to emotion. John. The truth is that alien is adorable even in its supreme form. He said seeing the supreme. Hail. Haha, if it's true. In memory. Issei proceeds to clone himself into a total of 3 clones. The 4 would begin to go through the roofs of several buildings, running behind the fallen, thus beginning to see the chase. The speed and agility of the supreme copier were quite good until the end they reached the fallen screaming. Issei supreme copier. Hey Crow. Shout calling the attention of the fallen, who is surprised, seeing Supreme Copier. Fallen angel. Who are you? He said, annoyed. Issei, Supreme Copier. The one who will catch you, idiot. He said while one of the clones moved forward, standing on one of the corners of the building, acting as a catapult, launching the other 3 clones towards the fallen angel, causing him to have a forced landing falling into an alley. After that, the 3 clones began to divide even more, making a total of 12 clones which began to hit the fallen, while 4 held his feet and arms so that he would not do anything. Minutes later, the fallen had become unconscious and Issei would detransform. Issei. Sighs, I congratulate you, you were the first who tried to flee from me. How bad it didn't work out for you, the escape, it's better that I go now. He said while noticing that far away some magic circles appeared. He would quickly activate the Ultimatrix, transforming into Issei Accelerator. Accelerator. He said to put on a mask to run at high speed from the scene. Everyone seeing the chase and the synchronization that Issei and those clones had was incredible, and the new alien that transformed was amazed by his speed. In the sky. The angels confirmed their suspicions when they saw how Issei had left the fallen. He had defeated the fallen who had stolen that sacred sword. That for them made the debt they have with Issei increase even more. In memory. You could see how Issei Accelerator running at great speed while thinking. Issei Accelerator thoughts. I have improved the use of the Ultimatrix a lot. According to the Ultimatrix, when I found it, the arrival of that conqueror is in 9 months. 7 months and 1 week have already passed. There is very little left. He said while come arrived, going through some streets, arriving at his house, then he would detransform and enter as if nothing was happening. Everyone was surprised by that information. He had possibly fought against those renegade, fallen, renegade yokai and renegade dragons all that time. In memory. Issei realizes that Serziches was talking to his father about something that he secretly wanted to hear. Serziches. Well, that's it. I'm obliged to watch out for 3 groups of rogue yokai, dragons and demons. They're on the loose for now. I'm just telling you so you know. He said seriously. Boru. And you can find out in what areas or so those groups are. He said seriously. Serziches. The yokai group has been seen in the forest, going to the mountains, near some caves in these same mountains, and the rogue demons have been seen in the slums of Kum. He said seriously. That caught Issei's attention, so he decided to go to his room to rest so that tomorrow he can go after one of those groups. Everyone was surprised by the information. That was several years ago, and when they found those groups they were either dead or unconscious, depending on which. In the Heim residence. Boru remembered that conversation. Serziches warned him about it so they wouldn't go to those areas. He wouldn't expect Issei to have heard it and to plan to fight those guys. In memory. The next day you could see how Isaac and Issei were getting ready to go to school. Maki went up to tell Issei to go to school, but when she entered there was no one. Seeing that Maki was taking Isaac and Issei to school, and Geru was also seen going to work, the angle changes to Issei's room on the roof, where you could see like 3 eyes, 1 yellow, 1 blue and 1 red, but that was all you could see until something fell to the ground standing up. And suddenly Issei appears transformed into another alien. Issei camouflage. Heh, I kind of like the camouflage ability. He said as he untransformed, becoming Issei again. At the Heim residence. Maki, remembering that day when she thought Issei wasn't there, was surprised because Issei had hidden himself like that. In memory. Issei. Well, it's time to go. He said to open the window and go out through it, going down to the backyard, going out through the fence. They are in an alley, proceeds to use the Ultimatrix and transforms into Accelerator. Issei Accelerator. Accelerator, well, first I'll go after those yakais. He said as he started running, quickly reaching the forest where the group of yakais had been seen. Issei would detransform and begin to search the area to see if he found that group. After a few minutes, he could see the group of renegade yakais. Issei. Bingo. He said smiling when he saw that he had found them. Everyone was tense when they saw the group of renegade yakais and they wondered what strategy Issei was going to use. In the memory. Issei. Heh, this will be easy, I just have to use an animal's weakness against it. He said, searching in his Ultimatrix until he found the alien he was looking for and transformed into. Issei Screamer. Screamer. After that he proceeds to clone himself, in total of 14 copies. Everyone was surprised by the alien that Issei chose. His ability seemed to be the same as that of the copier, but they felt that this alien had something else. In the memory. Issei Screamer proceeds to explain to his clones what the strategy is. You could see how the clones surrounded the group of yakais without them realizing it. After a few minutes, the original Issei Screamer approaches, drawing the attention of the group of yakais, seeing each other for a few seconds until one spoke. Yakai 1. Who are you? He said pointing at Issei Screamer. Issei Screamer. I'm the one who defeated them. Sekiryuutei said it. But that said, the group of Yakase began to laugh until one went to attack him, but to the surprise of his companions. Issei Screamer proceeds to do his sonic attack, causing the Yakai to fly towards a rock while covering his ears. Seeing that the group of Yakase tensed up, suddenly, Issei's clones come out of their hiding places, surrounding the rest of the group of Yakase, making them back up to the rock where their friend is, where above there were also some clones. Issei Screamer and his clones. Sound dome. They said, all screaming, forcing the Yakai group to kneel, covering their ears from so much noise. Everyone seeing that was surprised, but the Yakase also covered their ears because of the noise, although it wasn't as loud because of the TV. At the Heim residence. You could see Kuroka, Kunu, and Kaneko, they were silhouetted on the floor, covering their ears because of the noise. Author's note. Kunu wanted Isaac to be her father. After Asia Issei's betrayal, Yasaka kicked her out of the house for saying bad things about Issei. Today she regrets it and wants to fix things with her mother and Issei. In memory. Suddenly Issei Screamer and his clone stop screaming and join together again, then Issei Screamer presses the Ultimatrix to transform into Supreme. Issei Supreme Screamer. Supreme Screamer, I'll just tell you one thing, prepare to be killed by the sound. He said, while the group of Yakase were trembling in fear. Everyone was amazed to see that supreme form. In the case of the Yakase, they were quite nervous to see that form, and I think we should say why. They quickly covered their ears to protect themselves from what was coming. In the memory. In a quick movement, Issei Supreme Screamer throws 4 discs, placing himself above the group of renegade Yakase. From those discs a strong sonic attack would come out, which was too much for them to bear, falling dead. After that Issei Supreme Screamer would detransform. Issei. Disadvantage of being a Yakai: animal ears, the weakness of each animal, loud sounds. He said while stretching, as if what he did was the most normal thing in the world. Issei. Whatever, now after that group of renegade dragons. He said to transform into Accelerator again, going to the mountain caverns. Everyone was surprised by the ease. In the dragon faction they were surprised by everything they had seen, but they wondered what Issei was going to do to defeat the group of renegade dragons, since when they found that group they were frozen, and half of that group had died of hypothermia. In memory. You could see how Issei Accelerator arrived at the mountain caverns. When he reached the entrance he would detransform and would begin to walk inside the caverns. After a few minutes, he had found the group of renegade dragons who were sleeping. They were on a wall of the cavern where sunlight entered. Issei. I already found them lizards. He said while looking for what to transform into the Ultimatrix. From what Issei said, the dragons felt offended, but they knew they couldn't say anything, since they had told Issei worse things. In the memory. Suddenly it was seen like a ray of ice. It had hit one of the renegade dragons, freezing the scream a little, alerting his companions, and seeing where the ray of ice came from, they saw Issei transformed into. Issei Arctic Lizard. Arctic Lizard. He said to launch another ice attack at another of the renegade dragons, which he barely dodged, launching a fire attack at Issei Arctic Lizard, which he dodged by launching another ice slash, which the renegade dragon barely dodged since one of his wings froze. In the dragon faction, they were surprised by the alien that Issei transformed into. He was quite agile, the truth. In the Heim residence. My Drag Femme was surprised by the alien that Issei transformed into and was partly scared when she saw how he froze that dragon. In the memory. Because of the ice, the dragon had to land, causing Issei Arctic Lizard to attack one of its legs, freezing it. Another dragon tried to attack Issei Arctic Lizard with a fire attack, which he dodged but hit the ground, heating it up. Causing Issei Arctic Lizard to jump because the ground was so hot. Issei Arctic Lizard quickly threw an ice beam at the ground, freezing it. Quickly, Issei Arctic Lizard used his ice beam to move by sliding along it, and while he was sliding, he also threw some ice beams at the dragons, who tried to hit him, but since he was constantly moving, they couldn't hit him. Dragon 1. Stay still, damn it. He said while flying after him. Issei Arctic Lizard. Why do this? He said that with a quick movement, he would launch a beam of ice at the dragon's wings, freezing them and causing them to fall to the ground, unconscious. Everyone was amazed by the agility that Issei Arctic Lizard showed and the speed that he could freeze and how he used his ice to move. In the memory. After that Issei Arctic Lizard thorium towards the dragon that had frozen one of his wings. Since he was distracted, Issei Arctic Lizard attacked once again, directly freezing it. After that a tremor was heard. He looked up and saw a dragon bigger than the other 3 who was the leader. Issei Arctic Lizard. Whose slippers are you? Dragon 4. I am the leader of this group and I see that you were able to defeat the others. He said, seeing how serious. Issei Arctic Lizard. Well, I warn you that the same fate awaits you. Dragon 4. We'll see about that. He said to launch the attack. In a quick movement Issei Arctic Lizard would use his ice beam to move faster, dodging some fire attacks that the leader of the group of renegade dragons threw at him. In a quick movement Issei Arctic Lizard made an ice ramp and with the speed he was going, he was able to jump falling on the dragon's back. Dragon 4. Get off my back. He said trying to get Issei Arctic Lizard off his back. Issei Arctic Lizard. Something tells me this is going to be a bumpy trip. He said while holding onto the dragon's back. Many wondered what Issei was up to and why he was on the back of that renegade dragon. In memory. In a quick movement Issei Arctic Lizard would squeeze the Ultimatrix, transforming into his supreme form. Issei Supreme Arctic Lizard. Supreme Arctic Lizard. He said while holding on tighter to the dragon's back, aiming his cannons at its head, then shooting 2 giant blocks of ice, which hit the dragon's head, causing it to fall unconscious to the ground. Everyone was surprised to see what Issei Supreme Arctic Lizard did, since they did not expect him to be able to throw giant blocks of ice that easily. In the memory. It looked like after winning Issei would detransform and would get worse walking outside the cave, so that after being out of the caves, he would transform into Accelerator and would begin to go to the slums in the area where the group of renegade demons were seen. Upon reaching the area he would detransform, walking towards a building. Issei. I have a suspicion that they could be here. He said while the building was seen, which was an abandoned warehouse. Issei. These places are always a place where villains groups against gangs, at least in the movies. He said while with his spider legs climbing to the roof of the abandoned warehouse. Everyone listened, a drop of sweat fell on them, and I'm style when they heard that. In the memory. It looked like Issei looked above the window seeing the group of renegade demons talking. Issei. There it is. He said while looking for what to transform into. After that, something big was seen jumping into the abandoned warehouse in front of the rogue demons, which was Issei transformed into. Issei Gigantosaur. Gigantosaur. He said while preparing to fight. Everyone seeing Issei Gigantosaur, I know they were surprised, and others had faces of don't buck with a dinosaur, as was the case of some minors or adolescents. In memory. With a quick movement, Issei Gigantosaur hit a rogue demon, causing him to crash into a wall, leaving him half unconscious. Then another rogue demon tried to attack him with his back, but, in another quick movement, Issei Gigantosaur hit the rogue demon, causing him to crash into another wall. Issei Gigantosaur. You know today has been a long day, I'm going to end this now. He said this while squeezing the Ultimatrix, transforming into Supreme. Issei Supreme Gigantosaurus. Supreme Gigantosaurus. He said it to transform his hands into cannons and fire bursts of missiles at the renegade demons, leaving them badly injured but alive. Everyone was impressed, not impressed was an understatement, they couldn't believe how easily Issei Supreme Gigantosaurus had defeated that group of 8 renegade demons so easily, as if it were nothing. Issei would detransform, returning to being Issei, and would leave the abandoned warehouse, walking as if nothing had happened. Issei. Today was a productive day. He said while smiling. Many swallowed their saliva upon hearing that, seeing what they saw was simply amazing, and they wondered what the battle against the conqueror of worlds that Issei was going to defeat would be like. Chapter 3. The Trial and the Revelation of Many Secrets 3/5. In the demonic factions. Everyone was amazed to see how easily Issei had defeated those 3 groups, so easily. In the case of the children they were impressed by the supreme forms they had seen, and some had stars in their eyes. In the Citri field. Seraphil could be seen having an idea for a program. If they found Issei he was going to give his own program, which would be called the Alien Hero. She was still thinking about the name, but that is the idea she has. She had the thought that maybe with it she could forgive her. Author's note. Oh but how innocent and stupid the chick is, haha. In Asgard. Everyone there had had different reactions, among them seeing Issei transforming into the beast. Everyone was scared, even Thor, who being one of those who treated Issei the most, had stopped being worthy of lifting his hammer. But everyone seeing what Issei had transformed into, were terrified to see his sadism. But when they saw the aliens they were amazed. It was incredible to know that there was something beyond the earth that was everyone's thought. General narration. Everyone was still amazed until the memory continued. In the memory. Issei could be seen sitting on a log by the light of a fire, while he seemed to be waiting for something, with a serious look. Issei. Today is the day, today I will have to face that guy. He said seriously looking at the sky. Everyone upon hearing that, was surprised now they were going to see the confrontation between Issei and Shadowhunter. Many got nervous, since they did not know what that guy was capable of, and they were also worried about Issei. In the memory. Suddenly it is seen how a ship had landed to Earth, in that Issei stands up preparing himself. When the door of the ship opens some warrior robots and some space octopuses come out, like the ones that appeared in Ben 10 Omniverse in one of its chapters. Issei. So he won't come directly, well then I'll have to go for him then. I was serious. And that he activates the Ultimatrix and transforms into. Issei bandages. Bandages. Shout to go straight to the attack. Everyone was left with a face of holy shit, the simple reason, seeing that alien made one of the craziest theories of humanity right, which is that the pyramids come from space. In the Egyptian pantheon. All the Egyptian gods were with faces of no way, they wondered how humans managed to create the pyramids, something that not even they knew, because the answer was right in front, aliens. Anubis. Well, that at least took away the doubt that we had for so long, although I would have liked it to be another way. He said the last thing in a whisper. In heaven. The angels were left with faces of WTF when they saw the proof that aliens had possibly made the pyramids. Random Angel 1. Sucks, that really explains how they were made. He said that he was wondering how the hell humans had made the pyramids, and there was the answer, possibly aliens made them. Random Angel 2. Wow, I lost the bet. He said to pass some bills to another angel who was there, since they discovered the aliens, some had made small bets that if some aliens had done something on their planet and they hadn't realized. Random Angel 3. It was a pleasure doing business with Tygo. He said it with a smile while counting the money. In memory. In a quick movement Issei bandages would take one of the robots and crash it into the ground the moment he wanted to get up. Issei bandages using his bandages would take it and throw it at another robot that was about to attack. One of the space octopuses would try to attack it and in a quick movement Issei bandages would surround it with one of his bandages, holding it like a rope grabbing it and crash it against another robot. One of the robots would attack it with a laser gun. But it would divide its body to avoid the attack and attacking the robot throwing it directly with the rest of the robots would surround it, pointing their weapons at it. Issei bandages. Well, I think I'll have to get serious. Said to press the Ultimatrix to transform into Supreme. Issei Supreme bandages. Supreme bandages. He said while with the bandages on his back he attacked the robots that were behind him, while he used the other bandages that were black with a red line that seemed to have a mind of their own as they moved like a pair of snakes to attack those in front. He quickly caught two from behind and two from in front and with a spin he would hit all the robots, damaging the remaining robots that were there. To finish with his bandages he would grab the heads of the damaged robots and tear them off ending the fight. Everyone seeing that was surprised. Because of the battle the veterans wondered what was wrong with those strange bandages that Issei Supreme bandages had used, but they felt that maybe he would give them that answer later. In memory. Issei Supreme bandages would realize that the ship was about to leave, so in a quick movement and a jump he entered through the entrance just as it was going to close. He walked a little and realized that the ship was on autopilot. When he realized that he said. Issei Supreme bandages. Well little ones, it's your turn. He said, and the black bandages with a red line would come out along with the part of his hands and his shoulder pads that joined together, seeing too that when they joined together they had become a type of snakes which would go inside the ship deactivating the autopilot, joining again with Issei Supreme bandages so that he would detransform and take control of the ship. Everyone was surprised to see the two snakes that Issei Supreme bandages had made. In the memory. Issei. Well, let's see how this is conducted. He said, taking control of the ship, seeing how it worked. In the distance he could see a giant ship that was several kilometers from Earth. It was triangular in shape, like the Star Wars Star Destroyers, but a little smaller, about the size of Vilgax's ship in the classic Ben 10. He quickly went to the ship which began to shoot at him. Issei. It seems that his plan was to destroy this ship. When will it return? He said while maneuvering the ship. Okay, I have an idea. He said while flying the ship. Approaching the ship, he would quickly press a button to open the back door, take a breath and run jumping, quickly press the Ultimatrix, and you would see that in the ship some red rays and then some huge feet would land on the surface. The ship would then show that Issei had transformed into Issei Lampistine. Relampistine. He said while hitting the ship, opening a hole to start entering. Now everyone had a face of what the buck because well simple. Now it turns out that the legend of the Frankenstein monster was real, but it turns out that the guy was not a monster, he was still an alien. The students who liked science fiction stories were left with a face of wow, they scammed me. In memory. In a change of scene it was shown as Issei Lampistine entering through a wall. Quickly once he entered zero, as best he could, the hole he had made. After fixing that he proceeds to transform. Issei. Okay, I need a way to guide myself through this place. He said as he began to run down the hallway. After a few minutes, Issei continued running, but realized that cameras were watching him and suddenly alarms began to sound. Issei. Oh, and now what the hell? He said a little annoyed. Issei heard a noise behind him, turned his head and saw some doors closing, indicating that the hallway was closing. Issei seeing that proceeds to speed up his pace. At one point he found the exit of the hallway, but it was closed. Issei. Shit. He said while looking back, seeing that the floodgates were closing even more each time. Everyone got scared seeing the predicament Issei was in and wondered what he was going to do. At the Heim residence. Those present got nervous seeing the predicament Issei was in at that moment, but Maki was annoyed by Issei's vocabulary, although she knew that she had no right to say anything, since they were saying those words to her. In the memory. Issei would look around trying to see a possible exit, he would look to the left, seeing a breathing dictation. Issei. Lottery. He said this while searching in the Ultimatrix for an alien who would help him on this occasion. When he found it, he would press the Ultimatrix transforming into Issei slime. Slime. He said and then used some acid to melt the hatch of the ventilation duct, entering it and exiting through the other side of the door. Everyone, seeing how he solved his predicament, breathed a sigh of relief, although the alien he became seemed a little strange to them. In the memory. Once Issei slime left the ventilation duct, he saw that in the room he was in were several robots, which quickly noticed him taking their weapons and starting to shoot left and right, shots that Issei slime was able to dodge with difficulty, hiding behind some iron boxes. Issei slime, seeing his predicament, decided to press the Ultimatrix again to transform into his supreme form. Issei Supreme Slime. Supreme Slime. He said and then attacked the group of robots with one of his arms, trapping and destroying some robots, and at the same time he threw acid from his arm, melting the robots that remained in the room. Everyone who was watching felt a chill, seeing how Issei Supreme Slime when he destroyed and melted those robots, and they didn't want to imagine what would happen if he did the same to a living being. In the memory. After that Issei Supreme Slime would detransform to start running to the exit of the room. When he left I continued running, but I heard footsteps, so I deduced that they were more robots, so Issei, seeing ahead the group of robots that were patrolling, Issei in a quick movement would squeeze the Ultimatrix transforming into Issei Werewolf. Werewolf. He said and then made a sonic scream destroying some robots. Issei Werewolf begins to run on all fours and then pounce on the group of robots, using his glasses to attack and his agility to avoid the attacks of the robots. Everyone who had its real face when they saw the alien that Issei had transformed into, although those who liked the legend of the werewolf were left with a poker face when they saw the alien. In Yasaka Castle. Those present were surprised and the children had stars in their eyes when they saw each of Issei's transformations. Albedo was excited to use the Ultimatrix, but that would be after they saw what happened to his father. John. Mom, look at a werewolf. He said with stars in his eyes. Venelana. Yes, I already saw it, son. He said with a smile. In the courtroom. Those present were left with poker faces for seeing 3 monster aliens that Issei had used. Surzich's thoughts. Mental note to burn all my werewolf novels. I don't want to think about aliens every time I read one of those novels. He thought, crying comfortably. At the Heim residential. Hineko and Kuroka could be seen behind the living room couch for seeing Issei Werewolf, since it scared them because of the resemblance to a dog wolf and their feline instincts played against them. In memory. Issei Werewolf would see that more robots were approaching, seeing that he decided to activate the Ultimatrix to transform into his supreme form. Issei Supreme Werewolf. Supreme Werewolf. He said and then ran towards the robots. On the way the mouths on his sides opened to launch a sonic scream, destroying 2 rows of robots. Quickly Issei Supreme Werewolf, using his claws, would destroy each robot that crossed in that area until he destroyed the last robot that was in that area. Everyone when seeing the supreme form of werewolf, if they were left open-mouthed, seeing the physical prowess and the sonic attack that Issei Supreme Werewolf did. In the memory. After destroying those robots, Issei Supreme Werewolf would detransform and start running in the direction those robots came from. Issei. I must be near a monitoring room or something so I can guide better, I made a good scene before. He said while he was running through the corridors of the ship looking for the monitoring room. With the passage of time he was able to find said room and had transformed into a Gigantosaurus to destroy the robots that were in that room. Everyone seeing that a drop of comical sweat fell, seeing the scene. In Yasaka Castle. Those present found the scene a little comical, it was as if Issei took those deductions from a movie or something like that. In memory. After that Issei Gigantosaur would detransform back into Issei, he himself would approach the computer. Issei. I assumed so, in spaceship movies there is always a monitoring room. He said while looking where he had to go. Issei saw if he could find a way to show him the way and he found it, a kind of digital map of the ship. Issei. Okay, that will work, he said while putting the map in his pants so as not to lose it. Well, let's continue. He said while leaving the monitoring room. From what Issei said, everyone had a serious face because of what the brown-haired man said and others found what the brown-haired man said a little funny. In memory. Issei once he left the monitoring room, saw the digital map and saw that he was close to the command room. Issei. I'm close, but possibly, there I have more defense than the rest of the ship, he said while looking for an alien in the Ultimatrix. I have the right one to make an explosive impression. He said while squeezing the Ultimatrix transforming into Issei Bug Boom. Bug Boom. he said while he started to make a ball of his explosive slime to start moving. All the women found the alien that Issei had become adorable, the men found him strange, and those who had insectophobia, let's say that it's not going well for them. In memory, Issei Bug Boom was going through the corridors of the ship, and the further he advanced the ball he had made became bigger due to the few debris and remains of robots that he had previously destroyed. Issei Bug Boom. Well, this will do, he said, changing direction towards another corridor. In a few minutes Issei Bug Boom had encountered a large number of robots who were shooting at him, but the explosive slime ball absorbed the shots, then Issei Bug Boom would throw the ball he had made towards the robots. Issei Bug Boom. Take those tin cans, he said to see how the ball he had thrown exploded, leaving remains of robots and red slime. Everyone seeing the explanation that Issei Bug Boom made was amazed that something so small could cause quite considerable damage. In Yasaka Castle, the children were amazed to see their father fighting against those robots and seeing how he destroys them, while Venelana and Grafiya found Bug Boom's expressions quite tender. At the trial, those present were also amazed to see how something so small had defeated a group of robots with just an explosion, while Isaac was angry to see that his brother was doing something that he was never going to do and that he could never overcome. In memory, Issei Bug Boom would detransform, but suddenly the Ultimatrix would say, "Ultimatrix. New life form identified," he said to Issei's surprise. "Issei? Where?" he said, surprised. "Ultimatrix. The subject is on the ship's control bridge, detecting and analyzing the code in DNA." Then it would be seen how the Ultimatrix symbol turned around to say, "Ultimatrix. New life form DNA analyzed, acquisition complete," he said so that Issei could prepare to press the Ultimatrix. "Issei. I hope this is more useful than the DNA of demons, angels, dragons and fallen angels," he said seriously, "although I admit that the one of the Yakes is decent," he said with a smile. Everyone was surprised to hear that. They could not believe that this object could acquire the DNA of other species, although when they heard what Issei said, the demons, angels, dragons and fallen angels felt offended, although the Yakes felt a little flattered by what Issei said. In Yasaka Castle, everyone present was amazed, but the little one realized something. "Albedo. Ultimatrix, because you sound different there?" I asked curiously. "Ultimatrix. You see, child, what you are listening to is only a training program that will last about 5 months, so that you learn to control me, with a limit of questions that can be answered. After that I will continue with normal programming," he said with his robotic voice. "John? I mean, how?" he said without understanding. "Ultimatrix. So that you understand, the voice you hear is only the tutorial. After that, you will have to learn to use me alone, or with the help of your father when he appears," said the robotic voice. Albedo felt a little nervous when he heard that, but when he mentioned his father, he got excited about the possibility of learning with him. In memory, Issei is seen pressing the Ultimatrix to transform, so that he had transformed into a type of humanoid similar to humans, but with a grey skin tone. He had a black hood, a short-sleeved shirt, black pants, and you would see how a type of black fire emanated from the sleeves of his jacket. You would also see a shoulder pad with the Ultimatrix symbol on his shoulder, and his red eyes, after transforming Issei, would see his grey hands somewhat confused. "Issei. He doesn't look that different from a normal human, besides the skin color," he said with a monotonous tone. Everyone when they saw the new alien also thought the same thing that Issei said. He doesn't seem very different from a normal human, only because of his skin, and that he seems somewhat thin, but apart from that nothing. In memory. But suddenly Issei would see that the elevator he was going to use to go up to the ship's control bridge was blocked. "Issei. Shit, now that," he said seeing the situation, until he remembers something. "Ultimatrix, what species is this alien?" he said looking at the Ultimatrix. "Ultimatrix. It is a living shadow from the planet Anarmilgan. It is a species that lives in caves within the planet. They do not like light since it weakens them, but the more darkness there is in the place where they are, the more powerful they will become," said the robotic voice giving the information. Everyone hearing that was surprised to hear that, a species that becomes stronger in the darkness. It was incredible. In memory. Issei hearing that would see where the blocked elevator was. "Issei. Well, we have to try," he said to approach the doors of the blocked elevator. Issei would bring his hand closer to the door, and through a small gap between the doors he would become shadows and enter, and it would be seen how he was holding onto one of the walls of the elevator. "Issei. Well, that worked better than I thought," he said looking down and then up, seeing where he had to go up, although everything was quite dark, although there were some small lights illuminating, although not much. Everyone seeing what Issei did was amazed. I mean, he had literally become a shadow as if nothing, although they did not understand in what way. Issei's new transformation was going to become stronger in the darkness. That was a question that those who were watching had. In the memory. Suddenly Issei began to writhe, and tentacles of that black fire held him from the walls. You could see how his figure darkened, his eyes sharpened, his mouth changed to a maniacal red smile. The Ultimatrix symbol was still on his shoulder, claws grew out of him, his feet also became claws, and his hair transformed into a type of fur, which seemed to merge with his body, and had also grown in size. After that the whips made of black fire would disappear, but Issei would quickly grab onto one of the walls of the elevator, but you would see that the claws had broken the metal a bit, but he still held on. Issei. So this is what the Ultimatrix meant when he said that the living shadows became stronger when they are in the shadows. Not bad. He said it with a creepy voice. Everyone present was scared to see how Issei's new form was becoming stronger. The children were scared by that form, and the Gremory girls were scared too, and were thankful that their children weren't seeing this. In the memory. Quickly Issei would be climbing the elevator wall. It could be noticed that when he accidentally touched the light, he put on an expression of pain, but it seemed that he ignored it. In time he reached a metal plate. Issei. Perfect, now how am I going to enter there? He said it with some anger. He had raised one of his claws with which to try to break the metal plate, but before he tried anything, his free claw had taken the form of a sword, which seemed quite sharp. Issei. But what? He said surprised. Issei waited a bit and began to manipulate his claw now sword. It seemed that he could transform it into various things. Among them he had transformed them into an axe, a pickaxe, and a whip. Issei. Haha, it's not bad. He said while transforming his arm again into a sword to begin cutting the metal plate. Everyone was amazed by what Issei did, and it seemed that he was already used to that new alien. In the Heim residence. Hiba, Irina, and Zenovia could be seen. They were amazed by the sword that Issei had made. They wondered how sharp that sword must be. In the memory. Issei once finished the hole entered the elevator that had the lights off and would grab the elevator doors and open them. After that he would leave the elevator, but when he left and the light enveloped him, he again began to writhe, returning to his previous form before entering the elevator. Issei shadow. Wow, that really burns. Sighs. Well, I think it's time to give this alien a name. I'll call him Shadow. He said while relaxing a little. Everyone upon hearing the name that Issei gave to his new transformation agreed that the name fit him. In the memory. After that it would look like the Ultimatrix. It would begin to blink while an alarm sounded, and then you would see how Issei's shadow detransformed. Issei. Damn. He said while standing up and continuing to walk forward. Issei continued walking for a few minutes, alert to any trap he finds, until he reached a hatch. Issei. Well, according to the logic here, it must be the room of that shadow enter. He said seriously while he was looking at the entrance to the control bridge of the ship. Everyone became serious when they saw that Issei was already ahead of where Shadowhunter was. Some were nervous and others worried about Issei. In the memory. Suddenly the door opened, revealing a room full of controls, but more importantly, a hooded guy looking out the window. In a few seconds Issei entered the room to face his adversary. Wow, I knew you'd get this far. The subject said as he turned around, revealing someone quite similar to a shadow, but he was taller, he seemed to have longer hair, and he had purple eyes. Issei. I imagine you are Shadowhunter. He said seriously. Shadowhunter? Exactly, but how intuitive, for a child. He said with a somewhat gloomy smile. Issei. Thanks, I guess. He said still seriously. Everyone got nervous when they saw the smile that Shadowhunter had put on. In the memory. Shadowhunter. Well, we both know what I came for, and I know that you will not give me the Ultimatrix without a fight, or am I wrong? He said while seeming to stretch. Issei. We both know that I will never give you the Ultimatrix. He said while looking for an alien in the Ultimatrix. Quickly, Shadowhunter would take Issei by the neck and go out with him through the window of the ship, breaking it, and then Shadowhunter would throw Issei to the part of the hull of the ship, making a cloud of dust. Everyone was worried about what would happen to Issei, but they knew that he would be okay, since he was a memory. In the memory. Suddenly a red light appeared among the cloud of dust, then it would be shown that Issei had left the curtain of dust, but transformed into Issei Nucleary. He said as he flew out of the dust cloud. Everyone was amazed to see Issei Nucleary's transformation, but they could feel a lot of energy coming from that transformation. It was far superior to the power of Gran Rojo and Office. In Yasaka's castle. The children had stars in their eyes when they saw Issei Nucleary, and Albedo was excited to see her father in a real fight, instead of just destroying robots. In the case of Grafiya and Venelana, they were amazed to feel the power of the transformation of their respective children's father. At the trial. Everyone was amazed to see Issei's transformation, especially Yasaka, but Isaac was angry to see that Issei was always superior to him, and seeing that since they were children he was always stronger, it was a hard blow to his pride. In memory. After that Issei Nucleary would see Shadowhunter and see that he was becoming more powerful due to the darkness of space, seeing that his body was turning into shadows, his eyes would sharpen, his mouth would put on a maniacal smile, it would also be seen how he had grown greatly, reaching almost the same size as the ship, his body would turn dark, and claws would grow out. Shadowhunter. I'll only tell you one thing, I won't make it easy for you, kid. He said while looking at Issei Nucleary. Everyone was scared when they saw Shadowhunter, seeing the size of the being that Issei had faced, the children were scared, the adults got nervous, and the veterans were serious, seeing the battle that was coming. In the memory. Issei Nucleary would launch himself towards Shadowhunter, and he would do the same, Issei Nucleary would prepare to give the first attack, throwing a punch, and Shadowhunter would respond in the same way, causing both to collide fists. In Issei Nucleary's case, it would be a nuclear wave that would destroy Shadowhunter's arm, but he would regenerate using the shadows rebuilding his arm. Issei Nucleary thought. Shit, he regenerates with shadows, and we are literally surrounded by them, this will be a problem. He thought it would be, because of the situation he was in. Everyone seeing Issei Nucleary's power, they were amazed by the blow he gave, but they became worried when they saw the predicament he was in. In the memory. Then Issei Nucleary would try to get away from Shadowhunter, but he would throw from his mouth a kind of fire between black and purple, which Issei Nucleary had to defend himself, although due to the power of the attack he had to retreat, but then he would prepare to launch one of his attacks. Issei Nucleary. Atomic, 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 Ado. He said while making a ball of nuclear energy and throwing it at Shadowhunter. Shadowhunter would receive the attack, but the shadows healed him once again. Shadowhunter. It was a good attack, but while I am here, in the darkness of space, you will not beat me, no matter how strong your attack is, I will always heal myself. Well, it seemed that his smile grew bigger. Everyone hearing that were now scared. How could Issei Nucleary defeat someone like that? They were increasingly worried about Issei Nucleary. In memory. Suddenly Shadowhunter would launch himself to attack Issei Nucleary, who seeing the predicament he was in, realized that the best thing he could do now was to avoid his attacks and think of a solution for his predicament. Issei Nucleary thought. Think, how do you defeat someone who regenerates with shadows if you are in the middle of space, he said while thinking of a possible solution. I already know, he said, already having an idea of how to defeat him, but I will need a lot of energy, and I know how to do it. He thought, knowing what he had to do. Everyone wondered what Issei Nucleary thought to do, he was in serious trouble. Shadowhunter had the tactical advantage and could regenerate thanks to the shadows of space. They did not know what Issei Nucleary could do. In Yasaka Castle. Those present were nervous seeing the situation, the children were worried about their father, and Venelana and Grafiya were also worried about the father of their respective children. At the trial. Yasaka was also worried about the father of her son and about the situation she was in. In memory. It would look like Shadowhunter had thrown Issei Nucleary towards the hull of the ship. After that Issei Nucleary would get up again to continue fighting. Shadowhunter. I don't understand why you keep fighting, you know you can't beat me, well I'm in the darkness of space, you won't beat me. He said while it seemed that his eyes and maniacal smile, purple in color, shone even more threateningly. Issei Nucleary. Haha, you think so, I know how to beat you, but I will need much more energy than I have, so. Issei Nucleary said, prepared to carry out his plan. Then Issei Nucleary would press the Ultimatrix again to transform into his supreme form. Issei Nucleary Supremo. Nucleary Supremo. He said while preparing to continue fighting. Everyone feeling the power coming from Issei Nucleary Supremo, they froze. His power was basically at a level that is unattainable for anyone on his planet. In the trial. Everyone there was speechless when they felt the great power coming from Issei Nucleary Supremo, even Isaac fell to his knees, seeing how tiny he was compared to his brother. In the memory. Issei Supreme Nuclear would begin to charge power in a sphere of nuclear energy, then throw it, Shadowhunter would dodge it, but that would be his biggest mistake. Suddenly, the sphere exploded causing a great light which made Shadowhunter writhe in pain when he returned to his old form so forcibly and would land on the hull of the ship and would show his face that in his eyes would look like tentacles of darkness were entering. It was noticeable that he was now weak, but it seemed that he was not going to back down. Everyone seeing the solution that cell occurred to Issei Supreme Nuclear calmed down seeing how Shadowhunter had weakened. In the memory. Issei Supreme Nuclear. It's time to end this. He said as he approached Shadowhunter. Shadowhunter. I say the same. He said as he also approached Issei Supreme Nuclear. Then Shadowhunter would try to hit him, but Issei Nucleary Supremo would grab him and hit him against the hull of the ship and dragged him around the hull for a while. Then Shadowhunter would manage to break free and would swing some dark whips, but due to the light that Issei Nucleary Supremo had caused, these would barely do anything. Then Issei Nucleary Supremo would take him by the foot and hit him against the hull of the ship consecutively, like Hulk did against Loki. which left him half traumatized, and finally, Issei Nucleari Supremo would throw a ball of energy at him that would throw him into space, but it would be seen that he was still regenerating, thanks to the shadows of space, but because of the light from Issei Nucleari Supremo's attack, he could not access his full power. Everyone seeing that was happy because Issei had won his battle with that guy. At Yasaka Castle. The children were celebrating their father's victory, as were Venelana and Grafiya for the victory of their beloved. At the trial. Those present were happy, and Yasaka was internally celebrating for the victory of her beloved. In memory. After that Issei Nucleari Supremo would decide to destroy Shadowhunter's ship, so his chest began to shine, charging one of his best attacks. Issei Nucleari Supremo. Atomic, 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 8-0, he said while moving his arms, while a red trail, to finish moving them emitted a glow, as if something had just been charged, supreme nuclear winner. He said while suddenly a great explosion destroyed the entire old Shadowhunter ship. Everyone seeing the explosion caused by Issei Nucleari Supremo were very surprised and scared to see such an explosion. In the memory. Then he would look like Issei Supreme Nuclear, he began to return to Earth flying, arriving quite quickly until he reached where the battle had started and then detransformed. Issei. Hahaha. That was incredible. He shouted while stretching a little, well, I think I should go back home, he said calmly to walk a few steps, but suddenly a light blue-white light illuminates his face, surprising us, but what? He said surprised and putting himself on guard. Everyone seeing that light blue-white glow worried about Issei, but they also wondered what that glow was. In the memory. There is a change of scene where a 10-year-old boy is seen walking through a forest quietly, but suddenly he hears a noise, and from then on he is taken by a black creature, which drags him towards what appeared to be a portal where they both entered. Now everyone was confused, what just happened, they were not understanding anything, and what was that portal, there is something that they seriously were not understanding, but they hoped that the answer would be granted to them in the memory. In the memory. Suddenly they both appear in what appears to be an abandoned building, where there were two identical boys, then the dark being releases the hooded boy and takes it off revealing Issei, but that in his hands, he did not have the Ultimatrix, but the dark being detransforms revealing another Issei who did have the Ultimatrix. Author's note. Those who saw Ben 10 Omniverse will know what it is, but for those who do not know, it is the Issei without the Ultimatrix is the Issei from Ben's universe without the Omnitrix, so I think you should already know what is coming, and by the way, here I am going to call the Issei with the Ultimatrix Issei Prime, just so you know. Now everyone absolutely was not understanding anything, and they thought they saw double or something because they were seeing two Issei. In the memory. Issei Prime would look at the boy who had a green watch, the Omnitrix. Issei Prime, he hasn't arrived yet, Ben. He asked a boy with a watch now identified as Ben. Ben Prime. No, he hasn't arrived yet, but I don't know when he arrives, it's difficult to distinguish time. He said calmly. Suddenly a noise was heard, and a voice was also heard that called the attention of those present. Nonsense. An unknown voice said. The voice came from a portal that had opened, where a man came out, with a cane in a metallic hand, and he had clothes like an ancient scientist. I don't know how to describe Dr. Paradox's clothes. Everyone was curious to see the man who had come out of that portal, they wondered what he had to do with whatever was happening. In the memory. Hello Ben Tennyson and Issei Heim, but he would open his eyes upon seeing two Bens and two Isseis, or rather Bens and Isseis in plural, he said, and then approached Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. We don't know each other, well I know you, you don't know me, Professor Paradox at your service. He said while greeting Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. Everyone at least already knew the name of that man with, at least for them, strange, although elegant clothing. In memory. But suddenly he would realize that the Ben or the Issei he had greeted did not have the Omnitrix and the Ultimatrix respectively. Professor Paradox. Amazing, a universe without Omnitrix or Ultimatrix, he said amazed, confuses the mind. He said again calmly. Ben without Omnitrix. Hey, this does not confuse me less. He said while crossing his arms. Issei without Ultimatrix. Yes, to me much less, can you tell me why you kidnapped me? He said something hysterical. Professor Paradox. Kidnapping? He said without understanding, looking at Issei Prime. Issei Prime? Hey, he was not going to pay attention to me if I told him that I was the but from another universe, I know myself, he would not believe me. He said as if nothing, while leaning against a wall. Everyone felt a drop of sweat fall upon hearing that, hearing what Issei said, although they thought it was a little funny how he said it, but when he said from another universe, that paralyzed them a little. In memory. Professor Paradox. I understand, but before answering your questions, you need to study quantum mechanics and string theory, he said as he stepped back a bit and then appeared as a hologram. There are many dimensions, many universes, many Earths, and of course many Ben Tennyson and Issei Heim in those dimensions that do not always coincide with time. He said explained to Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. Everyone was now with their jaws on the floor, basically and indirectly they discovered that there are more universes, the supernatural were feeling like they would have something, a while ago they discovered that aliens existed, and now they discover that there are more universes, and on top of that the only one who knew about that was none other than Issei. In memory. Ben without Omnitrix. That's all, sighs, now I understand what's going on. He said a little calmer. Issei without Ultimatrix. I think I understand a little now. He said thoughtfully. Suddenly in front of them two trees appear, the one that was in front of Ben without Omnitrix was blue, and the one that was in front of Issei without Ultimatrix was red, although a little smaller, surprising both of them. Professor Paradox. Think of time and space as a tree, in Ben's case, this is where you were 10 years old, he said, pointing to the base of the blue tree with his cane, where a light appeared to point out, here at the time, he said pointing to the center of the tree, here how much you are 30 years old, he said while pointing at the top of the tree, and in Issei's case. Here when you were 5 years old, he said painting the base of the tree red also with his cane where a light appeared to point out, here the time, he said pointing to the center of the tree, here when you are 23 years old, he said pointing to the top of the tree, the trunk is the timeline, these roots represent alternating lines, where reality literally branches out and becomes another line, each with its own Ben Tennyson or Issei Hyōdō. He said finishing his explanation. Everyone upon hearing that was surprised and amazed by such information, it was still difficult for them to digest what they had just heard, but it was simply surprising. In memory. Ben Prime. You understood. He said looking at his version without Omnitrix. Ben without Omnitrix and Issei without Ultimatrix. Not even a little. They said between closing their eyes. Issei Prime. Calm down, with time you will understand, when they explained it to me, it also took a while to understand. He said while leaning against the wall, looking outside. Professor Paradox. The problem is that someone or something, the branches of Ben's tree, he said while it would be seen as the branches of the blue tree were being cut kidnapping the different Bens through time and space. He said that seriously. Ben without Omnitrix. They were trying to kidnap me, they wanted to exterminate me. He said something annoyed. Professor Paradox. There is something unusual about you, or rather, something unusual about your wrists. He said indicating the point that Ben without Omnitrix and Issei without Ultimatrix did not have. Ben without Omnitrix. The other Bens had the strange watch. He said without knowing what the Omnitrix was called. Professor Paradox. The Omnitrix, every Ben Tennyson in time and space, has crossed paths with that Omnitrix, however you did not, he said while Ben without the Omnitrix looked at his empty wrist, therefore you became a target. He said seriously. Everyone became tense upon hearing that, look closely at the screens, but there was something they did not understand, if the problem was with a variance of that boy named Ben, what did Issei have to do with all that? In memory. Issei without Ultimatrix. Wow, I understand, until now it is a problem, but why am I here, and why did he kidnap me and bring me here? He said without understanding and pointing at Issei Prime, in order to get answers. Professor Paradox. Well, you'll see how you will have also realized you don't have an Ultimatrix either, and like Ben all the Isseis crossed paths with that Ultimatrix, but you don't, so you could also become a target. He said while seeing that the Issei without an Ultimatrix was understanding the situation. Everyone understood when they heard that Issei without an Ultimatrix could also be a target, that's why his Issei had to go to help. In the memory. Professor Paradox. That's why I asked him, pointing to Issei Prime, to bring you to this planet. He said surprising Issei without the Ultimatrix. Issei without the Ultimatrix. Wait, I'm not on my planet. He said without believing it. Professor Paradox. Of course not, the Earth and the planet where the Isseis and the Bens live are always very far away from each other, that's why neither of the two planets has made contact yet. He said while receiving looks from the Bens and the Isseis. Everyone was shocked to hear that, now they really wondered how many things they didn't know about outer space, that they didn't know there was another planet called Earth. In memory. Ben without Omnitrix. If we can continue, because I'm his target. He said worried. Dr. Paradox. I have no idea, but I'm going to find out. He said seriously. Ben Prime. If someone is traveling in time looking for Bens, it must be Eon. He said seriously. Issei Prime. It's a possibility. He said also seriously. Professor Paradox. He hides too well, if Eon is involved someone else is directing him, let's keep him safe. He said pointing at Ben and Issei Prime. Ben Prime. I'll protect him as if he were me. He said with a smile. Issei Prime. I can say the same. He said with a smile. Some of those who were watching felt a drop of sweat in I'm style, others couldn't help but laugh a little at what Ben and Issei said. In memory. Professor Paradox. You're in a good mood, excellent, get it out of your system now, he said while going towards a portal, if I'm right there will be no chance for that later. He said and then entered the portal. Then without the Omnitrix. I'm dead, they said resignedly, what happens with those Omnitrix or Ultimatrix watches that transform them into monsters with superpowers? He said towards Ben Prime and Issei Prime. Ben Prime. Aliens, he corrected, I can't tell you much but it's the best thing that has happened to me in my life. He said with a smile. Issei Prime. Yes, I can confirm that. He said smiling looking at his Ultimatrix. Ben without the Omnitrix. I always knew there was something more for me, he said while looking at the night sky, something special, but every Ben Tennyson in every dimension has an Omnitrix, except me. He said something sad. Issei without the Ultimatrix. Yes, the truth is, it doesn't feel good at all. He said with his gaze down, somewhat sad. Everyone seeing that couldn't help but feel some pity for Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. In memory. Suddenly it would look like a type of grenade, it fell behind Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. Then Prime and Issei Prime. Careful. They said while pushing their variants to avoid the explosion. The grenade would explode and from the smoke a guy with a purple mask and a black suit would come out who would go for the duo of Bens and hit Ben Prime. Leon. You are not the one I am looking for, but you are, well he was in front of Ben without the Omnitrix, the one who does not have the Omnitrix, difficult to find, easy to exterminate. He said trying to stab Ben without the Omnitrix, but he himself would manage to escape. Ben without the Omnitrix would try to run, but a purple wile would stop him making him turn, but behind Eon Ben Prime would get up. Ben Prime. I knew it had to be you, you will not succeed Eon, better hide. He said while transforming into a beast and was going to attack Eon. Eon would try to cut Ben Beast, but he would dodge it with a jump, when he landed in the country where Ben without the Omnitrix was, he would run away. Issei Prime. Damn, another me, he said while looking at Issei without the Ultimatrix, go with Ben without the Omnitrix, don't separate, I will help this Ben. He said while looking for an alien in the Ultimatrix. When he found it, Issei Prime would press the Ultimatrix and would transform into Issei full force. Full force, he said prepared for the fight, come on, do what I told you. He said looking at Issei without the Ultimatrix. Issei without the Ultimatrix would nod and go after Ben without the Omnitrix. The scene changes showing Ben without the Omnitrix running being followed by Issei without the Omnitrix, the two hid in an alley, while the two tried to calm down. Ben without the Omnitrix. This is crazy. He said while grabbing his head. Issei without the Ultimatrix. And you're telling me? He said somewhat agitated. Then a red energy Araf would appear sending the two out of the alley, and an octopus alien with red armor and a red lightsaber would be revealed. Vilgax. Fear me Tennyson. He said in an intimidating way. Ben without the Omnitrix. Ah you're another me. He said somewhat scared. That made Vilgax laugh out loud. Vilgax. I'm sorry, you must not realize how ridiculous it sounds, that fool has been trying to prevent me from preparing a legion of henchmen with Omnitrixes to conquer the universe for over a decade. He said it with a certain annoyance in his voice. Ben without Omnitrix. You have been chasing him for a decade, it seems that fool is too smart for you. He said the last thing a little mockingly. Vilgax, grrr, you talk as much as the other Tennysons. He said while preparing to attack. Suddenly Ben Beast and Issei full force appears in front of Vilgax and Eon also appears, standing next to Vilgax. Eon. Don't include me in that group. He said seriously. Ben without Omnitrix. You are me. He said without believing it. Issei without Ultimatrix. Oh, don't buck with me. He also said surprised. Everyone present could barely process what they were seeing, it was too much to assimilate. In memory. Eon. Has helped me to collect Ben's Tennysons from all over the multiverse, he said while a Ben with black hair stood next to Vilgax with his arms crossed and an evil smile. We take them out of their dimension to train them, he said while a zombie Ben appeared from an alley. Mold them, why do I want only the Omnitrix if I can have the watch and its user, he said while a Ben with a hood and a quiff would be seen on a winged ladder next to him, and not just one. He said while another Ben with motorcyclist looks would also be seen. I can control each Omnitrix, he said while a white-haired boy was seen above who seemed to have the Ultimatrix, controlling each Ben who uses it. He said seriously. Everyone was now scared to see the evil Bens, but they were terrified to see that one of them had the Ultimatrix, but they quickly realized that he must have been the previous user of the Ultimatrix before Issei. In memory. Ben without Omnitrix. And what do you want with my go? I don't have Omnitrix, see. He said showing his wrist. Eon. Yours is the only reality without Omnitrix, therefore it is quite unpredictable. He said seriously. Vilgax. And in my future I don't want unpredictable things. He said seriously. Ben without Omnitrix. So many evil me. He said without believing it. Bad Ben. Evil is relative. He said with an evil smile. It would look like Albedo had jumped next to Mad Ben. Albedo. And also offensive. He said seriously. Mad Ben. I don't care what my name is. He said while cracking his knuckles. Nigga Ben. Ha, pathetic. He said while going down the stairs. Beyond. It was a long process, gathering the Tennyson Bens from all over the multiverse, he said while the group of evil Bens gathered in front of Vilgax and him, but we had a lot of time. He said with a smile. Vilgax. However, you don't have one. He said with a smile. Everyone was nervous when they saw the group of evil Bens, and they were worried about Issei and Ben when they saw that they would have to fight them. In the memory. Ben zombie. Ben dies. He simply said. The group of evil Bens is going to attack, but suddenly, a small blue ray folds and creates a large reaping light, and from that light a portal would appear, where Professor Paradox would come out, but also from a jump Ben 10,000 would come out, and a 23-year-old man with sharp teeth, who had 2 red horns on his head with a red jacket, black pants and a white shirt, and it would look like he had 2 by Ultimatrix in his arms. Ben 10,000. Humongo arms. Scream to transform. Issei entity. Giganto force. Scream to also transform into. Both hit the ground making a shock wave that made the evil Bens retreat. Author's note. If you're wondering why I named Issei from the future Issei entity, then in the future you'll know. Everyone was surprised to see an adult version of Issei, but Venelana, Grafiya and Yasaka were super blushing when they saw their brown-haired girl. A star looked like steam was coming out of his head when he saw Issei entity. In the memory. Both Ben 10,000 Humongo arms and Issei entity Giganto force moved a little so that Professor Paradox could be seen. Professor Paradox. As a friend often says, it's time to be a hero. He said while smiling. Suddenly, 5 other people would come out of the portal who were Gwen 10, Ben 23, Issei 23, and Issei from Bad Ben's universe, and Albedo also from Bad Ben's universe. Author's note. A quick report on Issei 23 and the Issei of the Bad Ben universe. Issei 23 has the same receives his Ultimatrix in the same way as Issei Prime, only here his family abandons him by going to the underworld, leaving Issei 23 alone, but he decides to be a hero, showing the world what he was capable of, becoming famous, but fame never went to his head. In the case of Issei from the Bad Ben universe, this Issei was not betrayed. Since it could not be done since Bad Ben attacked his planet including the factions, this Issei received his Ultimatrix in the same way as Issei Prime. This Issei was expelled due to false rumors from his brothers, but another school accepted him, knowing that the rumors that Isaac and Issary had made were false. When he started his first day of classes at his new school, he decided to put his Ultimatrix back on just in case. That was the day of the invasion. Some time later this Issei defeats Bad Ben with the help of his friend Albedo, who had ripped off this Bad Ben's hand, and when the trial of Bad Ben was going to be held Vilgax recruited him, and now Issei and Albedo seek to capture him again to make him pay for his crimes. Maybe I will make an epilogue one day, explaining in more detail the story of these two. Everyone was amazed to see that more reinforcements arrived to Issei, and Ben was happy they now had more chances. In the memory. Ben 23. Alright, evil Bens, get ready for the builder. Dizia while transforming into the builder. It would look like Gwen 10 had transformed into Wilvine. Issei 23. Get ready to freeze. He said while transforming into an arctic lizard, but this one in the parts that had to be red were dark blue. Issei from the Bad Ben universe. Get ready, friend. He said looking for an alien in the Ultimatrix. Albedo from the Bad Ben universe. Always a friend. He said while taking out 2 laser guns. Then you would see how the evil Bens began to transform. More Ben retransforms into Wrath, Zombie Ben into Snareho, Albedo into Supreme Spider Monkey, Nega Ben into Bellybot and Bad Ben into Gravitack. Bad Ben Gravitack, using his gravity powers, sent Ben 10,000 Humongo arms and Ben 23 the builder flying. But suddenly a giant rolling ball came out of nowhere to attack Bad Ben Gravitack, causing these two to retreat, to then be hit and reveal the cause of that who was. The Issei of the universe of Bad Ben transformed into. Issei from the universe of Bad Ben Supreme Tumbler. Prepare to be defeated by Supreme Tumbler. He said while launching himself again to attack against Bad Ben Gravitack. Meanwhile, Nega Ben Bellybot would launch a cloud of gas, but Albedo from the universe of Bad Ben would pass it with a gas mask to go to help his friend, also Ben 23 the builder. He stood in the middle of Ben Prime, Issei Prime, Ben without Omnitrix and Issei without Ultimatrix, making a wall with his body to protect them. Everyone when they saw the Supreme Tumbler, they were scared by his appearance, but they were a little worried when they saw what Nega Ben Bellybot did, but they relaxed a little when Ben 23 the builder intervened. In the memory. After that, Ben Prime and Issei Prime would detransform and turn around seeing Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. Ben Prime. Run and hide. He said seriously. Issei Prime. Yes, we'll take care of it. He also said seriously. Ben without the Omnitrix. We don't want to run, we want to help. He said while Issei without the Ultimatrix nodded. But they realized that the blocks that protected them were melting. Ben Prime. Calm down, it would help if you aren't such easy targets, now run and hide. He said seriously. After that Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix would run away, Issei Prime would jump to the roof of one of the warehouses on the sides, while Ben Prime transformed into Astrodactyl. The scene would change showing Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei, without the Ultimatrix running well behind him. The cloud of smoke appeared where Ben Prime Astrodactyl came out. Then Professor Paradox and Eon would be seen fighting, but Eon would realize that Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix were fleeing. It would look like Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. They were fleeing and were being chased, Mad Ben Wrath, but he would be surprised by Ben 10,000 Humongo Arms, hitting Mad Ben Wrath, but he would be surprised by Ben Zombie Snare Ho, but he would receive an ice attack, courtesy of Issei 23 Arctic Lizard. Changing the scene again, you would see Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without Ultimatrix running, but Albedo Supreme Spider Monkey would jump ahead of them, but would be sent flying by Gwen 10 Wilvine, and Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix would continue running. Suddenly Bad Ben Gravitack appeared, trying to hit Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix, but would fail, and both would try to run, but would be caught by the gravity powers of Bad Ben Gravitack. Suddenly Ben Prime Astrodactyl would help with his laser whips, taking the arm of Bad Ben Gravitack, and then would be hit by Issei from the universe of Bad Ben Supreme Wheeler, while also Albedo from the universe of Bad Ben shot at Bad Ben Gravitack helping his friend, freeing Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix that they would run again. Another change of scene, and it would look like Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. They continued running, but a purple lightning Eon reached them throwing them to the ground. Eon would try to stab Ben without the Omnitrix with his laser sword, but he dodges his cut until Ben Prime Astrodactyl appears. Then Prime Astrodactyl. Hold Ben. He said while for Ben without the Omnitrix saving him. And suddenly a type like a bull made of darkness appears and hits Eon sending him against a wall. The bull made of shadows was Issei Prime transformed into Shadow, which because it was night that gave power to Issei Prime Shadow. Issei Prime Shadow get on. He said while Issei without the Ultimatrix climbed onto his back. Then Issei Prime Shadow and Issei without the Ultimatrix on his back went in the same direction as Ben Prime Astrodactyl and Ben without the Omnitrix to put both Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix safe. Everyone seeing the dangers and the saves that both Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix had received did not know whether to be calm or hysterical at this point. In the memory. Issei without Ultimatrix. Sighs agitatedly, you know how rare that an alien rescues you. He said while grabbing Issei Prime Shadow's hair. Issei Prime Shadow. You know how rare it is to rescue myself. He said while continuing to run after Ben Prime Astrodactyl. Issei without Ultimatrix. Sighs, I wish I had an Ultimatrix, he said looking at his wrist, I wish I could do something, anything. He said discouraged. Issei Prime Shadow. It's just a glove Issei, a glove does not make you a hero, it takes courage to be one, the Ultimatrix is just a weapon, and a weapon does not defeat the bearer. I chose to be a hero, but I never showed it to the world, and partly I wonder, if I had done it, would they have treated me differently, in my dimension. I think that is something that I will never know. He said while climbing a water tower and leaving Issei without the Ultimatrix next to Ben without the Omnitrix. Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. But without a watch glove, I just watched. They said discouraged looking at Dr. Paradox. Professor Paradox. It's a way of saying it. He said while he, Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix, continued watching the battle from the water tower. Everyone when hearing the words that Issei said to his version without the Ultimatrix and they became sad, in a way he was right, if they discovered that he was the user of a device like that, would they treat him differently than they did? In the memory. But suddenly he halo away you would see a large explosion of energy that seemed to get bigger and bigger. You would see Ben 23 the builder being chased by Bad Ben Gravitack, but he was stopped by Nega Ben Bellybot, who made a cloud of gas. When Bad Ben Gravitack was going to hit Ben 23 the builder, Bad Ben Gravitack was consumed by the energy explosion. Ben 23, the builder came out of there, but Nega Ben Bellybot did not realize and was also consumed by the explosion. Then 23 the builder would continue running, but would be stopped by Ben Zombie Snare Ho. Ben Prime Astrodactyl would try to help him, but Ben Zombie Snare Ho would throw Ben 23 the builder into the explosion. Then Ben Zombie Snare Ho would continue running, and you would see Ben 10,000 Humongo Arms fighting against Mad Ben Wrath until Ben 10,000 Humongo Arms would hit Mad Ben Wrath against the ground. Ben Zombie Snare Ho would try to attack Ben 10,000 Humongo Arms, but would be sent to the ground by Issei entity Giganto Force. Then Issei from the universe of Bad Ben Supreme Roller appeared, and Albedo also from the universe of Bad Ben, but they would notice the explosion and Issei from the universe of Bad Ben would detransform. Seeing the explosion in shock, Issei 23 Arctic Lizard also arrived and would also see the explosion and would also detransform seeing the big explosion in shock. Mad Ben would detransform just like Ben Zombie and Mad Ben would realize the explosion. Mad Ben. What is that? He said nervously. Then 10,000 Humongo Arms and Issei entity Giganto Force would also realize and detransform. Zombie Ben. What do we do? He said with a fearful tone. Albedo. Save yourself who can. He said desperately while being grabbed by Gwen 10. Then both Ben 10,000 and Issei entity would go towards the explosion and would prepare to transform. Then 10,000. Atomic X. He said while transforming into the already beggar. Issei entity. Cosmic Nucleary. He said while also transforming into. Everyone, feeling the power they felt, were terrified to see the power of both, but they hoped that they could stop that explosion. In the memory. Then 10,000 Atomic X and Issei entity Cosmic Nuclear launched themselves into the explosion launching an attack to try to stop it, but the explosion would absorb them and would be empowered and would cause both the evil Bens and the good Bens and Issei 23, Issei from the universe of Bad Ben and Albedo from the universe of Bad Ben to be consumed by the explosion. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw. Suddenly everyone felt an immense fear and Venelana, Grafiya and Yasaka didn't know why, but they felt a pressure of worry in their hearts. In the memory. Scene changed to see Ben Prime Astrodactyl and Issei Prime Shadow fly climb the water tower where Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix were, but it was noticeable that Paradox was not there. When Ben Prime Astrodactyl and Issei Prime Shadow arrived where their variants, they would detransform. Then Prime. Where is Paradox? Then without the Omnitrix. We don't know, he was here and then he was no longer there. He said explaining. But suddenly the explosion would consume them, but Ben Prime and Issei Prime would stand in front of their variants. Then without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. Ben Issei. They said grabbing them, but suddenly, Ben Prime's Omnitrix would pass to Ben without the Omnitrix's wrist and Issei Prime's Ultimatrix would pass to Issei without the Ultimatrix's hand. Ben Prime and Issei Prime. It's just a watch glove, be a hero. They said while they were also consumed by the explosion. Everyone seeing that were speechless, several covered their mouths when they saw that, but the most affected were the other people. At the Heim residence. Those that would look like the Gremory entourage and Issei's former parents were crying when they saw that. Maki. Son. She said covering her mouth while crying buckets being comforted by her husband. Issary. Brother. She said while also crying. The other females in the place were also crying their eyes out. In the case of Kiba and Gasper, Kiba had a blank stare as he watched the scene of Issei seeing someone who could have been a true friend, but because of his stupidity, it could not be done being consumed by the explosion, and Gasper was crying seeing the one who could have been his friend, but also because of his stupidity, they could never be friends. In Yasaka's castle. It would be seen how Albedo, John and Hale were comforted by Venelana and Grafiya, while these two also cried, seeing Issei being consumed by the explosion. At the trial. It would be seen how Yasaka was crying covering her mouth, while the other males looked at her with sympathy and also with sadness. It looked like Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix were walking in the area where the battlefield had been a few minutes ago. Suddenly Vilgax would come out of one of the abandoned warehouses destroying it in the process, scaring both Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix, making them both start running, until Vilgax cornered them. Ben without the Omnitrix. What did you do? He said scared. Vilgax. What I planned from the beginning, he said while smiling, since I discovered your universe, I knew there was a way to erase from the multiverse all the Bens Tennyson who had heard of the Omnitrix. Now you are the last Ben, and you are not a threat, he said charging a red energy ball and would throw it, but Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix would dodge it, that he would destroy you, like your friend there. He said referring to Issei and Ultimatrix. Professor Paradox. There they are. He said while taking both Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix, saving them from dying. Everyone seeing how Paradox saved Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix calmed them down a bit. In the memory. Here happened what happened in the original story with the recruitment of Ben 23 and Gwen 10. From a light blue-white portal, they came out both on top of some buildings in a city, which seemed a little more technological. From the portal came Professor Paradox, Ben without the Omnitrix, Issei without the Ultimatrix, Ben 23 and Gwen 10. Issei without the Ultimatrix. Where are we? He said looking at his surroundings. Professor Paradox. We are on Issei 23's planet. He said while looking in one direction, getting everyone's attention, who turned to see where he was looking. When everyone turned around, they saw several buildings with several promotional posters, including hamburgers, games, toys, and movies, among others. Everyone, Ben 23 and Professor Paradox, seeing that, their mouths were open. Everyone who was watching remained the same as Ben without the Omnitrix, Issei without the Ultimatrix, and Gwen 10, seeing that, maybe Isaac had the Apadragon program, but Issei 23 was even more famous from what they saw in the promotional posters. In memory. Minutes later our group of heroes would be seen walking through the streets, but in the case of Issei without the Ultimatrix, he put on the hood of his jacket so as not to attract attention. Issei without the Ultimatrix. This place looks quite different. He said while turning his head seeing the new city of Kuo. Suddenly it was seen that the police chased some thieves who had just robbed a bank and behind the police was a black and dark blue weight following them. Then without the Omnitrix. I think we already found Issei 23. He said seeing what happened. Professor Paradox. That's right, let's take a closer look. He said while he and the group of heroes went to where the chase was. Change of scene to see a Gigantosaurus holding the car where the thieves were while they were being arrested by the police. Police chief. Thanks for the help Issei. He said extending his hand. Issei 23 Gigantosaurus. You're welcome officer. He said getting off the thieves' car and using a finger, he would accept the officer's greeting. After that the police would leave and Issei 23 Gigantosaurus would detransform. Professor Paradox. I see you're having a good day, my friend. He said getting Issei 23's attention. Issei 23. Professor Paradox. He said surprised, what are you doing here? He said curiously. Professor Paradox. There's a problem and we need all the Omnitrix and Ultimatrix users that can. He said giving a brief explanation. Issei 23. As long as I can kick some villains' asses, I'll gladly go, he said with a smile. Professor Paradox. Well, let's go for the next one. He said opening a portal. Professor Paradox and the group of heroes would enter the portal to go to the next universe. Everyone found Issei 23's attitude a little funny, it seems fame didn't go to Cell's head like it did to others, Isaac. In memory. They arrived at what appeared to be a living room where a 21-year-old man was seen doing push-ups, while 3 children were on his back doing weights, but it seemed that they were having fun. These children were Albedo, John, and Hale, 3 years old, while they were watched by 3 women who were sitting on a sofa, drinking some tea. These women were Venelana, Yasaka, and Grafiya, mothers of the children, and the wives of Issei from Bad Ben's universe. This man was Issei from Bad Ben's universe. When the group of heroes arrived that caught the attention of those in the room, but one of them recognized Paradox. Issei from Bad Ben's universe. Professor Paradox, what brings you here? He said curious to see Professor Paradox. Professor Paradox. We have a problem and we need, of all the Omnitrix and Ultimatrix users, that we can, and we need, you to come. He said looking at the Issei from the Bad Ben universe. Issei from the Bad Ben universe. You know that I don't get involved in multiverse issues, I'm sorry, but we already have our own problems. The Ben of our universe escaped when he was going to do his sentence for all the damage he did. He said seriously, getting his children off his back and putting them on the couch. Professor Paradox. The problem is that we have the Ben of this universe involved. He said seriously, which froze the Issei from the Bad Ben universe and scared his wives. After that said, the Issei from the Bad Ben universe would turn around looking at Paradox seriously. Issei from the Bad Ben universe. Okay, I'm going to go, but someone else has to come too. He said seriously. Professor Paradox. Who do you have in mind? He said raising an eyebrow. Issei from Bad Ben's universe. To the original creator of the Ultimatrix and current leader of the plumbers and at the same time the godfather of my children, Albedo. He said referring to his friend. Professor Paradox. Okay, you convinced me. He said smiling. Issei from Bad Ben's universe. Fine, I'm going to call him. He said while taking his communicator. A few minutes later, a man would be seen, white-haired with a metallic hand, wearing a red jacket with an upside-down 10, and who had 2 laser pistols, arrived at the house of Issei from Bad Ben's universe when everyone realized the already begged greeting. Issei from Bad Ben's universe. Hello Albedo, you know why I called you? He said looking at his friend. Albedo from Bad Ben's universe. Yes, and I'm ready to start this. He said with a smile. Professor Paradox. Well, now we only have a few last stops. he said smiling while opening a portal. When the portal appeared, our group of heroes passed through the portal to go to their last members. Everyone upon seeing the Issei from the evil Ben universe felt somewhat intimidated upon seeing that Issei, but they were amazed to hear the name of the original creator of the Ultimatrix. In memory. The portal appeared in what seemed to be an incredibly futuristic building, and from the portal our group of heroes came out. Then without the Omnitrix. Where are we? He said looking at the place. Professor Paradox. We are in the galactic headquarters of Ben 10,000 and where he is also helped by Issei entity. He said explaining. Ben 23 and Issei 23. Luxury. They said with a smile. The scene would change showing the group of heroes entering what appeared to be the control room of the barracks, seeing Ben 10,000 monitoring and Issei entity who was seen in more detail as he was physically, his sclery were black and his eyes were red with white pupils, his tone of good was a little darker as if he had tanned, he was in another panel helping until they would notice their unexpected guests. Ben 10,000 and Issei entity. Paradox. They said as a greeting. Professor Paradox. Hello Ben, hello Issei. He said friendly. After greeting each other, Ben 10,000 and Issei entity would look at the team of heroes with the Omnitrix and Ultimatrix. Ben 10,000. I guess, a transdimensional threat that only those who use the Omnitrix and the Ultimatrix can stop. He said guessing the situation. When 10. I guess this Ben had a brain transferred to him. He said jokingly. Ben without the Omnitrix, Ben 23 and Ben 10,000. Silly. They said offended. Ben 10,000. Well, let's go. He said taking the wrist of Ben without the Omnitrix to transform him into an alien, something that Issei entity would do the same, but with Issei without the Ultimatrix. Ben without the Omnitrix would transform into Clockwork, while Issei without the Ultimatrix would transform into. Ben without Omnitrix Clockwork. Hey, who is this? He said surprised. Issei without Ultimatrix. Yes, who is this? He also said surprised. Ben 10,000. It's Clockwork. He said mentioning the name of his alien. Issei entity. I call him Tic Tac. He said the name he gave to that alien. Issei without Ultimatrix. And what does he do? Ben 10,000. He can control time, he speeds it up, stops it, advances it, delays it. He said explaining the alien's power. Everyone hearing what that alien could do was speechless and their eyes were wide open. In the memory. Professor Paradox. How can Eon, another version of Ben, feel the resulting Satoplo effect? He said, pointing to that point. Ben 23. Satoplo effect. He said without understanding. Ben 10,000. They are temporal waves, which Clockwork uses when using his powers. He said, explaining. Ben without Omnitrix Clockwork. It would be better not to risk it. He said, as he detransformed. Ben without Omnitrix. If Eon and Vilgax suspect something, they can change their plans. He said, pointing to that point. Issei without Ultimatrix Tic Tac. If it is not convenient. He said, supporting Ben without Omnitrix and also detransforming. Ben 10,000. Understood, I will tell my son, while turning around and turning on the monitor. Kini, stay here, I have to do something. He said, looking at a child who raised his thumb as confirmation. Everyone upon hearing that was surprised by the information they received about that alien. In memory. You would see how they went to look for Ben Prime, and as the last one they went to look for Issei Prime, and you would see that when they left the portal, you would see Issei Prime in a defense position, but when he realized, he relaxed. Issei Prime, hello Professor Paradox. He said relaxed. Professor Paradox. Hello young Issei. He said with his elegant tone. Issei Prime looked sideways at the team of heroes with Omnitrix and Ultimatrix. Issei Prime. Let me guess, they need my help, isn't it? He said guessing. Professor Paradox. That's right, Issei. He said smiling. Issei Prime. Well, let's do that. He said while he was with the group. Now everyone knew what that light blue-white light was that had surprised Issei, but they wondered what would happen now. In the memory. I would change the scene to a dark place where our team of heroes were floating. Ben 10,000. Well, Ben's and Issei's and Gwen and Albedo, don't let them get confused by the fact that the bad guys have a familiar face, that's all Vilgax has. He said giving them motivation. Ben Prime. And if what Paradox says is true, don't let it intimidate them, these Bens had weak wills, and that's why they didn't resist. He also said where he motivated them. Ben without the Omnitrix. Just in case, what is plan B? He said curiously. Issei Prime. That's a good question, what would happen if we fail? He said looking at Professor Paradox. Professor Paradox. There isn't one, if Vilgax succeeds, the entire multiverse is lost. Everyone got nervous when they heard that, but they knew that they should have won, since Vilgax didn't conquer them. In memory. It would be seen that the Bens, Gwen, and Isseis were ready, but before. Then 23 and Issei 23. We want the movie rights. They said at the same time. Everyone hearing that, a drop of an anime-style sweat fell upon them, hearing what Ben 23 and Issei 23 said. In the underworld, Citri territory. Seraphil could be seen in a bad mood since they won over the idea of making a movie with what she was seeing. In the memory. The portal would open where the Bens, Isseis, and Gwen and Albedo from the universe of Bad Ben would enter, -2, Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. Ben without the Omnitrix. Wait, paradox. He said desperately. Issei without the Ultimatrix. Hello, hello. He said looking to the sides. Everyone seeing what happened just wondered why Paradox closed a portal before Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix could enter, they didn't understand. In the memory. You would see both Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix floating in the dark place, but you could see that they were sad. Ben without the Omnitrix. I can't believe they'll forget us, I think we would just get in the way, we're not heroes like the others. He said discouraged, and it would look like Issei without the Ultimatrix, but suddenly a hand would be placed on his shoulders. Professor Paradox. Nonsense Ben, they have proven that inside they have a brave heart. He said pointing to his chest with a cane. There was a change of scene, showing Vilgax smiling victoriously until he heard some voices that made him angry. Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. You're wrong, squid face. They said, getting Vilgax's attention. It would look like Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix came out of one of the portals from Paradox while they had the aforementioned winged one next to them. Vilgax. They're back, they must have gotten lost in time with that prescient Paradox. He said as he started to approach, making them step back. Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. Back away. They said as they showed Ben Prime's Omnitrix and Issei Prime's Ultimatrix. Vilgax. How thoughtful, they saved an Omnitrix and an Ultimatrix for me, too bad they don't know how to use them. He said while hitting the ground making them fall. Ben without Omnitrix. We took an intensive course. He said seriously. Vilgax. And now they think they're heroes, he said defiantly. Ben without Omnitrix. We know we are, it's time to be a hero. He said while transforming into clockwork. Vilgax. What, a Chanasapian. He said without believing it. Ben without Omnitrix clockwork. Let's see what happens. He said while turning the key in his head. Suddenly the gears in his stomach began to shine and a green ray would be launched into the sky. It would be seen as the ray came out of the earth and it seemed to collide with something. Then it was seen as a type of shock wave which became smaller until reaching the area where the battlefield was. While the shock wave was reduced, it would be seen as Ben Prime and Issei Prime returned, then the others of the team of heroes, like the evil Bens. Then you would see how Ben 10,000 Atomic X and Issei Entity Cosmic Nuclear returned, and then they would detransform seeing their hands in amazement. You would see how the shock wave continued to reduce until Ben without Omnitrix clockwork finished absorbing it. Everyone seeing how the Bens, Gwen 10 and the Isseis returned, many were celebrating for that, but mainly because Issei Prime returned, the happiest were Venelana, Grafiya and Yasaka, seeing how the father of their children and their love came back to life, so much so that they were crying with happiness. In memory. Vilgax. How? He said turning around looking at Ben without Omnitrix clockwork furiously. Ben without Omnitrix clockwork. I guess, Chanasapian bomb, Paradox was right, when I transformed, I could see the Satoplo effect, so I just absorbed the wave. He said explaining how he achieved such a feat. Everyone was amazed, hearing what Ben without Omnitrix clockwork did. In the memory. Vilgax would growl angrily and would go to attack Ben without the Omnitrix clockwork and Issei without the Ultimatrix, but would be knocked down, so he would try to stab Vilgax, but would be hit by Ben 10,000 Humungo arms. Issei without the Ultimatrix would see that Issei Prime and Issei from the Bad Ben Supreme Spinner universe and Albedo from the Bad Ben universe were fighting against Bad Ben Gravitac. But he would see that Issei Prime despite using his mutations was not achieving much against Bad Ben Gravitac. Issei without the Ultimatrix. I will go help my variants. He said while running to help his variants. It would look like Bad Ben Gravitac, he had Grafiya to Issei Prime with his gravity powers and would start hitting him against the ground, although Issei Prime was regenerating, suddenly it would look like Bad Ben Gravitac, he was hit by Issei without the Ultimatrix, but transformed into Issei without Ultimatrix full force Supremo. It's time to be supreme and especially with full force Supremo. He said while getting into a battle stance. Issei Prime. He coughed a little from the dust, just in time, friend. He said while recovering from the blows. Issei without Ultimatrix full force Supremo. Well, I learned fast. He said smiling at Issei Prime. Issei from the Bad Ben Supreme Roller universe. "Hey, less talk and more fight," he said while rolling up and launching himself towards Bad Ben Gravitak, who was still recovering from the blow. Once Issei from the Bad Ben Supreme Roller universe launched himself against Bad Ben Gravitak, who received him full on, causing him to crash into one of the abandoned warehouses, leaving him unconscious, causing him to detransform. Everyone, seeing how they had already defeated one of the evil Bens, were happy, although they were still worried about the blows that Issei received, but it seemed that he didn't care much about those blows. In the memory. After that, the albedo of Bad Ben's universe would approach Bad Ben, and the Issei of Bad Ben's universe Supreme Roller, seeing that detransformed along with the Issei without Ultimatrix Supreme full force, returning to their human forms, and the Issei of Bad Ben's universe would approach the albedo of Bad Ben's universe. Issei of Bad Ben's universe. "I know you want to kill him, friend, I want to do it too, but we have to take him to be played and executed for his crimes," he said seriously, looking at his white-haired friend. Albedo from Bad Ben's universe. "You think I don't know, I don't plan on killing him, if I did, it would be the same as him," he said while looking at unconscious Bad Ben, "but yes, there is something personal that I must do," he said, taking one of his weapons and cutting off the hand that had the Omnitrix to Bad Ben, who had woken up from the pain. "That's for seeing my hand cut off, you big son of a bitch," he yelled at Bad Ben, before using one of his weapons in knockout mode and knocking him out again. Issei from Bad Ben's universe. "Size, I'll take care of it," he said while putting what appeared to be a metal disc in the wound area of Bad Ben's arm. "Well, let's understand this," he said while pressing a button that the metal disc had, which generated what appeared to be a force field in his arm that prevented him from bleeding out. "And what do we do with this?" he said while having Bad Ben's Omnitrix in his hand. Albedo from Bad Ben's universe. "We'll think about what to do," he said seriously, looking at the Omnitrix. Asmioth wanted this to be something for the peace of the universe, not to cause harm, something that he said looking at Bad Ben, never understood. Knowing Asmioth, surely he would like someone worthy to carry the Omnitrix. He said looking again at the Omnitrix, remembering what he learned with Asmioth, causing a traitorous tear to fall from his face. Many, when seeing that scene, could not help but feel some pity for the albedo of Bad Ben's universe. In memory. It would look like Ben without the Omnitrix clockwork had launched a green beam that made the evil Bens disappear, including Eon, except for Bad Ben, since he was in the jurisdiction of the Issei of Bad Ben's universe and albedo of Bad Ben's universe, and after launching that laser beam, Ben without the Omnitrix clockwork would detransform. Ben without the Omnitrix. "They already," he said, but was interrupted by Paradox. "Professor Paradox. They returned to the timelines that they were extracted from," he said, prolonging Ben's doubt without the Omnitrix. Everyone was already celebrating, the evil Bens had already returned to their timelines, and now only Vilgax remains. In the memory. But then it would look like Ben 10,000 was launched and they turned around seeing Vilgax, but Ben without the Omnitrix would return Ben Prime's Omnitrix, just like Issei without the Ultimatrix, who would return his Ultimatrix to Issei Prime. After that, our group of heroes would begin to transform to finish this battle. Gwen 10 would transform into Canonbolt, Ben 10,000 would transform into Atomic X, Ben 23 would transform into Electric Yeti, and Ben Prime would transform into Diamond. While Issei Entity would transform into Giganto 4 Supreme, then Issei from the universe of Bad Ben would transform into Screamer Supreme. Issei 23 had transformed into Arctic Lizard Supreme, and to finish Issei Prime, he would transform into his first Supreme form, which is called Supreme Spark. After transforming, everyone would get in position to attack. Ben without Omnitrix and Issei without Ultimatrix. "We leave it to him," they said, pointing to Vilgax. Ben Prime Diamond and Issei Prime Supreme Spark. "Thank you." They both settle in his Ono. It would be seen as Vilgax was heading to attack and Ben Prime Diamond was also heading to respond to the blow. It would be seen as Vilgax was hit by Ben Prime Diamond, received a flare from Issei Prime Supreme Spark, was electrocuted by Ben 23 Electric Yeti, received an ice attack from one of Issei 23 Supreme Arctic Lizard's cannons, also received a blow from Gwen 10 Canonbolt turned into a ball. Would receive some sonic attacks from the discs of the Issei from the universe of Bad Ben Supreme Screamer. Ben 10,000 Atomic X would be like a type of energy balls that would do a lot of damage to Vilgax. The truth is, I don't know if what Ben 10,000 Atomic X did were energy balls or mini black holes. If someone knows, you can answer that question for me. And Issei Entity Supreme Giganto Force would throw several missile bursts at Vilgax. After that, Vilgax would kneel. And our group of heroes would prepare to make the final attack. First, Ben 23 Supreme Arctic Lizard would use his ice breath and attack Vilgax, freezing him a little. Then Gwen 10 Canonbolt would curl into a ball and gain momentum. Ben 23 Electric Yeti would electricity and give more momentum to Gwen 10 Canonbolt, and Ben Prime Diamond would make a ramp, which Gwen 10 Canonbolt would use and hit Vilgax, sending him very far. Then Ben 10,000 Atomic X, teleportation. and using a finger would send Vilgax flying into the sky, which would be received by the discs of the Issei of the universe of Bad Ben Supreme Screamer, which would give him a sonic attack. Then Issei Entity Giganto Supreme Force would aim at the sky and fire many missiles towards Vilgax that would keep him in the sky for a while longer. In the end, Issei Prime Supreme Spark would fly with its thrusters and using its cannon would shoot Vilgax, making a big explosion and making Vilgax fall to the ground, but it would try to get up and it would be seen as Issei Prime Supreme Spark had gone down with his other companions, and Ben Prime Diamond and Issei Prime Supreme Spark would say, Ben Prime Diamond and Issei Prime Supreme Spark. They earned it. They said, looking at Ben without Omnitrix and Issei without Ultimatrix. Those already mentioned, upon hearing that they would run towards Vilgax, and Issei without the Ultimatrix would punch him in the stomach, and Ben without the Omnitrix would kick Vilgax in the face, defeating him. After that it would be seen how the Bens, the Isseis and Gwen 10 would detransform, and they, along with Albedo from the evil Ben universe, congratulated Ben without the Omnitrix and Issei without the Ultimatrix. Then 10,000. We're done, Issei Entity, and I will take the Bens and Isseis to their alternate realities. He said so that Paradox would speak later. Professor Paradox. Allow me. He said, well, there would be a portal. It would look like first Ben 10,000 and Issei Entity left, then like Issei 23 and Ben 23 said goodbye to enter the portal, just like Gwen 10, but before Issei from Bad Ben's universe, along with Albedo also from Bad Ben's universe, along with the already mentioned still unconscious and handcuffed, left, Albedo from Bad Ben's universe, gave something to Ben without the Omnitrix. Albedo from Bad Ben's universe. Hey, another Ben, he said while getting the attention of Ben without the Omnitrix, take this. He said, well, we gave him Bad Ben's Omnitrix. Ben without the Omnitrix. Wait, really, will they give me your Ben's Omnitrix? He said without believing it. Issei from Bad Ben's universe. This guy did a lot of bad things with that watch in our world, but you are different from him, you proved to be a hero, you earned it. He said while he and his friend took Bad Ben to their universe to be judged. After that the portal closed. Ben without Omnitrix. Thank you very much for lending me your Omnitrix, it was a lot of fun being a hero, and I think I can now be one completely in my universe. He said while putting on the Omnitrix that once belonged to Bad Ben. Ben Prime. You lived up to the name. He said smiling. Issei without Ultimatrix. Yes, I also thank you, it was a lot of fun being a Supreme. He said towards Issei Prime. Issei Prime. It was not at all, friend. He said relaxed. Suddenly everyone would turn towards Vilgax, who was still lying down and very sore. Ben without Omnitrix. And what do we do with him? He said curiously. Grandpa Max. It seems they need a hand. He said approaching Vilgax. Ben without Omnitrix. Grandpa. He said without understanding. Suddenly Grandpa Max's robotic arm would become a claw and grab Vilgax. Ben without the Omnitrix. Wait, what are you going to do with him? You're not a super cop, you're Grandpa Max, the plumber. He said, but suddenly laughter is heard. Both the two Bens and the two Issei would see some plumbers' vehicles and some aliens with plumbers' armor. Everyone seeing what happened celebrated the victory of Issei's, Ben's, and Gwen 10 and were happy that Ben without Omnitrix had obtained an Omnitrix, but they were surprised to see the vehicles of the plumbers, which amazed them. In memory. Grandpa Max. I wanted to tell you, believe me son, but there are protocols, he said sympathetically, now that you know, let's go, we have to lock up Vilgax. He said while going with a group of plumbers. After saying that, Ben without the Omnitrix followed him, Issei without the Ultimatrix would look at Issei Prime, who nodded in confirmation, and Issei without the Ultimatrix went behind Ben without the Omnitrix together with the grandfather of the same one. Ben without the Omnitrix. And you have been a space agent all this time and you didn't tell me, and you know who Vilgax is? He said still with a surprise. Grandpa Max. How do you think I lost my arm? He said while answering his grandson in a friendly way. Issei without the Ultimatrix. I would like to know more details about that story, it sounds incredible. He said looking with admiration at Grandpa Max. After that, Paradox appeared again. Professor Paradox. Time to restore the branches of the trees. He said with his tone of wisdom while Ben Prime and Issei Prime approached him. Ben Prime. It seems that this Ben will also become a hero. He said happily. Issei Prime. And it seems that this Issei will also obtain in the future, possibly not too far away, if the Ultimatrix. He also said happily. Professor Paradox. Yes, there are so many ways to tell a story, but that is what makes them interesting, you can never predict how they will end, well we go. He said while preparing to enter the portal. Both Ben Prime and Issei Prime saw their variants who were talking to Grandpa Max from that world, and then both along with Paradox entered the portal. Everyone was happy to see how much Ben without the Omnitrix was also going to become a hero and that possibly the Issei of that world would also obtain his Ultimatrix and become a hero too. In memory. In a change of scene where you see how Issei left the Paradox portal to then see the sunrise and reveal that Issei was on a mountain near New York. Issei. Well, it's time to return to my country. He said while looking for an alien in the Ultimatrix. Then you would see how Issei had transformed into Spark and then pressed the Ultimatrix again, transforming into Supreme Spark. Issei Supreme Spark. Well, let's fly. He said while he began to fly at great speed thanks to his propellants. In a matter of minutes, Issei Supreme Spark had already arrived in Japan and upon touching the ground he would detransform. Issei would wait a few minutes and transform into Accelerator and begin to run towards the city of Kuo, which was at night. When he arrived home, he would quickly detransform and transform into a slime to jump on top of the fence, then to the roof of his house and open his window to enter and then transform. Issei. This was the best day ever. He shouted excitedly, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one there since that day was Ria's birthday and his family except him had gone. Suddenly, Paradox came out of the portal again. Issei. Paradox, what's wrong? He asked curiously. Professor Paradox. I came to tell you something important. He said while looking at Issei. Issei. What's wrong? He said curiously. Professor Paradox. Listen, you'll have to take off the Ultimatrix. He said while watching Issei's reaction. Issei. What, but why? He said without understanding. Professor Paradox. I can't tell you why, I can only tell you that in the future someone else will be the new bearer of the Ultimatrix, but it is also to protect the Ultimatrix. He said seriously. Issei. What does it mean? He also said seriously. Professor Paradox. You see, there will come a point when your family will discover the Ultimatrix, but someone else will be the bearer. When they discover it, it is best that you hide it for their protection, so that they do not fall into bad ways. He said while looking at Issei who seemed to understand. After that, Issei would remove the Ultimatrix, which he could only do once and that's it, and would keep it in a box, which he would put under one of the boards under his bed. After that Paradox was about to leave, but Issei asked something. Issei. Paradox, he said, drawing his attention, the Ultimatrix will fall into good hands. He said with his gaze down. Professor Paradox. Without a doubt it will, and he will have a splendid guide. He said while stroking Issei's hair, who smiled upon hearing that. Everyone upon hearing that couldn't help but feel sad for Issei. In Yasaka Castle. Albedo was seen, looking at the Ultimatrix on his wrist with a look of determination. He promised himself and his father that he would use the Ultimatrix correctly. Chapter 4. A trial and the revelation of many secrets 4/5. After seeing how Issei knew about the existence of aliens and the multiverse, they waited a few minutes to rest. After that they decided to continue looking at the memories, that right now they could only see 2 more because of the limit of Azazel's machine. Azazel. Well, according to the machine it will only be able to show 2 of Issei's memories, it is already overloading. Well, let's start. He said, to which everyone nodded and Azazel pressed the button on the machine and another title would be displayed that said, My Power and My Family, something that confused those in the room. At the Heim residence. Those present could not quite understand the title, but in the case of Issei's parents, they could not help but feel a pang in their hearts when they saw the part of My Family. In Yasaka Castle. Hail. What does the title mean by My Family, Mom, do you know something? He said while asking Grafiya. Grafiya. Once Issei told me that sometimes he spends his time with a family he met. According to what he told me they gave him some support and treated him like part of their family and he saw them as his family too. He said remembering that when Issei told him about that family, he always seemed happy. Albedo. So they would be like our grandparents? The little yokai asked curiously and making a cute face. Venelana. Well, you can say that, yes. She said smiling at Yasaka's son. In memory. Issei could be seen standing shirtless, showing his muscles, while he had boxing gloves, seeing a knocked out body on the ground. Suddenly someone takes Issei's arm and lifts him up and it would be revealed that he was a boxing referee. Author's note. Issei's physique is like Yu's from The Boxer. Referee. The winner is young Issei. He said while suddenly a large crowd of spectators would be shown, they celebrated what they just saw. General narration. Everyone seeing that, they had a poker face and wondered what was happening. They were not understanding anything, and above all, since when was Issei a boxer? Those were everyone's questions, except for 2, Riser and Ubaluma, who did know that Issei was a boxer and one of the best. In memory. Suddenly the 2 boxing presenters would be shown, who seemed very excited by what they just saw. Presenter 1. It seems that it was another crushing victory for the current heavyweight champion, Issei. What do you think, Fred? He said turning his head looking at his partner. Fred. Well, Moro is without a doubt the battle, faster than anything seen in this arena, in fact I think it deserves to see the replay. He said looking at the screen above the boxing arena. The giant screen above the combat arena proceeds to reproduce what just happened. It would look like the boxer who was fighting against Issei at the beginning of the fight launched himself to hit him, but Issei easily dodged it and hit him in the face, disorienting his adversary, and to finish the aria, a hook, leaving him unconscious on the ground, declaring Issei the winner. General narration. Everyone seeing how Issei defeated his opponent so easily, it seemed pretty good to them, meaning most of them weren't big boxing fans, but there were still some who were surprised by how easily he defeated him, but they were also surprised to hear that Issei was the heavyweight boxing champion. At the Heim residence. Issei's parents couldn't believe that Issei was a boxer and didn't realize it, but they also realized that there were possibly thousands of things they didn't know about Issei. In memory. Moro. Without a doubt, it was the fastest battle in this arena, it doesn't seem like the champion has any opponent who can beat him. He said with great emotion. The scene changes to the battle arena, the rival who had fought against Issei was waking up, and when he got up he saw Issei, who was simply looking at him, but it was clear that his gaze was empty, he didn't seem to show emotions, seeing that he could only do one thing, run, he quickly left the arena, running leaving everyone confused. Issei thoughts. How boring. He said as he turned around and left the arena too. General narration. Everyone couldn't understand why Issei said that, maybe it wasn't a good fight for him. In the memory. Issei could be seen in his waiting room drying his sweat with a towel in front of a mirror until he heard someone knocking on the door, but it seemed he knew who it was. Issei. Come in. He said coldly as the person entered the room. What's up friend, was the fight good? Said in a friendly way, a boy with blue hair, white skin and wearing a black jacket, a white shirt and ripped black pants. Issei. How cool, Zach. He said while looking at the already identified Zach. Zach. Nothing new friend, I just came to see your fight, haha, you sure beat the guy up. He said remembering how he had defeated his opponent. Issei. It wasn't that bad, it wasn't a challenge. He said it coldly, as if the fight he had just fought didn't matter to him. In the underworld. In the mansion there was a family, some boys who were watching Isaac's trial were shocked to see Zach, this family was the infamous clan, Zach's family, and the boys were friends of Zach's brothers and former friends of this one. Zach lived practically the same as Issei, not having a sacred gear, but one difference was that despite the mistreatment, Zach was totally ignored, to the point that it seemed they did not care about Zach. Sarah, Lady Infamous. Is that Zach? She said without believing what she saw. Jaco, Lord Infamous. It can't be. He said seeing his son as a teenager, he couldn't remember him very well, since it was discovered that he did not have a sacred gear, the only thing he could remember about him was useless attempts to get his attention, until finally he gave up, when he remembered that, without realizing it, he let a few tears come out of his eyes. In the memory. Zach. Haha, Issei, you're a tremendous friend, your life is incredible. He said smiling. Suddenly a phone rang and Issei would go to his desk and take his cell phone out of a drawer and would see what arrived and it was a notification that said the following. Notification. $37,978,549 has been delivered to your bank account. You could read the notification on Issei's cell phone. Issei. Well, they already paid me. He said while showing the notification to his friend. Everyone seeing the amount of money they paid him had their eyes wide open, they couldn't believe that Issei earned that much money. At the Heim residence. Those present had their eyes wide open when they saw the pay Issei received in that fight, and it seemed that he was not surprised by it. Rias. Because Issei is not surprised by the amount of money they gave him. She said, not believing Issei's relaxed attitude for his pay. Akeno. If it's true, because it seems like he doesn't care. She said without understanding. Yasaka Castle. Grafiya and Venelana had their eyes wide open when they saw such an amount of money that Issei had obtained, while the children didn't understand anything. In the memory. Zach. Friend, I still don't understand how you're not surprised by how much they pay you per fight, you're literally possibly one of the richest people on the planet and it seems like you don't care. He said without understanding his friend's indifferent attitude. Issei. You know I'm not interested in that, I'm just a boxer for fun, Dreadlord. He said the last thing with a mocking tone, to which his friend, upon hearing that name, would make a comical angry face and Issei would only proceed to laugh at his reaction. Zach. I already told you not to call me that. He said still with his comical angry face. Author's note. His comical angry face is like the ones they put on in One Piece. Issei. Hahaha, hey you know it suits you, hahaha. He said while wiping a tear from laughing so much. At the Heim residence. Maki and Goru couldn't help but smile a little when they saw their son laugh, they couldn't remember the last time they heard him laugh, it seems that Zach was really a great friend. In the underworld, infamous terrain. Those present couldn't help but laugh a little when they heard Zack's nickname and reaction, those two were really good friends. In memory. The scene changes to Issei and Zack walking down a street outside the city where they were. Zack. Hey, what do you think of a race, Kuo? He said with a smile. Issei. Heh, you could never beat me, and you know it, he said while adjusting the backpack he was wearing, but if you want to lose again, suddenly, his spider legs come out of his sides, breaking where they came out, and his sclery turned black, and his eyes turned a bright planko color, let the race begin. He said with a smile. Zack. He takes out his demon wings and starts to fly a little, don't think I haven't been improving my flying speed. He said with a smile. General narration. Everyone seemed to have a nice friendship, they treated each other well, and it seemed that they also competed with each other, they seemed like very good friends. Underworld, Phoenix territory. Razor and Ubeluna couldn't help but laugh when they saw Issei and Zack, they brought back very good memories. Razor. Haha, there are, but what memories, that pair was always very competitive between them, I remember one time we went to a fair, they tried to see which of the two could eat the most cotton candy. She said between laughs, for that memory. Ubeluna. How to forget, Zack had to go to the hospital for eating so much cotton candy, and Issei had a sugar overload. She said laughing a little, also remembering that day. Razor. Yes, I ask myself what happened to Zack, it's been a long time since we last saw him. He said somewhat dejected. Infamous territory. Those present still could not assimilate that Zack was Issei's friend, but they realized that they hadn't seen him for a long time, and they sent a maid to look in his room. When she returned, she seemed somewhat depressed and had told them that she was not there, and in her room, it seemed that no one had been in that room for a long time, that baffled those present and the servants who were present. Nick, Zack's older brother. It's like no one had lived there. He said without understanding. Sylvie, infamous maid. That's right, young Zack's room seems like it's abandoned. She said depressed. Those present could not assimilate that, why did Zack's room seem abandoned? They did not understand that, but they felt that maybe they would see it in Issei's memories, so they continued watching, to find out what happened to Zack. In the memory. Zack and Issei would start the race running in the forest, Zack went up avoiding the trees, but Issei went in the forest, and thanks to his spider legs, he had more mobility and more speed, both were very evenly matched. Issei would increase the speed, and then jump from a cliff to the other side, that would make Zack stay a little behind, he noticing that, would increase the speed, to start catching up with Issei, they both reached an open field. At one point Albos would look at each other with a competitive smile, but in Issei's case, it changed to one of surprise at something he saw in the sky. Issei. Zack, be careful. He said, encouraging his friend. When Zack heard that, he turned around and saw a meteorite that was going in his direction. He was quickly able to avoid it, and Issei made a long jump backwards to avoid the impact of the meteorite that when landing released some smoke from the impact. General narration. Everyone was shocked to see another meteor fall near Issei, they were also worried about Zack, but most didn't know him. Underworld, infamous territory. Those present were excited to see the meteorite, but calmed down when they saw that Zack was able to avoid its impact. In memory. Issei would recover and save his spider legs, then Zack lands next to him. Zack. Where the hell did that meteorite come from? He said without understanding. Issei. I have no idea, but I think we should see what fell. He said as he approached the meteor. Zack. Hey, wait for me, he said going behind Issei. Hey, I have a question for you. He said looking at his friend. Issei. What would it be? He said curiously. Zack. Why did you reveal to me about your mutations and that, but not to Razor and Ubeluna? As far as I understand, Razor is your best friend. He said without understanding that. General narration. Everyone didn't understand that, it was true, it was no secret that Razor and Issei were best friends, they almost always supported each other, in fact there was a certain rumor that Issei helped Razor with his relationship with his current wife, so they didn't understand why Issei didn't tell him anything about his mutations. Underworld, Phoenix terrain. Razor also wondered why Issei didn't tell him anything about his mutations, they were best friends after all, but he told Zack, he didn't understand that. In the memory. There was a pause while the two continued to approach the meteor. Issei, simple, Issei said with his head down, if Razor is my best friend, yes, but I see you as the brother I always wanted to have. That answer surprised Zack, he didn't expect that answer, a brother who truly supports you and who understands your situation. Razor is my best friend, but partly I'm afraid that if he finds out about my mutations, I'm afraid that it will ruin our friendship, but with Taigo, I have more confidence to talk about this. That answer really left Zack speechless, and there he realized they lived practically the same thing in a different way, yes, but they went through it, the abandonment of their family, their small group of friends, almost everything was the same, and it was also understood now why Issei didn't tell Razor or Yubaluna about their mutations. General narration. There everyone understood it, if Razor was Issei's best friend, but Zack was like a brother to Issei, it seemed that they understood each other, now they understood why Issei told Zack about his mutations and not Razor. In the underworld, Phoenix territory. Razor there understood it, Issei was afraid that if he finds out about his situation, that would end their friendship, he understood that. In the memory. Issei. Well, we're here. He said while looking at the meteorite's impact zone. Zack. Damn, it's deep. He said while looking at the crater. Issei. Well, let's go down. He said while entering the crater followed by Zack. Both upon reaching the bottom saw the meteorite and Issei would decide to put his eyes with their white sclera and his pupils back to their yellow color. Issei. Well, let's see what this is. He said while touching the meteorite, but suddenly it would start to shake. Zack. What the hell? He said while taking a couple of steps back. Suddenly a crystal came out of the meteorite that was split in half, and each half entered the body of Issei and Zack, and both felt a great power manifesting. Suddenly their bodies were surrounded, energy began to surround them, Issei's was orange, and Zack's was red, when the energy faded, they had new aspects. Issei. No way. He said seeing his new appearance. Zack. I'm not sure what happened, but I think I like it. He said looking at his new look. Ignore the diamond beak and White's head. General narration. Everyone was speechless, but they could feel a great power that was growing in their bodies, but they also wondered what had happened to them. Underworld, infamous territory. Everyone was in shock to see the power that both Issei and Zack gave off, it was intimidating, but when they saw Zack's appearance, they were scared to see that. Sarah. What happened to Zack? She said, looking scared at the appearance of her son. Jaco? And I don't know. He also said scared to see the appearance of his son. Human world, Heim residence. Those present were amazed to see the appearance that Issei had taken, he seemed more intimidating, although those white clothes looked good on him. In the memory. Issei. I feel powerful. He said looking at his hands. Zack. This is incredible, he said looking at his hands, hey we haven't finished the race yet, let's follow him. He said excitedly. Zack would take advantage and hurry, taking advantage, and Issei would see that and would also run after him. Issei. Hey not so fast, he said while running behind him, but suddenly he teleported next to Zack, what the hell? He said looking at his body, surprised by what he did. Zack. Hey how did you do that? He said incredulously, let's try. He said seeing that there was a cliff ahead, the jump, he concentrated and teleported to the other side, being followed by Issei. Issei. It seems that those crystals gave us powers. He said while reaching Zack who was surprised. Zack. Well it seems like it, let's see what else we can do. He said excitedly knowing what else he was capable of doing. General narration. Everyone was surprised when they saw how Issei and Zack teleported, they could only transport themselves by magic circles, and seeing that they could do that without a magic circle surprised them. In the memory. The shot would change to the city of Kuo, and it would be seen on top of a building. Zack and Issei would appear, both evidently surprised by what they had just done. Zack. No way, look at the views. He said looking at the views from the building. Issei. This is incredible. He said looking at his hands wondering what else he could do. Issei was concentrating on his hand until suddenly a ball of fire lit up in his hand. Issei. Incredible. He said to the fireball he had just made, getting Zack's attention. Zack. Friend, how did you do that? He said it in amazement. General narration. Everyone was somewhat amazed to see what Issei did, maybe what he did was a big thing, but it was a little surprising, but in the case of the children they had stars in their eyes when they saw what Issei did. In the memory. Issei. I don't know, I just focused on my hand and suddenly it turned on. He said also impressed. Zack. We have to see what else we can do. He said excitedly. Issei. Better tomorrow, it's too late and I have to go back to my house, you know that these are one of the few weeks that I can be calm. Issei said pointing out that he was tired. Zack. Good point, see you tomorrow to practice with our new powers, he said so that he suddenly teleports to who knows where, so that then Issei's cell phone would ring and he would answer, I teleported to my room, this thing is incredible. He said excitedly, to which Issei would laugh a little at his friend's reaction and would tell the call, and then he himself would teleport to his house. Issei. Well, let's go in, he said and then teleported inside the house and go to his room and transform what a day. He said lying down sitting up in bed, but he would see something moving in his open closet. General narration. Everyone found Zack's attitude to his new powers funny, they found it very funny. Underworld, infamous territory. The relatives and former friends and servants of Zack's mansion, a drop of sweat fell when they saw Zack's attitude, if that attitude was funny, and if they had seen him with that energetic and happy attitude. "Sarah, Lady Infamous. He looks so happy," she said, somewhat dejected as she could not remember her own son's smile in his childhood. "Jaco, Lord Infamous. Yes, it seems that they are good friends," he said, happy that his son had a friend. Human world, Heim residence. They were happy that Issei had a friend, but when they saw something moving in Issei's closet, they tensed a little. Then the memory. Seeing that, Issei would get up and go to a drawer in his closet and take out a bag of dog food. "Issei. Come on, little one, it's time for dinner," he said, showing the dog food in front of his closet, making what was there come out, revealing it was a Saint Bernard puppy who went straight to the dog food that Issei had in his hand and then jumped into Issei's watering can, licking Issei's face a little. "Issei. Calm down, little one," he said while lifting him up a little and putting him on the ground. "Who is a good boy, who is a good boy if you are," he said while petting the Saint Bernard puppy, which was already very obvious that it was his pet. Human world, Heim residence. Those present were left with their mouths open when they saw Issei's pet, but in the case of Maki and Goru, they had scared faces, knowing that he could make a Saint Bernard, although they were not going to deny that it was adorable. "Asia. But what a cute puppy," she said excitedly when she saw the Saint Bernard puppy. "Who knew? How cute," she said with stars in her eyes. General narration. Everyone thought Issei's pet was very cute, it was very adorable. In memory. It would be seen as Issei served a plate of food to his dog, then sat down and watched his dog eat his food. Issei. Sigh, tomorrow they will go on vacation with the Gremory and Citrus, the only ones who will not go will be Venelana and Grafiya. Sigh, they will go for the summer vacation, 3 months without them bothering me," he said as he lay down on his bed to start sleeping. The next day it would be seen as a car left the house and Issei saw it through the window. "Issei. Finally they left," he said relaxed. Suddenly his pet would jump on his legs and it would be seen that he had a Kuriya on his snout. "Do you want to walk, little Chewbacca?" he said as he put the leash on his collar and left the house. General narration. Everyone couldn't help but laugh at the name of the Saint Bernard puppy upon hearing it. At Yasaka Castle. Venelana and Grafiya couldn't help but hold back their laughter upon hearing the puppy's name, but there was still a little laughter left in them, although the children didn't understand it. In memory. It was seen as Issei and Chewbacca were walking through the park, but Issei would turn his head and see how Zack in his new form had teleported behind a bush. "Issei. Hey, what's up, Zack?" he said, greeting his friend. "Zack. Hey, Issei, walking Chewbacca, right?" he said, looking at the Saint Bernard puppy. "Issei. Well, of course, and you, what's up?" he said, curious why he was in the park. "Zack. I was bored, I wanted some fresh air, and this place is quite relaxing," he said, answering his friend's question. "Hey, do you mind if I accompany you so we talk a little?" he said while putting his arms behind his neck. Issei. "Well, why not, it would be fun," he said while he and Chewbacca began to walk. It would be seen as Zack and Issei walked while Issei took Chewbacca from Kuriya. After a few minutes Issei would return to his house, give Chewbacca food and water, and go with Zack to train his new powers in the mountains a little far from the city. It would be seen if they were practicing what they could do. It was seen how they discovered that they could summon weapons from who knows where. And it was seen how they accidentally discovered how to make a portal with some black stones that they took out, and it was seen how they made several journeys in that dimension, which they called the Nether, meeting the local population, like the piglins, or in the fortresses they discovered, and they met the wider skeletons and the blaze. They also knew the biomass of that dimension, and the zombie piglins, and searching they could find the cure for their condition. Giving it to both the zombie piglings and the piglings consoles immunity and the power to leave the Nether without problems. They also made paths with different portals, taking them to different parts of the world, from Egypt or the North Pole to Miami and Acapulco. General narration. Everyone's eyes were wide open seeing everything the two of them did, from making a portal to another dimension, discovering new creatures, helping a group of them with a very serious problem they had, and even making paths to go anywhere in the world without using a magic circle or something like that. That was incredible. In Yasaka Castle. It looked like Albedo, John, Hale had stars in their eyes, while it looked like Venelana and Grafiya were impressive. Albedo. Papa and Uncle Zack are incredible, he said with stars in his eyes. Hale. That place looks incredible, he said referring to the Nether. And in John's case he was the same as Albedo. In the case of Venelana and Grafiya, they were impressed to see what the father of their children and future husband achieved along with his friend. It was impressive. At the Heim residence. Everyone present was speechless upon seeing the things Issei and his friend had discovered. In memory. Issei's place changed with the Kuo Academy suit on the ground, with the suit somewhat burned and he seemed sore, and Zack came out of the bushes with some sodas. Zack. Hey, leave the act, they're gone. He said we're a soda, and then Issei gets up as if nothing had happened. Issei. Thanks. He said well he would open the soda and proceeded to drink it. Zack. And back to the routine, right? He said drinking his soda. Issei. Yes, one advantage is that since I have these powers I became immune to fire, so I save myself the fact of regenerating every time they burn me with something, not to mention that their blows or attacks hurt less and less. He said normal, it seemed that at this point he didn't care. Zack. I heard that you went out with a Keno, but it was a bad joke from Zack, to break your heart or something, are you okay? He said curiously. Issei. Yes, to feel that way, I would have to feel something for a Keno, and the truth is, I don't feel anything for her, to me she's just a nobody, and I already knew about that bad joke, I just played along, to see their idiot faces, thinking that they really hurt me, haha, go idiots. He said calmly and laughing at the last part, knowing that he had managed to deceive his stupid brother and a Keno so well. At the Heim residence. The Keno hearing that, couldn't help but feel a pain in her chest from hearing what Issei said, and thought, seriously, he never felt anything for me hearing clearly what he said, tears threatened to come out of her eyes. In the memory. Issei. Isaac's jokes have become predictable lately, whatever you came for, I don't think it's just to drink some sodas and talk about this. He said knowing that Zack possibly needed help with something. Zack. Yes, you see, I need help, the demonic council hired me to eliminate a rogue demon, and I might need your help. He said giving the reason why he came. Issei. Rogue demon. Sure, it could be fun, and it's better than being in this place, I just need a moment to change clothes, you go ahead. He said while getting up and leaving the place. Zack. I hope I gave you the coordinates, so you can teleport away and it will be faster. He said giving him a piece of paper. Issei. Well, see you later. He said taking the paper and going to change his clothes. He changes places seeing how Zack was walking towards a mountain, approaching a part where there was an iron door, he would knock on the door and a camera would see him and then the door would open, so he would enter and see a Cooper golem handling the security part of that place. Zack would just greet and go to the nether portal entering it to go to his mission. Author's note. From here I was inspired by these videos. These would be the videos that inspired me. General narration. Most when hearing about Zack's mission, they were surprised, but they were somewhat excited to see how they fought. Zack's parents were somewhat worried about him for his mission, and Isaac when he heard what Issei said about his jokes and teasing Asia towards him, he couldn't help but get angry when he heard that. In memory. It would look like a clear field, and then a crack would fall, generating a small explosion, and when the smoke dispersed, it showed a. This was the fan art that I liked the most when I was searching. Imagine that he has black and red armor. Then you would see that next to a tree a portal would be generated, which would light up, and Zack would come out already transformed, with his arms in the pockets of his hood. After coming out he and the subject would see each other. Zack thoughts. This guy gives off the same type of energy as Issei and me, now that I think about it, when the meteorite fell, where did you see those crystals? I thought I saw another one in the distance, maybe he also found a similar crystal. He thought while analyzing his adversary. Slowly Zack would begin to approach and then run and jump to try to land the first blow. General narration. Everyone was excited but at the same time somewhat terrified, since the subject with wide eyes gave off the same type of energy, although Zack's parents, brothers and former friends were worried about Zack. In memory. But suddenly the subject with wide eyes would launch a wave of energy, causing Zack to step back a lot, but he would recover quickly, but the subject with wide eyes would create two black stone pillars, which he would throw towards Zack, so that the subject would also come out to attack. Zack would manage to dodge the first pillar, and the second pillar Zack would jump on him and would be on his back, causing the subject to hit him from behind. Then with a blow with a beak in front that would send him up, and then a kick down, then impale him with a spike made of black stone, and then be sent flying by several blows made from black stone pillars. General narration. Everyone seeing what happened, they worried about Zack and his current situation. Underworld, infamous territory. Everyone present was very nervous about Zack's situation, especially when they saw that he had been impaled, which made Zack's mother almost faint. In the memory. After that the subject with wide eyes would land, and then the shot would change to Zack who was getting up, he would take a step forward and take out a green axe, then it would be seen that Issei also transformed would appear on top of a tree and would see the situation. Issei thoughts. I don't like this at all. He said seeing the situation of the battle. Then it would be seen as the subject would take out a sword of shining light blue color and with one hand would send an attack of black stone, which while advancing left spikes, Zack with a jump backwards would dodge the attack. After that the subject with wide eyes would attack and would start a small fight between sword against axe, would send Zack to the ground, but he would give him 2 blows, then quickly get up again and continue with the fight with sword and axe respectively. In full duel, the subject would stab Zack in the chest and he would make a gesture of pain, but Zack would not give up and would continue fighting, but at one point he would be thrown back, but he would jump to try to hit him with a powerful blow, but the wide-eyed subject would teleport behind him. Zack would turn around, but would be received by a blow. The subject would raise his sword to end this as he approached, but suddenly it would be cut by a scythe. And the subject would give a cry of pain, while the scythe would return to its owner, revealing that it was Issei, the owner of the scythe that saved Zack's skin. General narration. Everyone calmed down seeing how Issei had saved Zack. In addition, the wide-eyed subject had lost an arm that gave them the advantage. In the memory. After that, Zack would go to Issei's side and both would see that the guy with the wide eyes had suddenly fallen to his knees. Issei would become alert just in case. This didn't give him a good feeling. Suddenly some kind of fierce black stone manifested on his elbows and back and he would raise his head and with his eyes closed he would say, "I with the wide eyes. This will be your funeral," he said, while suddenly there would be an eye that was shining red. Suddenly with a movement he would make an eye-colored expansion wave and the sky would turn this same color and it would be seen that on the Mars of his amputated arm, a black stone claw would grow and he would get into a battle position. Zack using Issei as support would jump to try to attack him upwards and Issei would throw his scythe, turn around and both he and his scythe would launch themselves into the attack. Zack would try to cut him but would receive a blow. And Issei's scythe would be dodged by the wide-eyed subject now with a red eye. After that Issei and the subject would collide fists causing an expansion wave from the clash. The subject would try to hit him, but Issei using a mound of earth that was behind would dodge it and gain a little height, which he would take advantage of to jump on top of the subject to take his scythe, but when the subject was going to hit him again, Issei would jump again, but backwards avoiding the blow. After that Issei would run against the subject and would take out his scythe again and would jump to try to attack him from behind, but the fierce ones from the back would gel him making him fall to the ground, but then the subject would kick him that would drag him and then give him some punches, then take him by the neck, but Zack would push the subject helping Issei. Then the subject would raise his head looking at the duo and it was seen how Issei had gotten up and was winged by Zack. Then the subject would return to a combat pose to continue the fight. General narration. Everyone seeing what was happening was scared since the subject with wide eyes had increased his power even more. This had become tense. In the memory. The situation was tense. Issei and Zack were staring at the guy while he was also staring at them. Zack, realizing the situation they were in, would take Issei's shoulder and they would teleport to a safe place to recharge their batteries. The scene would change in a cave to Issei lying on a wall, resting still transformed, and Zack walking a little towards a portal. The difference was that the color of the portal was white and he would see Issei and say, "Zack. This was my mission, this time I'm going to finish it by myself," he said dejectedly. After that he would enter the portal, appearing in what seemed to be a dimension of ice and snow, but what was ahead a few meters away was the wide-eyed guy, now with both arms turned into claws made of black stone and parts of his body made of the same stone. Zack thoughts. "It's time to end this," he said seriously. "Wide-eyed guy. This is your end," he said and then teleported and gave Zack a tremendous blow. After receiving that blow, Zack would receive another one from behind by a pillar that would suddenly appear and then he would receive a kick and a punch in the air from the subject and he would fall on the ice. The subject would throw a black stone sphere and dodge it and Zack would dodge it with a backflip and when the attack hit the ground, it would make several spikes which did not hit Zack. After that, the subject would land and try to hit Zack, but he would manage to dodge it. But he would manage to accept another punch, which would make him retreat, and the subject would make a cannon with his claw and shoot, but Zack would manage to dodge it. Then he would launch a black stone attack, which Zack would dodge, and also dodge another shot from the subject, so that later, Zack would punch the subject. General narration. Everyone was tense because of the battle. They didn't like that Zack was fighting alone, but they knew that it was a personal decision. Although Zack's parents, siblings, and former friends didn't like that he was fighting alone. In memory. The scene would change to Issei, who was just waking up and would shake his head a little. "Issei. What happened?" he said in pain, but would realize the portal. "There can't be," he said, realizing the madness that his friend was doing. The scene would return to the frozen wasteland and suddenly Zack would release a wave of red energy and his eyes would begin to shine the same color and suddenly in his hand, he would summon a spear. Zack's thoughts. "This weapon is new, it will help me," he thought, determined to win. The subject would be seen mucus, he would create a peak made of black stone, and also as Zack got into a combat pose, elbows would look at each other and launch into the attack. General narration. Everyone felt how Zack's power began to rise, that made them happy because now he would have a better chance of winning. In the memory. Both would start a hand-to-hand combat, at one point Zack would grab the subject's foot and throw him, and then the subject would throw his black stone pickaxe to attack, but Zack would defend himself perfectly, but suddenly the subject would throw a punch, and Zack would respond with a kick, after that Zack would manage to give him several cuts with his spear, but would receive the punch sending him flying, then it would be seen how Issei arrived at the combat area, calling Zack's attention. Zack, red eyes form. Issei, what are you doing here? He said a little worried. Issei. Be careful. He said, alerting Zack. Suddenly the subject would pierce Zack's chest under Issei's shocked gaze, not believing what he saw. General narration. Everyone was speechless to see what happened to Zack, some even covered their mouths in disbelief. Underworld, infamous territory. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw, they could not process it, some servants covered their mouths in disbelief, and some of the maids could not help but shed a few tears, but the most affected were Zack's family. Sarah. Son. She said with her hands over her mouth and tears coming out of her eyes, since she had just witnessed how her son had been killed. Jaco. And it's not possible. He said without believing it. Nick. Little brother. He also said without believing it and with tears coming out of his eyes. Phoenix territory. It looked like Razor and Ubeluna, they were in shock, from what they saw Razor was angry, no, angry was little, he was furious, and I swear that if somehow that guy was still alive, he was going to char him until nothing was left of him. In memory. Then you would see how Zack dropped his spear, and as Zack's dead body now fell on the cold ice, before Issei's shocked gaze, the subject would only make a gesture with his hand as a sign for him to come fight him. Issei. You, he said coldly looking at his adversary, he was angry, he was not furious. Suddenly his body began to flicker red. Issei. Damn, son of a bitch. He said obviously very furious. Suddenly Issei's body would release a wave of power, causing his hooded jacket to begin to shine white. Issei, form the white. I'll kill you. He said furiously. Suddenly Issei would give him a blow that would send the subject to a mound of ice, and in a burst of speed Issei would launch himself to attack, the subject would try to hit him, but Issei using his legs and in an agile movement, would throw him back and gave him a blow, sending him even further back, then the subject would try to create a black stone shield, but Issei would break it with a punch, only to give him another blow to the face, causing him to retreat. General narration. Everyone feeling Issei's new power, that indicated that now he had the advantage, and Zack's family and Razor and Ubeluna wanted him to kill that guy. In the memory. Then the subject would try to hit Issei, but Issei would respond with another blow, causing both blows to collide with each other, but it would be seen that the subject's black stone fist would break a little, to which a new one of pain would occur, then the subject would receive a punch from Issei making him retreat, but the subject would try to attack again, but Issei would give him another blow. And the subject would spin falling on his feet, but Issei would take advantage and give another blow to the subject, making him fall to the ice. Issei would approach the subject and raise his hand, and call Zack's spear and stab the subject in one of his eyes, winning this round. General narration. Everyone seeing how Issei stabbed the subject's eye, celebrated thinking that he had already won. Zack's family were happy to see the subject die, and in the case of Razor and Ubeluna, they were also happy. In the memory. The frozen wasteland would be shown where the battle between Issei and the subject had been, and also where Zack died, but it would be seen that the subject had opened one of his eyes and could barely move, a sign showing that he was still alive, barely, but alive, but his situation the subject knew that he did not have much time left, but he would see Zack's body, and would raise his hand to it, and it would be seen how Zack's body had moved. In the end the subject's body would die, but suddenly, Zack with a hit to the ground, would begin to float, and his arms would begin to turn into black stone, forming claws, after that he would kneel and on the side of his head, a horn would begin to form, and his eyes would begin to glow whitish red, so that at the end, more black stone spikes would come out of his back and he would raise, implying that now that was not Zack's body, but now he was being controlled by the subject. In memory. It would be seen how Issei is walking in a meadow, still affected by the death of his friend who he considered a brother, but suddenly it would be seen how a black stone portal would be created, calling Issei's attention. Issei. But what? He said without understanding what was happening. Suddenly from the portal two black stone attacks were going against Issei, but he dodged them, then at great speed the subject possessing Zack's body would attack Issei, generating a great explosion of blue energy, causing Issei to retreat quite a bit until he rolled on the ground, and then, recomposing himself and preparing for the fight, the subject who now showed himself with his original body, would launch himself to attack Issei again. General narration. Everyone was tense, everyone felt the subject's new power, and it was very great, so much so that many were trembling with fear. In memory, Issei would manage to dodge the subject's attack, but he would jump back to try to hit him, but Issei would dodge it by doing a backflip and would jump floating a little and then be hit by the subject, but then he would use his teleportation to try to hit him, but Issei would collide his fist with his holding it, but suddenly the subject would show Zack's still transformed body, leaving Issei shocked. The subject would take advantage of that to hit him, making him spit blood. Then he would give a combo of punches and kicks to Issei, then he would grab him by the neck and hit him, then he would jump and hit Issei in the chest, sending him to the ground. He would manage to get up and dodge a blow, but would receive another that would make him fall to the ground. Then the subject would jump and, making a black stone mallet, he would use it to attack and make a shock wave from the attack. General narration. Everyone seeing Issei's situation was very worried, but they were terrified when they saw the attack that Issei had re-uploaded. In the memory, the subject would try to leave, but an orange energy ball would hit him, then he would see that it was Issei who had launched that attack, who was watching it seriously. The subject would make 2 black stone spikes from the ground and would send them to attack Issei, but before the attack hit, Issei would be surrounded by an orange energy ball with rings around him, which would destroy the subject's attack and would make him step back a bit and begin to float and look in disbelief at the energy ball. Then the energy ball would dissipate, showing Issei in his form, the assassin, who would look like he had some pieces of armor and a new headed jacket and who was looking at the subject. General narration. Everyone feeling the new power that Issei emanated, they simply had no words to describe what they felt. The power that Issei emanated was unimaginable for some. In the memory, Issei would spin in the air and propel himself, leaving a wave of orange energy power, and would go to attack the subject, would grab the subject by the neck and, swallowing his orange energy arm, would give him a strong blow that would send him quite far back. The subject would go to attack Issei again, and Issei would receive the blow, but a kind of red barrier against the blow rested a bit. And Issei would dodge 2 blows from the subject and would manage to give him 2 hits at once in orange energy, but would receive a blow, but would respond by giving the subject a double charge blow, grabbing him to retreat. The subject would try to attack with a black stone attack on the ground, but Issei would dodge it by jumping back. The subject would go to attack Issei, and Issei would lean on the trunk of a tree that was behind him to propel himself. And Issei would manage to hit the subject, then using his legs, would hit the subject again, then give him another blow. Well, the subject could not react, then Issei would take out a shining golden sword and throw it at the subject's chest, making a cut of light. Then Issei would grab his sword again and throw it at the subject's face, winning. General narration. Everyone seeing how Issei managed to win was happy, although the sword users were impressed and a little interested in the sword that Issei had. In the memory, it would be seen as Issei was approaching the dead body and would take his sword. Suddenly Issei's sword would transform. Now it was a shiny steel sword, and he would look at it in astonishment. Suddenly he felt a tremor, and he would see how on the ground there were like cracks with magma coming out of them. Suddenly an explosion would send Issei flying and force him to drop his sword. He would recover, and he would see in astonishment the crater of the explosion. And from this same one, 2 clones of the subject he had already killed would come out, making Issei look at them in disbelief. General narration. Everyone seeing that was speechless. This was becoming more and more complicated. In memory, then another clone would come out from behind, but it was different. One of the subject's clones would stand up and teleport to attack, but quickly, Issei would teleport to avoid the clone's attack that would throw several black stone spikes into the ground. Then Issei would appear behind, then the subject would try to hit Issei, but Issei would dodge it, and using his legs, he would hit, and then he would give him another blow charged with orange energy. Then he would launch himself towards another clone, which both would use their arms, and Issei would hit him, throwing him to the ground. Then the subject's original body would attack him from behind, throwing him, and one of the subject's clones would hit him, sending him up, and another would grab him by the leg and hit him with a stone pillar that was formed by the original subject. Then another clone would grab him and throw him at the original, who stabbed him with a black stone spike. And then he would throw him, and Issei would be hit by a clone, which would force him to detransform and crash into the black stone pillar. Then a clone would kick his face, and Issei would grab him by the leg and throw him, and he would quickly get up and go to attack the clone, giving him a blow that would throw him to the ground, and Issei would land and take out his new sword, and when the guy quickly got up, Issei would cut off a good piece of his head. General narration. Everyone was tense. At first it seemed that Issei still had the advantage, but they saw how they were beating him up and forced him to detransform, but they were happy to see that he was able to kill a clone. In Yasaka Castle, Issei's children, along with Venelana and Grafiya, were scared to see Issei's situation so much that Hale by instinct had activated the same transformation as his father, resembling. In memory, Then one of the clones would attack with a black stone that would create a portal behind Issei, and then the clone would hit him, forcing him to enter the portal to a dimension that looked like a desert with black stone pillars, and the clone also arrived. Then it would be seen how the original subject would jump and a ray of orange light on the clone, grabbing an energy wave, which would force Issei to back off a bit, and when the ray dissipated, the subject would be seen with only one black stone arm and another arm with pieces of armor and a steel mask. Issei, seeing his situation, concentrates. His hooded jacket would begin to glow white and would surround his fists with fire for battle. General narration. Everyone was tense about Issei's situation. His current situation was, to put it mildly, complicated, although they still trusted that he could win. In memory, Issei would launch himself and throw a punch, which would make several energy waves, but it was seen as the subject was only holding him, under the incredulous gaze of Issei. Then the subject would throw him with his black stone arm, towards a stone pillar, which Issei would crash. Then the subject would launch himself and take Issei by the neck, while he was recovering, and would throw him towards the sky, and in this same the subject would give Issei a strong blow. And with his black stone arm he would hurt his foot and would throw him towards a pillar and would launch himself again against Issei. Well, he would manage to react in time and would hit the subject with one of his fists surrounded by fire and would send the subject to the ground, and it was seen that his foot was regenerating. The subject would get up quickly and Issei would get down from the pillar to attack again. The subject would defend himself and would send Issei to the sky. And would teleport and would hit hard, then teleport above Issei and in a quick movement would cut Issei's arm, then stab him with his black stone arm. Issei with some effort would raise his head. It would be seen how the subject's steel mask would open and he would smile at his victory. It would be seen how black stone spikes were coming out of Issei's body, and it would be seen how now Issei's eyes were shining a whitish red color. General narration. Everyone seeing what happened could not process it. The children were crying when they saw that, they simply had no words. Human world, Heim residential. Everyone present was the same or worse, seeing how Issei's eyes were shining like that, they could not believe it. In the memory, you would see how the subject was smiling at his supposed victory, but then you would see how Issei's mind was now shown, Issei being standing in what looked like an ancient somewhat destroyed oriental palace, and you would see how the subject was approaching, and Issei was putting himself in a battle stance. The subject would launch a black stone attack which Issei would dodge, then the subject would jump and throw two black stone pillars. Issei would climb one of those pillars and swing with a chain and would hit the subject. Then on the ground, the subject would throw two shurikens at Issei. One would dodge, but one would scrape him, and the subject would take advantage of that to hit him, causing him to collide with a pillar, and Issei would teleport to avoid another attack from the subject, which if it failed and hit the pillar, would return to the ground. It would be seen that Issei had transported to a different area of the palace. General narration. Everyone was happy when they saw that Issei was still fighting. This meant that there was still hope for Issei to win. In the memory, it would be seen as the subject landed a few meters ahead of Issei, still ready to fight. The subject would throw a black stone sword and then put it on the ground, and it would be seen as Issei's arm healed and put itself back into battle pose. His chapel began to shine white again, and the subject would absorb the black stone from his arms, then lift one that in his hand had a purple glow. It would be seen as Issei felt as if something was behind him and would turn, but when he saw nothing he would look again at the subject, who would see how black stone was generated in his body, and suddenly a claw made of black stone would come out of the ground. Issei would turn around quickly and look scared to see that, so much so that he would fall to the ground and crawl back, and the creature turned out to be a dragon, made of black stone. General narration. Everyone became tense upon seeing the black stone dragon, especially those from the dragon faction, upon feeling the presence of that dragon. In memory, the black stone dragon would roar loudly towards Issei, who would only cover himself, and when the dragon was going to attack, Issei would dodge its attack, but the dragon would try to bite him, to which Issei would dodge it and teleport a little far from the dragon, but when he saw him he used his fire breath to attack, but Issei would teleport on top of a stone pillar of the palace and would take out his sword. The dragon would go for him to bite him, and when he was going to do it, Issei teleported, and Issei, showing off his speed, would go on top of the black stone dragon and throw his sword at its jaw, tearing it out, killing the black stone dragon, and when Issei landed he would stop shining. At the death of the dragon, the subject was very angry now, so much so that his eyes shone more intensely. Issei would walk a little forward while the dragon's corpse was seen to disappear, and the subject would teleport in front of him and would take out his claws. And Issei would take out his sword and would get into a battle stance, and both would prepare to attack. General narration. Everyone was a little calmer. Issei was already able to defeat the black stone dragon, but that guy was still there, and this could possibly be the last encounter between the two. In memory, Issei's sword began to glow with orange energy, but in a quick movement the subject opened his jaw and uttered a sonic scream, making Issei cover his ears and release his sword. When the subject finished his attack, Sonic would quickly hit Issei, which would send him to the ground. The subject was going to kick Issei's face to what he would teleport, dodging, but the subject instantly would do it too, taking Issei by the face and hitting him with the ground. And when he was going to give the final blow, transforming his arm into a peak under Issei's helpless gaze, something unexpected happened. Issei's left arm would transform into the arm of his friend Zack, wrapped in a red energy, who was stopping the attack, and Issei would get up with an incredulous look. With force, Issei would break the subject's black stone peak, and Issei would see his right arm that for a second would become like that of Zack, but it would be his again. Just like the left one, and Issei, grabbing rings of fire around, would collide with each other, his fists causing a large shock wave of fire, which did great damage to the subject, who would fall to the ground face down, and when the shock wave passed, the subject would see Issei, seeing that around him there were several circles of fire. The subject would open his jaw again to attack, but something else happened. The circles of fire would move away from Issei and would be missing, and someone would be shown, leaving Issei and the subject surprised, and that someone was Zack in a ghostly form, and behind him was his half of the crystal. Issei was looking at Zack ghost. Without believing it, Zack would reach out and take out the crystal from Issei and join it with his own, completely completing the crystal, and join it again with Issei. General narration. Everyone seeing that was speechless, seeing how Zack had helped Issei. Zack's family were happy to see that Zack, even dead, was helping his friend, and Razor and Yubaluna were also happy. In the memory. The subject, regardless when to attack, would take his black stone sword that he had created previously and would go to end this. You would see Issei's eyes that were now his pupils were red and his pupils white shining. Out of nowhere, Issei would take out a silver sword wrapped in red energy and would cut the subject's arm while he was on his back, to which he would have an incredulous look and would make a gesture of pain. Issei would give several turns his sword, revealing that that sword had another edge and was a two-pointed sword. The subject would sharpen his claws and would go to attack, but would be quickly repelled by Issei and would make him retreat. Issei would wrap his arm with circles of fire and would attack, piercing the subject's chest. In real life, Issei's jacket would shine again, and Issei would free himself from the subject's attempt to control. And you would see how cracks began to appear on the subject's face. Subject. What's wrong? He said without understanding. Issei, form the white. This is your end. He said seriously, looking at the subject. Returning to Issei's mind, it would be seen how Issei was literally dismembering the subject while he could no longer do anything. Then Issei would hit him several times in the face, and in the end, Issei would take out his new sword and stab the only eye he had left, since he had damaged it so much that even Cell could see the skull. After that, in real life, Issei would free himself and see that the subject's body had exploded, revealing a blue crystal that Issei would quickly take. Issei, form the white. This is very dangerous, I will take care of hiding it. He said seriously, and you would see how his arm regenerated. General narration. Everyone was celebrating. Issei had beaten Asa, one of his toughest rivals so far. Everyone was celebrating Issei's victory. In memory. You would see Issei leaving the portal of Kuo Mountain, detransformed, and trying to relax after such a long day until something caught his attention. Well, so you're Issei, right? An unknown voice said, putting Issei on guard. Issei? Who asks? He said seriously. I apologize, I'll introduce myself. He said as he came out of the shadows. Issei. Kazak's one of the best swordsmen in the world. He said without believing it. Kazak's? So you know me? He said smiling. Issei. I've read all about you, a yokai who decided to abandon everything and embark on the path of the sword, to the point that he made them part of his body, and he became so good that not even an entire army of a faction could face him. He's a legend. He said, marveled. Kazak's? Haha, I like you, kid. Well, I have an offer, I want you to be my apprentice. He said, smiling at Issei's incredulous look. Issei. Me, your apprentice, really? Why? He said without understanding. Kazak's. Well, I saw your battle against that guy, and I know about that new sword, and I think you have potential, such great potential that it would be a waste not to train you, so what do you say? I asked, extending his hand. Issei. I accept, it would be a great honor to learn from one of the best. He said, accepting Kazak's offer. Kazak's. Well, come with Mygo. He said, leaving while Issei followed him. General narration. Everyone was incredulous. Kazak's, sword users like Kiba, Zenobia and Arena, could not deny that they were jealous for Issei's luck to be trained by Kazak's. In memory. It would look like Issei and Kazak's would arrive at an oriental-style house near a nearby town, and a woman would come out of the house. Kazak's, you're back. The mysterious woman said. Kazak's. Well, don't take me so long, Lilith. He said with a relaxed tone. Issei. Wait, Lilith. as in Lucifer's former wife. He said without understanding. Lilith. Ex-wife rather, but yes. The imposing woman said. Issei. But, you were supposed to have died thousands of years ago. He said incredulously. Lilith. Haha, if those guys never found my body, but since they never found me, they left me for dead, haha, it was easier than one would think. He said with a smile remembering the past. Hazix. Getting back to the subject, Lilith, I present to you my apprentice, Issei. He said with a smile. Lilith. Haha, so an apprentice, I think I could also teach you a thing or two. She said taking out her sword, which is the one in the image. Hazix. Well, if you want. He said relaxed. Issei. Wait really? He said incredulously. General narration. Now everyone could not believe what they saw, this was impossible, some thought, but the most affected were those of the Heaven faction when they saw Lilith, alive and not dead as they thought happened many years ago. In a feudal-style cabin. Kha'Zix and Lilith were seen along with a 15-year-old girl who looked like a hybrid between Kha'Zix and Lilith and who had a blue kimono and a katana and a fairly large Saint Bernard dog watching TV, more specifically it was Isaac's trial. Lilith. Well, I think that soon, maybe after the trial, the angels will come or maybe not, who knows. She said relaxed, watching the trial. Maria, daughter of Kha'Zix and Lilith. Mom, how can you be so relaxed about something like that? She said incredulously. Kha'Zix. Leave her alone, that's how it is with these things. In memory. Kha'Zix, Lilith and Issei would enter the house and see a 10-year-old girl who looked like a hybrid between Kha'Zix and Lilith who was playing with some toys. Lilith. Maria, come greet the visitors. She said, getting her daughter's attention. Maria. Okay, Mom, she said as she got up and went ahead of Issei and bowed, it's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Maria, I hope you feel welcome. She said with a smile. Issei. Hey. The pleasure is mine, and it's a pleasure to meet you, little one. He said, smiling and stroking the little girl's head. General narration. If they didn't understand anything before, now they were incredulous. Kha'Zix, one of the best swordsmen, and Lilith, the former demon queen, had had a daughter, they couldn't believe it and they were barely processing it. In the memory. Kha'Zix. Well child, we will begin your training, but first, I will show you your room, he said to guide Issei to a room, which had an oriental atmosphere, but still had some current things, like a television, there was also a window, where you could see the landscape, you could also see a closet, a nightstand and a bed, this will be your room, while we train. He said with a smile. Issei. I appreciate it. He said happily. Kha'Zix. Well, installed we will start in 15 minutes. He said leaving. Issei. Issei would go to bed and sit down, everything is starting to improve. He said with a smile. Then the scene changed several times, showing part of Issei's training and how Kha'Zix was as a teacher, he was strict but at the same time fun, he also looked like Lilith, she was teaching him some movements and it was seen how Issei discovered more things about his new sword, like that it had a chain that let him throw one side of his sword while holding the other, it was also seen how Issei's friendship with Maria grew, they were very good friends. It was even shown how Issei managed to defeat his teachers, crowning himself as one of the best swordsmen. The scene changes to outside Kha'Zix and Lilith's house. Issei. I guess I have to go. He said somewhat discouraged. Kha'Zix. Yes, unfortunately. He said a little sadly. Issei. You know, I will always appreciate everything you taught me, without a doubt. He said with a smile, while tears came out. Lilith. We taught you a lot, kid. He said giving him a hug, surprising Issei. Issei. Yes, I know. He said accepting the hug. Kha'Zix. Well, I have a surprise for you. He said drawing the attention of Issei and Lilith. Issei. And what is it? He said confused. Kha'Zix. Well, I was able to make your parents sign a form that makes them no longer your parents, in fact, I'm surprised they did it, I barely mentioned you, and it seemed like they didn't even care, he said, and the last thing he said made Issei feel sad, just to be able to do this. He said showing a contract. Issei. What is that? He said without understanding. Kha'Zix. If you sign this, you will legally be our son and you can completely leave the Heim surname, he said leaving Issei and Lilith speechless, so do you accept? He said looking at Issei. Issei. Yes, I accept. He said while hugging Kha'Zix, who would give him a pen and happily sign his name. Kha'Zix. Well, it's official, you're our son now. He said while hugging Issei. Lilith. Welcome to the family, son. He said happily while hugging Issei. Issei. Thank you. He said while accepting the hug and you could see that he was crying. Suddenly Maria would come out of the house and see the scene. Maria. What's up? She said without understanding. Lilith. Daughter, let me introduce you to your new brother. She said surprising her daughter. Maria. Yes. she said, hugging Issei. Isaac. Hey, what if we take a picture? She said happily. Everyone? Yes. She said in agreement. The scene changes showing Issei and his new family taking out the occasional family photo, and you would see how Issei put one of those in his wallet while he was in his room. Issei. So this is what it feels like to have a family. He said with a big smile while looking at Issei, happy because his life was improving. General narration. Everyone could no longer process what they saw. Issei turns out to be legally the son of Lilith and Kha'Zix, they could barely process that. Human world, Heim residential. Everyone there was shocked, but especially Issei's former family, who were crying upon learning that, and the Heim gentlemen remembered when they signed that, they didn't care, they didn't even read what it said, only a hooded man offered it to them, and when he mentioned Issei, they didn't even care what would happen, now they realized, now Issei was no longer their son. Yakai territory, Yasaka castle. Venelana and Grafiya were shocked to learn about the news of their newly found out in-laws. Albedo. So they are our grandparents. He said somewhat confused. John. It seems so. He also said confused. Hale. They look like good people. He said with a smile. Chapter 5. A trial and the revelation of many secrets 5/5. It was seen as Azazel was checking his machine to see how many memories they could still see. Azazel. Well, the machine can only show one last memory of Issei, so get ready because we already started. He said to return to his place. Upon hearing that, everyone wondered what they were going to see until another title would appear, the release of Hidden Potential. When they saw the title they were somewhat confused but decided to see what the title referred to. In the memory. It was seen how Issei was chained while being escorted by some demon guards in the middle of the forest. General narration. Everyone seeing that realized that was his execution day, that it was decided to kill him in the Kuo forest, but the only thing there were the corpses of the guards and a large part of the army of heaven in the underworld, but Issei was not there, so it was thought that he was rescued by the Chaos Brigade, but they wanted to see what really happened. In memory. Guard 1. Finally this guy is going to die. He said, despising Issei. Guard 2. Yeah, who cares anyway? He said without interest. Guard 3. Yeah, let's just get this over with. He said irritably. At one point Issei stopped and the guards tried to make him move but he wouldn't. Guard 4. Hey, useless, move. He said angrily. Issei. I'm fed up. He said seriously and with obvious anger. At that moment Issei would break his chains, surprising the guards who went to attack him, but in a quick movement Issei wrapping them up would kill them one by one. One of them was going to attack him from behind, but suddenly a cut along with some pink-purple rays would cut him in half. Issei, noticing that, would turn around seeing Lilith. Issei. Mama. He said surprised. Lilith. Hello son. He said with a smile. One of the still surviving guardians managed to alert his superiors but would quickly be cut by Kha'Zix, who would cut him in half. Kha'Zix. He could call reinforcements, you have to flee this country now son. He said seriously because of the current situation. General narration. Everyone was tense seeing Issei's current situation but they wondered what country he went to. At the Heim residential area. Everyone present, seeing what Issei did, was scared. It was noticeable that he was very angry, although Issei's ex-mother felt a pang in her heart when she saw that Issei called Lilith mama. On the screens. Issei. I can't, not without the crystal. He said seriously. Lilith. Well go, we'll cover you. Asia said her stepson, so that she would nod and run to where the crystal was, which she took from the subject with wide eyes. Suddenly some magic circles would appear, and several from the army, from heaven and the underworld were arriving. Kha'Zix. Well, here they come, ready to dance. He said mischievously to his wife. Lilith. Always love. He also said mischievously. It was seen how Lilith and Kha'Zix, they could get into a battle position to see how the army of heaven and the underworld ran for them while Lilith and Kha'Zix smiled with obvious emotion. General narration. Everyone seeing the smiles of Lilith and Kha'Zix felt a chill in their body, knowing that this was going to be a carnage. In memory. The scene would change to Issei climbing a mountain with his spider legs, reaching the top, going fast towards some rocks that had symbols made with fire. In that Issei would transform and using his powers he would break the seal and move the rock, seeing below the blue crystal, which was from the subject with wide eyes. Issei would quickly take it and see it. Issei. This thing is very dangerous. He said seriously to save it and then jump a great distance to take advantage to continue running. General narration. Everyone, seeing the blue crystal again, tensed up when they saw it, remembering the subject with wide eyes a little. In fact, Zack's family was still angry at seeing the crystal, like Razor and Ubeluna. In the memory. It was seen how Issei had detransformed and was running with everything to be able to escape, but suddenly he would be cornered by some demons and angels. He would get serious. Issei. Listen, this is only going to end in two ways, either you let me go, or I will kill you all, in a slow and painful way that you would wish to see. Taking the first option. He said, seriously looking at the demons and angels that surrounded him. The angels and demons, hearing that, laughed and were ready to attack Issei, would get into a combat position, but suddenly some spaceships would appear and he would shoot at the demons and angels. Then from the ship several soldiers in plumber suits would come out and next to them was Ben 10,000 and Gwen and Rook. Issei. But what? He said without believing it. Ben 10,000. Haha, it's been a long time, isn't it like that, Issei? He said with a smile. General narration. Everyone was surprised to see the plumbers, but even more so when they saw Ben 10,000, they were excited to see him again. On the screens. Ben 10,000. And tell me, why did those guys attack you? He said curiously. Issei. Long story. He said knowing there was no time. Ben 10,000. Well, get on the ship and tell us that long story on the way, we need your help with something important. He said sending him up, to which Issei accepts and gets on the ship that would leave the planet with others. Issei. Incredible. He said looking out the ship's window. Ben 10,000. Well, do you want to tell us what happened? He said curiously, to which Issei would sigh. After a while Issei would tell them what happened and what he experienced, also that they had accused him of something he didn't do, leaving everyone in shock. Ben 10,000. I'm truly sorry about what happened to you, friend. He said with pity. Issei. Yes, whatever, what did they come to all this for? He said curiously. Rook. Straight, huh? Well, it's time to tell you what's going on. Not long ago, we found a planet that was destroyed. In the writings that were there, it said that a special crystal was needed to rebuild the planet. It said to put an image of a crystal that was engraved in rock. Recently, that energy has been detected on your planet and we think you might know the solution, he said while Issei looked more closely at the drawing and realized something. We need you to give us some information to start. He said, but he would be interrupted by Issei, who would show the blue crystal of the subject with wide eyes that was the same as the drawing. When? But how? He said, not believing it. Issei. Also a long story. He said with an amused smile. Ben 10,000. Will you tell us on the way? He said curiously. Issei. Of course. He said smiling. The scene would change to the ship where Issei was, where it was seen that they were playing cards and telling stories about their lives, until Rook would call them. Rook. Friends, we're here. He said so everyone would go to the command bridge seeing the planet. Issei. Incredible. He said impressed, but suddenly he would feel a pang in his head and he would put a hand to his forehead. General narration. Everyone seeing that Issei was not on Earth but was in the damn space were in shock that answered why they never found him on Earth because he was not on Earth, but when they heard what Rook said and that the crystal that Issei took from the subject with wide eyes was the solution to the problem, they were surprised, but they were scared to see the state of that planet. In the memory. Ben 10,000. Are you okay, Issei? He said worried. Issei. Yes, I just felt like a stabbing pain in my head, I don't know why. He said in pain. When? It must be because of the red crystal that you have in your body, its energy must have some kind of memory of what happened here. He said explaining what was happening to Issei. Issei. Okay, that makes sense, sigh, let's just continue and finish this. He said seriously. After landing there they began to go to the center of the planet. Every time they got closer, Issei felt more pain in his head. There was even a point when he began to hear screams, explosions, and he thought he saw blood in some parts of the planet. It was so much what he felt that he was forced to transform, until sometime they reached the center of the planet. When? Okay, it's here, this is very important Issei, so pay attention. He said obviously it would be. Issei. Tell me, once and for all, this headache is really powerful. He said irritably. When? You see, since this crystal was in that subject with whom you fought, in a certain way its presence is still in the crystal. What you must do is fight again against it, but to do that you must be there, she said, pointing to what seemed to be a place of meditation. You must meditate in order to fight against the subject and thus purify the crystal once and for all, in order to restore this planet. She said explaining to Issei what he had to do. General narration. Everyone seeing what was happening to Issei were scared to see what he was suffering just for being on that planet, but they hoped that Issei could solve it, but when they heard what he had to do they became even more scared, remembering their previous battle against the subject with wide eyes. They knew that it would be very hard for Issei, but they trusted that he could win that battle. In memory. Issei. Sigh, okay we will. He said seriously getting into position to meditate. When? Well, I'll put the crystal at once, are you sure Issei? We won't be able to help you if things get ugly. she said somewhat worried. Issei. I've already faced that guy, it will be difficult, not impossible, I'm sure of that. He said seriously, ready for what was coming. When? Well, let's start. She said putting the crystal in what seemed to be a pillar of energy. Then it would look like around Issei like a kind of orange energy barrier, it would surround him and begin to meditate, now being in a place that looked like a meadow full of white flowers, and in the middle was the crystal that was the same, in what seemed to be a pillar of energy, but from the crystal a black shadow would emerge that would go along the ground, withering the flowers, and from this the subject with wide eyes would come out. Wide-eyed guy. Did you miss me? He said with a smile. Issei. No, not at all. He said seriously, while getting into a combat stance. General narration. Everyone sees the guy again, they were angry, but especially those from the infamous Razor and Ubaluna clans. In memory. In a quick movement the subject would hit Issei, without him being able to react, sending him to a great distance. While Issei was recovering, he would take out his sword and would launch himself to attack. The subject would take out a black stone sword and would use it to stop the attack. After that, the subject would create black stone clones and send them to attack. Issei would manage to destroy some, but by carelessness, one of the clones would manage to give him a powerful punch. Issei was getting up, but at that moment the subject would launch a black stone attack, which would pierce his limbs preventing him from being able to move. Then he would send some clones to attack, and all of them would create a black stone drill, and would go to attack Issei mercilessly, who would become tense, seeing his situation. General narration. Everyone seeing Issei's situation was scared to see how superior the subject seemed, it was terrifying. At the Heim residence. Everyone seeing Issei's situation, everyone tensed, everyone was nervous, and they were scared to see that he was going to receive some attacks at point-blank range completely. In the Yasaka punishment. Everyone present was nervous to see Issei's situation, even the children were scared to see their father in that situation. In the memory. Suddenly, Issei was in what appeared to be the street of his old house, and you could see that he had a face of surprise and had transformed. Issei. But what? He said without understanding. But suddenly he saw the same little one, surrounded by blood. Issei. What? He said without understanding and would proceed to chase his little self until they arrived at his old house. Now I remember, this happened after, that they will transform me into what I am. He said realizing. Issei was still following his little self, seeing how he turned his head seeing that just that day, it was Christmas and he would see like little Issei. He was looking at that his family was playing, like a happy family, then he would see like little Issei, to his old room where he saw how little Issei sat on his bed, while he was seen by Issei, who was leaning against the wall, somewhat melancholic. General narration. Everyone seeing the little one and knowing that it was when he was recently turned into the beast, some were still disturbed by it. At the Heim residence. Issei's ex-parents and ex-sister were affected to see themselves, enjoying themselves, while Issei suffered who knows what hell. In memory. Little Issei. Will you get revenge? He said looking at his bigger version. Issei. But you can see me? He said without believing it, while his surroundings turned completely black, while little Issei was still sitting. Little Issei. Answer. He said seriously, while his hair covered his eyes. Issei. No, it's not worth it. He said looking at the ground. Little Issei. What do you mean no? They deserve it. He said completely angry while around him what seemed to be mutated flesh, with some veins throbbing strongly, and behind him a giant eye was shown, while the flesh approached the big Issei, well you could see how the little Issei's sclera turned black and his spider legs came out, which was not phased. Issei. Maybe, but we would give them reason. He said seriously looking at his little version. Little Issei. What? He said without understanding, while the mutated flesh seemed to retreat a little. Issei. Yes, maybe taking revenge is the fair thing to do, but we would be giving reason to those who insulted us, those who mistreated us. He said revealing why he does not want revenge. Little Issei. You say it to avoid the guilt of knowing that we are a monster. He said looking down. Issei. Hey that's not true, Sai, you know I think it's time to forgive them. He said looking at his little version, with a smile. Little Issei. Is it? He said without believing it. Issei. Yes, we are not monsters. Taking revenge would be giving reason to those who did this to us. From now on, let's let karma do its work on its own. He said offering his hand to his little version, which would accept. General narration. Everyone seeing Issei's conversation with his little version were impressed to see how mature Issei can be, in fact many were impressed by the fact that he didn't want revenge. In memory. After that the large Issei would wrap himself in orange energy and would return to the battle, where Issei would open his eyes that were wrapped in orange energy, and suddenly a large column of orange energy would manifest, releasing Issei and completely clearing the attack and destroying the black stone clones before the incredulous gaze of the subject with wide eyes, and it would be seen how Issei had a new appearance. Now his sclerae were black and his pupils were now red with a white dot. He had a black shirt and he had a white jacket with some red details like some flames, his hair was a little messier and he had 2 red horns and now his teeth were sharp. General narration. Everyone seeing Issei's new body was impressed, not to mention the power it gave off, although in the case of Venelana, Grafiya and Yasaka, they blushed when they saw the new body of their children's father, and while Issei's children thought their father looked great, even more than before. In memory. Issei. Ha 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 ha. He laughed with genuine happiness and emotion. Wide-eyed guy. What are you laughing at? He said angrily. Issei. Ha ha ha, sigh, I'm sorry, it's just that I got excited. He said while smiling. The guy would try to hit Issei, but he would simply dodge it while he continued laughing. The guy tried to attack him with his black stone attacks, but Issei only dodged them with his new speed. Issei. Is that all you have? Well, then it's my turn to attack. He said amusedly. Suddenly Issei using his speed would give him a punch wrapped in fire, which would send the subject a considerable distance. The subject would recover and would launch a black stone attack on the ground, but Issei would respond the same, stepping hard and making a magma attack, which would surpass the black stone, damaging the subject a lot. Subject with wide eyes. How is it possible? He said without believing it. Issei. You know, this is starting to bore me, so let's finish this, he said to hit the ground hard causing a crack, and from this clones made of Issei's fire would come out, finish it. He said while sending his clones. The subject seeing that would create black stone clones and send them to fight against the fire clones, while he and Issei stared at each other. Suddenly Issei teleported in front of the subject and kicked him, and would take out his double-edged sword, then stab the subject, and using his power through the sword, he would destroy the subject, and it would be seen how the black stone clones were destroyed, giving Issei the victory. General narration. Everyone was celebrating seeing Issei's victory against the subject with wide eyes and unlocking his new power. In the memory. Then you see how Issei was approaching the crystal, which was in the middle. Issei. Could it be that it is already purified? He said curiously. But suddenly he would hear some voices, so many that he held his head because of the pain, and knelt down. Voice 1. Release the crystal. A ghostly tone sounded. Voice 2. Let the energy flow. A different voice sounded. And so on, until Issei woke up, looking somewhat agitated, and was seen getting up, seeing his new appearance in person. Then 10,000. Issei, are you okay? He said to his friend. Issei. Yes, I am better than ever. He said looking at his hand. When? That new look suits you. She said happily. Issei. Thanks, now I know what to do. She said going towards the blue crystal. General narration. Everyone, seeing what happened to Issei, got scared, but they didn't understand what those voices were referring to, but it seemed that Issei did understand. In the memory. Issei would put his hands around the crystal and would begin to release orange energy at full speed. You could see how the crystal cracked, well from it, energy hooks took the pieces of the planet that were floating. Slowly the planet was recomposing itself and the crystal would break releasing all the power and uniting the planet again, and you could see how Issei fell to the ground from exhaustion. Then 10,000. Incredible. He said impressed. When? Not to say anything but, how are we going to get out? He said having that doubt. Issei. And what do you think about over there? He said pointing to a tunnel and getting up in the process. Rook. That's convenient. He said looking at the tunnel. Everyone would come out through the tunnel and see how the nature of the planet was being restored from some magic seals. You could see how white-furred animals came out and others water came out, which was restoring the planet and its nature to what seemed to be its former glory. General narration. Everyone seeing how the planet was restored and seeing its flora and fauna were amazed that this planet was a brother. In memory. Issei. This place is beautiful. He said looking at the place. Then 10,000. Without a doubt, he said impressed, and I think it's the perfect time to give you something Issei. He said getting Issei's attention. Then would go to the ship and take out a green briefcase, and from it he would take out the Ultimatrix that he would give to Issei. Issei. Those are them. He said incredulously. Then 10,000. Yes, Ultimatrix, they were difficult to make, but it was possible. They have all the aliens, in addition to the DNA that you scanned, in the past, consider it a gift. He said while giving them to Issei, that he would put them on and they fit him perfectly. Issei. Thank you, this is incredible. He said impressed. Then 10,000. And that's not all. He said so the truck takes the floor. Brooke. Issei, we offer you the opportunity to join the Plumbers Academy if you want. He said, offering to join the Plumbers Academy. Issei. Of course, it is a great honor. He said, accepting the offer. Brooke. Well, I'll take you to the Plumbers Academy so you can enroll. He said, going towards the ship, followed by Issei, Ben, and Gwen. A scene would change in Rook's ship where everyone was going to the academy while Issei meditated in a seat. General narration. Everyone present was surprised to see that they gave the Ultimatrix to Issei, but more so to know that he was going to get on the Plumbers Academy, which affected his former classmates from the Kuo Academy who were watching. In memory. Suddenly, while Issei was meditating, he appeared in what appeared to be a library lit by candles. Issei would walk for a while until he saw someone very similar to him, only he seemed more mature. Issei. Who are you? He said on alert. Entity 303. My name? I never had one, just a nickname, Entity 303. He said, introducing himself. Issei. What do you want from me? He said curiously. Entity 303. Explain some things to you, he said, walking down a hallway while being followed by Issei. Tell me, have you never wondered where your power came from? He said while looking at some books. Issei. No, I never questioned that, to be honest. He said without understanding what that was about. Entity 303. Well, let me explain where it comes from, he said while leaving a book in one place, and a door would open. As he passed through the door, you could see a large meadow of white and red flowers, the crystal that entered your body more or less a few months ago. It was my power, you see, my planet, the one that your restaurant, was one of the first species in the universe. Our power and knowledge were incredible, but one day, like all species, a war occurred. He said, explaining about his species and what happened on his planet. I was just someone who liked computers, as your species would say. I was a brain, so to speak. I never liked to fight, something that my family always liked. I was the opposite of them, but when the war started, I had no choice but to fight to protect those I loved. The war got out of control, and in an attack, that's when everything went to shit, he said seriously, in an attack by the enemy. Thinking that nothing would happen, literally split a part of the planet in half, leaving as a solution the blue crystal that I was sent to find. After that and the imminent death of our planet, we locked the animals of the planet in magical cells that would protect them, and we did the same with the rivers, lakes, and seas, to protect them. The few survivors, we put our powers and knowledge in crystals, which we put in meteorites that we scattered throughout the universe. Until the day that someone worthy of carrying such power and knowledge is found. Evidently, I was included among the survivors, and I also put the blue crystal in my meteorite to protect it until today that the blue crystal fulfilled its purpose, and that would be the story of my world, the one you rebuilt. He said while he and Issei walked in the flower meadow and arrived at a mountain where incredible views could be seen. General narration. Everyone, upon hearing the story about the world of Entity 303, was surprised there was a lot of information. In memory. Issei. I mean, I am worthy of carrying your power. He said, looking at the place. Entity 303. Exactly, in fact, your increase in power, from Devia to the maturity you showed, by not wanting revenge, knowing that it was the right thing to do, that was what my crystal needed to know that you were worthy. There all its power was released, and that's why your image changed, so drastic. He said, explaining why Issei's look changed. Issei. Incredible. He said while looking at himself. Entity 303. Not to mention your infinite potential, you have the potential to be much more powerful than you are now, plus all your old disadvantages were eliminated. He said, explaining. Issei. Wait, how? He said, but Entity 303 teleported below. Issei, seeing that, would take out his spider legs and go down. Hey, why did you leave me talking to myself? He said, confused. Entity 303. You would see when the crystal unlocked all its power, it eliminated your old defects of your mutations, leaving only what could be useful to you, like your spider legs or your sharp tongue. He said, explaining. Issei. Wait, if what you say is true, that means, he said, to grab his face and try to take it off, but it didn't come out. My face is no longer a mask. He said without believing it. Entity 303. Extract, not to mention that another disadvantage that you had was eliminated, which I think you already know. He said, making Issei realize. Issei. My need to have to eat some supernatural being, now that you say it, since my body changed, I no longer feel that need. This new body is incredible. He said, looking at his hands, with a smile. Entity 303. And like you, your descendants will have, with training, they will be able to have a similar potential. He said, explaining. Issei. Wait, what? He said without understanding. Entity 303. You didn't find out. You're going to be a father, he said while there was a screen there. The 3 women that you like were pregnant with you. He said while the screen showed like some sparks that were slowly growing in their bellies. Issei. Wait, those sparks are my children. he said without believing it, tears accumulating in his eyes. Entity 303. Yes, so congratulations, I tell you that their powers or mutations will begin to manifest at 5 years old onwards, just so you know. He said congratulating Issei. Issei. I'm going to be a father. He said while crying. Entity 303. Yes well, I congratulate you, Issei Entity. He said with a smile. Issei. Entity. He said without understanding. Entity 303. That was my last name. When you unlock the full power of the crystal, genetically, you stopped being human. Now you, like your children, are not genetically human, they are of my species, and I believe that you, like them, deserve to have my last name, and without a doubt, you deserve it more than me, he said in the last somewhat dejected, while his body began to fade. Heh, my time has come. He said smiling while fading before Issei's incredulous gaze. Issei. Issei Entity. Heh, I like the way it sounds. He said smiling while waking up from his meditation. General narration. Everyone was surprised to know that Issei had infinite potential, that means that he could become stronger, and knowing that he was no longer genetically human, and that he already knew about the existence of his children, and about his last name change, that surprised them even more. Residential Heim. Issei's former parents and ex-sister upon learning that Issei had a new last name, that affected them. In Yasaka Castle. Issei's children, upon learning that they could one day reach their father's potential and that now their powers were beginning to develop, were excited and they also liked their father's new last name and would gladly bear it with honor. In memory. You could see how everyone was looking out the windows and Issei would do the same. Rook. We arrived. He said to introduce the Plumbers Academy. Issei. I think it's going to be fun. He said with obvious emotion. You would see several shorts of Issei studying and training in the Plumbers Academy so that at the end you would see a radiation ceremony of the plumbers where Issei was, where he looked older. After the ceremony ended, he went to prepare to start his job and now he was on Rook's ship going to the main base of the plumbers. Issei Entity. It took its time, but I finally graduated. He said with obvious emotion. Then 10,000. Yes, but I warn you that it will not be easy, there are many dangers in the universe, you must be alert. He said he explained that it will not be so easy. Issei. Yes, I know. He said knowing that it would not be easy sometimes. General narration. Everyone seeing how Issei had graduated felt happy, seeing that, although Issei's former classmates and his former teachers were sad not to see good classmates teachers for Issei. In Yasaka Castle. It was seen that the children were happy to see their father as a plumber and Venelana and Grafiya were also happy to know that the father of their children was part of that space organization. Author's note. I'm sorry if this chapter is shorter than the others, this was the best I could come up with, I hope you understand. Chapter 6. The Verdict and a Reunion. After everything they saw, how Issei was stronger than he seemed, the feats he did, in addition to the training he had, Alphen were giving the final verdict towards Isaac. Searches. As we saw, Issei has several feats, achieved by his effort and hard work, unlike Isaac who took credit for achievements that were not even his in the first place, Isaac for seeing us all lied to, incriminating an innocent, and the facts that you worked for the Chaos Brigade, all of us, mass, leaders, and those of the council, condemn you guilty of all crimes, and your sentence will be to spend the rest of your existence in Tartarus, being tortured, for the rest of your existence. He said saying what he knew, and saying Isaac's sentence. But that said a group of guards went to grab Isaac to take him to Tartarus, while this same one could see his terror on his face, knowing what awaited him, to see how he was dragged, while screaming. Isaac. You can't do this to me. You're going to pay dearly for it. I will get revenge on all of you. He said with evident desperation while being dragged by the guards, then being knocked out by one of the guards and then taken for his condemnation, being followed by one of the cameramen. Suddenly from a door in the back, a Yaokai soldier would enter, going where Yasaka was. Yaokai soldier. My lady, a ship is arriving in Kyoto, it seems to be one of the plumber's ships, which Mr. Issei joined. He said while kneeling in respect. Azazel. A plumber's ship in Yasaka's fraction. I don't think so. He said incredulously because of the suspicion he had. Yasaka would quickly turn on the television that was in the room, seeing a news channel in Kyoto, seeing a ship above, seeing an open door, where the camera would zoom, seeing that there was Issei. Yasaka. Issei. He said happily to proceed to make a magic circle and transport himself to his home to receive the father of his child. In Kyoto. It would be seen from the ship where Issei was seeing the city of Kyoto while the scene moved his jacket in a dramatic way. Come on friend, relax. Said what seemed to be a boy, but it would be seen that he was made of a black matter that looked like smoke. Issei Entity. I'm relaxed, Null. He said calmly turning around to see his partner. Null. Hey, you know I don't like being called that. He said, disgusted by the nickname. Relax, Carlos is just a nickname. A female voice said, which would catch the attention of Issei entity and the already unidentified Carlos. Issei entity. Yes, relax friend, listen to him Carmen. He said calming his friend. Carlos. Well, I'll calm down, it's that, I'm still adapting to this form, seriously since I unlocked the power of my crystal completely, I still don't understand why my other two arms and eyes disappeared. He said revealing why he was somewhat sensitive. Issei entity. Yes, I don't understand it either, I mean, I know that when the full power of the crystal is unlocked, it eliminates the weaknesses leaving the advantages, but I don't understand why your other two arms and eyes were considered a weakness, I mean, you are a tetrament. He said without understanding why the elimination of the characteristic parts of his species. I can answer that. Said a voice, which sounded like biomechanical, calling the attention of those present. Issei entity. Tell us, malware, what is the reason for the removal of Carlos's extra limbs? He said waiting for the answer. Malware, you see, you remember when you unlocked the power of your crystal, right? That it eliminated the disadvantages of your mutations and left you with the advantages, well it's easy to think that it was the same thing, and that Carlos's crystal would think that Carlos's extra arms and eyes were a disadvantage. He said explaining a little. Carlos. But, how could they be a disadvantage if my species is characterized by our strength? He said without understanding. Malware. Exactly, just their strength, but what about agility and speed? Although we cannot say that the Tetramen are slow and clumsy, that does not mean that they are surpassed by beings with smaller size and strength, but with greater agility and speed, in this case, the crystal, I remove your extra arms to make you lighter, but I retain all your strength when you were a complete Tetramen, thus making you have a balance between strength, agility and speed. He said explaining why Carlos's extra arms were removed, making sure that he understood. Harmon. And what about his extra eyes, why were those also removed? He said with that doubt. Malware. He has better eyesight than before, right surely by removing his extra eyes, to give him better vision, giving him another advantage. He said pointing at that point. Carlos. If you say it like that, it makes sense, since they removed my extra arms, that gave me better agility and speed, and with the removal of my extra eyes, now I can see in the dark and in the smoke, maybe it cost me some physical strength, but I gained more than what I lost. He said realizing that the advantages he had obtained, a considerable improvement. Issei entity. Basically, something had to be sacrificed to obtain something better, it sounds somewhat poetic. He said now understanding why Carlos had lost his extra parts. Ship speakers. Attention everyone, we are going to land shortly. Said a male but young voice. Harmon. They remember me because we invited Rookben to this. She said without understanding why they invited Rook's younger brother. Issei entity. He is the best driver there is, and I promised him that I would show him my planet, he was also the cheapest driver there was. He said giving the reasons why he invited Rookben. Malware. He really holds a grudge against his father. He whispered what he said to Issei. Issei entity. You can blame her, literally she and her 13 siblings were looked down on by their species for being genetically also human, and Ben didn't even visit them or send them a letter or look for them in the first place. He also said whispering what he said to Malware. Malware. I don't blame her, I also had my grudges with my father. He said remembering those times. Issei entity. Yes, but you're impatient, if we make the comparison, she and her siblings have better reasons to be angry with their father. He said pointing at that. Carlos. Yes, but at least I get along with her siblings. He said with a smile. Issei entity. And that's considering that you two are boyfriends, I'm really surprised they didn't freeze you. He said expressing his genuine surprise. Camila. They tried, I just didn't allow them. She said leaning on one of the walls of the ship, trying to relax. Everyone felt a small tremor, and they would see that the ship had already landed, those present would approach the exit hatch and get off, seeing a little of the landscape, they had landed at a considerable distance from Kyoto to try not to attract too much attention. Issei entity. To be honest, I have no idea what may or may not happen, so I think the right thing to do is not let our guard down. He said to his companions making them nod. Malware. If that would be the most logical thing, well, I think it would be best to go for there. Said the galvanic mechamorph, then the whole group walked towards Kyoto. It had taken them a little while, but they finally arrived in Kyoto, and what greeted them was not exactly what they expected, a literal crowd of fans was chazzing them, to 1 ask them a few questions about alien life, 2 ask Issei for an autograph, or 3 take a picture, the truth was a situation they were not expecting. Issei entity. In short, this was not the situation I thought was going to happen. He said as he proceeded to teleport to a building, to make a great leap to another. Harmon. And what did you expect exactly? She said as she spread her wings and began to fly. Issei entity. I don't know, a scale battle, a fight, or some really epic explosion, but I didn't think I'd be chased, literally by paparazzi. He said while giving another balance to the ground, landing and continuing to run, still being followed by the paparazzi. Suddenly Carlos would appear winged next to him. Carlos. To be honest, those options sound much better than this. He said while continuing to run, well you could see how Malware stretched and reached his companions to continue running. Malware. Whatever, just keep running. He said running as if his life depended on it. Now we see how Issei, Carlos, Carmen and Malware were on top of a building, resting, the tiredness was evident on their faces. Issei entity. In the end, they caught us, I think they've never taken so many pictures of me in my life. He said somewhat exhausted. Malware. My head hurts from all the questions they asked us. He said holding his head tiredly. Carlos. At least everything calmed down. He said sighing to lie down on the floor. Suddenly a magic circle would appear near them calling their attention. Carmen. Now what? She said a little annoyed, this day was not as she expected. From the magic circle, Yasaka, Grafiya and Venelana would appear, along with their respective children. Issei entity. Yasaka, Grafiya, Venelana, it's good to see you again, after all this time, he said to go hug them, being reciprocated by these same ones, and then see the little children who were next to them, and I imagine that these little ones would be my children, huh? He said putting on a smile, friendly so that the children knew that he was not a threat, and then being surprised by a hug from Albedo, then from John and finally from Hale. Carmen. Seriously, they are Issei's children. He said with some doubt, to which Malware's eye would begin to glow green for a moment. Malware. I confirm, the children's DNA is Issei's, not to mention that the little brown-haired boy's mutations have already developed, the white hair's powers have developed, and the little Yaokai has the Ultimatrix, and his mutations and powers have also developed, so I confirm that they are his children. He said confirming that the little children were Issei's children. Carlos. Well, the family resemblance is noticeable. He said with a smile watching the scene. Meanwhile, in the space-time continuum. He would look like Dr. Paradox, he was watching the scene with a smile of joy, seeing how his friend had his reunion with his loved ones and his children. Enjoying the view, Doc. Said a familiar voice to Dr. Paradox. Dr. Paradox. That's right, my friend. He said as he turned around. You would see a person identical to Issei, but with several changes. To begin with, he had a top hat that made him look somewhat elegant, you could also see that he was holding a cane, you could see on his cape that one of his eyes was a golden gear, seeing that his sclera was green, and his eye seemed to be a clock, he also had a formal suit, with some golden metallic touches, as well as brown pants, with black ankle boots. Issei Time Guardian. It's always good to see this part. He said with a smile, approaching where Paradox was. Dr. Paradox. Without a doubt. He said as he fixed his gaze again on the reunion. Issei Time Guardian. I'm still impressed by the genius of the multiverse, it's so big with so many different stories, it seems like I'm daydreaming. He said to look up seeing thousands, no millions of different temporal branches, where each one was different. Dr. Paradox. That's right, the multiverse can be very impressive, it always shows us that there is not only one way to tell a story. He said with a smile. Issei Time Guardian. How many ways will there be, or are they infinite? I think those are questions that are impossible to answer. He said smiling at the beauty of the multiverse. Dr. Paradox. That's right my friend, that's right. He said agreeing with his friend. Issei Time Guardian. Do you want to see any other stories? He said seeing the infinite stories he could see. Dr. Paradox. Sure, it's always fun to see some of the new stories being written. He said so that both he and Issei could leave there to see what more stories they could see in the multiverse. Special Chapter 1. Bad Issei's Universe. It was seen as Issei was walking out of school, the truth is today had been a shitty day, first his morning a look considering who his brothers are, he was already used to that, then at the academy, they were screwing him all day, and they expelled him for supposedly starting those fights, let's say that the chestnut's day was not being very good until now. Issei. Sigh, what a day, now what am I going to do, I highly doubt that my idiot parents will enroll me in another academy, knowing them, and although I earn a lot with boxing, I can't live off of that alone, there's the hell I'm going to do. He said without knowing what to do now. Maybe I have the answer. An adult voice said, getting Issei's attention. Issei. Who are you? He said seriously, seeing a black-haired man, wearing a uniform similar to a director's, also he had glasses, and a cane. Thomas. Oh, my apologies, he said to clear his throat a little, my name is Thomas Ado, I am the director of the Overhout Academy, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Issei Hyōdō, right? He said introducing himself and offering his hand to Issei. Issei. Yes, that's me, he said to accept the greeting, and what exactly do you want? He said in a somewhat carefree way. Thomas. "You see, I want you to join my academy," he said, surprising Issei a little, but when Issei was going to question why, Thomas interrupted him, "And if you're wondering, why do I want you to join? Well, it's simple, I saw your grades, I know the rumors about you are false, and I know you just got expelled, right? But the point, I think you have great potential, Issei, and it would be a waste not to take advantage of it," he said, explaining why he wanted Issei to join his academy, to take out a card and give it to Issei. "This is the address, if you want you can see the academy before making a decision." He said to leave looking like the Lord, it was difficult for him to lean on his right foot, and that being the reason why he uses a cane. Issei would look at the card for a few seconds, he knew he didn't have many options, and that it may or may not be some kind of trap, but being honest for him, he had nothing to lose, and a lot to gain, if this offer was real, so he decided that he was going to see that academy first, to see if it was what was promised. "Issei. Hyōdō Academy, it sounds interesting." He said, something interested. The next day, he looked like Issei where the address on the card was, looking surprised at what the academy facilities were. "Issei. Who would have thought I wasn't scammed?" He said, impressed, but a voice would get his attention. "Thomas. Hello, young Issei, how are you?" He said in a calm way, greeting the brown-haired man. "Issei. I'm fine, thanks for asking." He said in a calm way. The day before, Issei decided first of all to investigate if the Hyōdō Academy existed, being surprised that it did exist. In his investigation he found that there was nothing out of the ordinary in that academy, that's why he was now calmer than before. "Thomas. Well, I'm glad you can come now," he said, calling someone who was sitting on a nearby bench. "Thomas. This is Billy Thoshikag, he's going to show you the facilities, and at the end he'll take you to my office so you can make your decision. I hope you two get along," he said as he left, having other matters to attend to, leaving the duo of teenagers there. Issei. "So, Billy Thoshikag, I hope we get along," he said, offering his hand in greeting. "Billy. Anyway," he said, accepting the greeting, "well, it would be best to start the tour, come follow me," he said as he went towards the academy, being followed by Issei. It was seen how Billy was showing Issei the facilities, the truth was impressive, the teachers were good, and the clubs, well, there were everything, but the one that interested Issei the most was the boxing club, and he asked Billy if they could see it, and he accepted. When he arrived there, well, there were a total of 7 people there, doing different exercises. He introduced himself, and he liked everyone. For the first time in a long time, he felt that Alphen belonged to a school. But he didn't play it. After a few minutes, Billy and Issei arrived at the director's office where Issei entered. "Thomas. And Issei, what did you think of the academy? I hope you liked it," he said, smiling. Issei. "This place, the truth is incredible, this place, I simply have no words to describe it," he said, quite impressed by the place. "Thomas. And what do you say? Do you join the academy?" he said curiously. Issei. "Yes, I accept to join your academy," he said, smiling, agreeing to join the Hyōdō Academy. "Thomas. Perfect, please come in to the storage room so that Cell can give him her uniform, and welcome to the Hyōdō Academy, young Issei Heim," he said with a kind smile, reflecting kindness. Issei. "Yes, thank you," he said happily, to leave the principal's office. Issei would go to the storage room where they would give him his uniform, which was the same as Billy's, only his name was embroidered on the back, plus a backpack like his, also with his name embroidered. Then Issei would be seen returning home while being seen off by Thomas and Billy. "Thomas. Billy, you can now go to your classes," he said so that Billy would accept going to his classes. The Hyōdō Academy made a serious mistake by expelling young Issei. "Let's see how they will do now without the one who could have been their best student," she said with a small amused smile, before leaving back to her office. Now she saw Issei trying on his new uniform, the truth was comfortable, and he liked how Cell looked. Issei. "Damn, the truth is that the Hyōdō Academy does have good taste in uniforms," he said while stretching a little and taking off his new uniform to put it away for tomorrow. "It's already a bit late, I should go to sleep," he said, to put on normal clothes to sleep, but first he would go where his little pet was, Chewbacca rests, he said while petting the little Saint Bernard, who would bark and settle down to sleep, to see how Issei did the same. The next day, he saw how Issei put on his new uniform ready to go to his new academy. Issei. "Okay, I have everything, well, it's time to go," he said, to take his backpack and was about to leave, but he stopped dead. For some reason, he quickly went under his bed and would take out the Ultimatrix, and now he would leave to go to the Hyōdō Academy. Issei thoughts. "Why did I put on another Ultimatrix? Because my instinct told me to put it on," he thought while walking down the street to go to his new academy. "I should just ignore that, maybe it's nothing," he thought, seeing that he was almost there. A few minutes later Issei had already arrived, being received by Billy, going to Issei's class, which was the same as Billy's. After the teacher introduced him, he would sit down and his first day would begin, and the truth was wonderful. He met his classmates, making friends quickly. The truth was fun, being there at lunchtime. Finally he didn't have to sit down to eat alone. Finally he had friends with whom to eat and talk. Of course he had to get used to it. He wasn't that used to so much friendship, but he liked that feeling. Of course not his best friend would always be Riser, but he liked the fact that he had more friends now. After lunch, he went to see the club's part to see if there was one he could join, and luckily for him there were still vacancies for the boxing club, so he went to sign up for that club. It was basically an exciting day for him, meeting new people, making new friends. And it was relaxing not having to put up with the irritating voice of his brothers. After that classes ended and Issei he was going home, but he wondered why hadn't he received any notification from Riser. Usually, at these times, he would invite him already Ubaluna to go train or have a barbecue or something like that, but today, nothing. It was strange, to be honest. In the end he got home and would change. He would notice that there was no one there, so he took the opportunity to watch some TV. But when he turned on the TV, he heard a noise. He would look out the window and see a bunch of spaceships from where robots were coming out attacking Kuo. And on TV it would show how more ships were attacking the rest of the world. Issei. What the hell, he said without believing it. He quickly took his cell phone and would call his parents. No, not Mickey or Goru, his real parents, who gave him the parental love he always wanted. Kha'Zix and Lilith. Hello, yes it's me, you saw what's happening on TV, how was I more than watching? He said without understanding. Meanwhile at Kha'Zix and Lilith's house. He looked like Kha'Zix, he was destroying several of the robots, while Lilith was also destroying the robots while protecting Maria and talking to Issei on the phone. Lilith. I say that, right now they are attacking here, do we need help? No, these are weak, maybe you should go protect your city, we'll see each other there. Is Maria okay? Sure, just a little scared because of the surprise attack, but despite that, she's okay. Yes, see you in the center of Kuo, see you later son, be careful. She said to hang up the call and caress Maria's hair. Maria. Issei is fine. She said, worried about her older brother. Lilith. He is fine daughter, he will wait for us in the center of his city, so get ready, we will have to leave quickly. She said to go with her daughter to prepare some things. Kha'Zix, do you think you can hold on? She said towards her husband, who seemed to be enjoying the fight. Kha'Zix. Sure, you guys calm down, I'll be fine. He said to destroy another robot, seeing how Lilith entered her house with Maria to prepare things. Meanwhile with Issei. He looked like Issei and Chewbacca. He was going towards the center of Kuo, looking for a good place to wait for Lilith, Kha'Zix, and Maria, but several robots appeared along the way. Issei. Damn tin cans. He said angrily, he wanted to burn those damn tin cans, but Cell thought of something else. She saw her Ultimatrix and decided to use it. I haven't used this in a long time, let's see, not this one either, this one. He would look for the alien he wanted and transform into. Issei hunting. Gra, hunting. He would roar, furiously launching himself to destroy the robots with great ease and then detransform. After that, it would be seen how Chewbacca was surprised to see that, but Issei would quickly take it to run, seeing from afar a large troop of robots, which luckily had not seen them, managing to reach a safe place in the center. Issei. Well, Chewbacca, I think we'll be fine here for the moment. He said, leaning against the wall of an alley, but would hear a noise, standing up and activating his power, putting on his white hood and being prepared to fight, but he saw that the noise he heard was Lilith, Kha'Zix, and Maria, who were passing by there by chance, meeting. Lilith. Son. She said to go hug Issei, who would accept by reciprocating the hug. I'm glad you're okay. He said, evidently calmer. Kha'Zix. I'm happy you're okay, but what do we do now? There are still all those ships in the sky, trying to fly away would be suicide, does anyone have a plan? She said to see how everyone there was tense about something, even Chewbacca. A couple of minutes passed and no one came up with a plan, but they decided that for the moment that alley seemed like a good hiding place, but they decided to go up the building to have a better view of what was happening. Issei. Okay, let's analyze the situation. There are spaceships in the sky, there are a lot of robots out there causing destruction, and from what they told me, the factions were the first to fall to these guys. He said, analyzing the current situation. Kha'Zix. Exactly, and since the factions fell, that includes their armies, so if we're screwed. He said, knowing that they were lost, but in that everyone would hear a noise that caught their attention. They looked at the sky and saw some smaller ships attacking the large ships, seeing how some landed where they began to attack the robots. Issei. But what the hell is going on? he said while seeing what appeared to be soldiers, but with much more technological and futuristic weapons. It simply did not seem of this world, but suddenly a ship would land next to them, having a hatch revealing a white-haired boy with a red jacket, black shirt and black pants, with a robotic hand, and at his waist, he had 2 laser guns, but he would look closely at the hand where Issei's Ultimatrix was. "So you have the Ultimatrix, huh?" said the albino, with a red jacket, seeing the Ultimatrix, to proceed to approach Issei in an intimidating way, but suddenly Maria would get between the white-haired boy and Issei. "Maria. Hey, what are you going to do to my brother?" she said protectively, preventing the white-haired boy from getting closer. "He has the Ultimatrix, I need to talk to him," he said seriously, but it was obvious he wasn't going to hurt a girl. Issei. "Yes, I have it," he said showing it, "what's the problem?" He said seriously, he didn't know that guy, but it seemed like he came to help. "Albedo. Let me introduce myself, I am Albedo the Galvan, and current great thinker of the planet Galvan B," he said astonishing Issei, and leaving Lilith, Kha'Zix, and Maria confused, "and I have to ask you, bearer of the Ultimatrix, to help me and the plumbers, to stop the threat to the universe, called Ben Tennyson," he said asking for the brown-haired man's help in the current circumstances. Kha'Zix. Let's see, it's all very dramatic and everything, but could you explain to us what the hell is going on here, please?" he said without knowing what the hell was happening, and that was boring him. Issei. "Well, I think I have to explain to you about the Ultimatrix," he said, before proceeding to explain what the Ultimatrix was, the fact that aliens exist, and so on, and that would be all. He said, watching as Lilith, Kha'Zix, and Maria looked completely surprised by that fact. Albedo. "Well, I guess it's my turn to explain now," he said to proceed to explain what was happening. Basically a boy named Ben Tennyson had one of the most powerful objects in the universe, the Omnitrix, an object which should be used for peace, but in this case he used it for evil. He had killed Asmioth, the most intelligent being in 5 galaxies, and the creator of the Omnitrix, and the ancient great thinker, explained that he had created the first Ultimatrix to defeat Ben. Failing and losing an arm in the process, so he decided to create the absolute version of his Ultimatrix, only that since he was missing an arm, he most likely could not use it at its maximum vigor, so he decided to send it to another planet in the hope that someone worthy would carry the Ultimatrix and help him and the plumbers defeat Ben Tennyson, and that would be all you need to know," he said while seeing the astonished faces of everyone there, but suddenly a soldier who came with Albedo speaks to him. Plumber soldier. "Sir, they inform me that a small base has already been installed and a shelter for the survivors, and they told me to take you there," he said to notify his superior. Albedo. "Understood, come with us, your help would be very useful, especially for what is going to come, so please help us finish off the one who started all this, please," he said asking Issei and his family for help to end this war conflict once and for all, to which everyone would look at each other and nod in agreement to help the plumbers defeat the one who is causing all this. A few minutes passed, and they had arrived at the plumber's temporary base, seeing several refugees, among them, Issei's new friends, Rias and Ultimatrix, and when they saw Issei they rushed to greet him, since they thought something had happened to him. "Billy. Friend, I thought something had happened to you," he said worried about his friend. Rias. "Damn, Issei, I was already thinking of going out to look for you," he said worried about his best friend. Ultimatrix. "And I was going to accompany Rias to look for you," she said equally worried. Issei. "Listen, calm down, I'm fine," she said to reassure her friends. Billy. "Friend, why didn't you tell me that your best friend was a demon? I like this guy," he said pointing at Rias. Issei. "Wait, do you know about the factions?" he said without believing it. Rias. "In fact, since the factions were the first to fall, those of us who managed to escape had to escape to the human world, and let's say that in a hurry, we could not avoid showing the world of our existence, and now everyone knows of our existence, so, yes, our existence is no longer a secret," he said while seeing how Issei had a face of no way, but he would realize something, and would look to the sides, looking for some people. Issei. "Rias, do you know where they are, Grafiya, Venelana, and Yasaka?" he said worried about the trio of MILFs, seeing how Rias's face became somewhat melancholic, making Issei tense. Rias. "Those 3, as well as Ria's entourage, Sona, the mass, and also your parents, and those from Kuo High School, were taken hostage," she said seeing how Issei put on a panicked face, knowing that the MILF trio were captured, but Albedo approached him and put her hand on his shoulder. Albedo. "Maybe we can still save them if they are so important to you," she said drawing the attention of Issei and his friends, seeing how Issei had a hopeful look. It would look like now Albedo together with Kha'Zix, Lilith, Rias, Ultimatrix, and Issei were at a table planning the rescue of the MILF trio. Albedo. The ships they use, Ben's army, are numbered from 1 to 20, they are always catalogued with a specific symbol, which is either a flame or a skull, this makes it easier for them to write the reports. Now Riser, what ship number and what symbol did it have? She said, explaining the system that the evil Tennyson's ships used and asking Riser to have better information. Riser. The ship had the number 8 and the symbol on it was like a kind of diamond, which I couldn't identify. He said, giving the information he had. Albedo. Okay, that would be a group of ships, Crystallis, he said, showing the group of ships. One moment, I'll see if I can enter the system, and there it is. He said, managing to enter the system, seeing the list of captured hostages among them, Grafiya, Venelana and Yasaka. Issei. Well, there they are, what are we waiting for? He said, determined to save the trio of MILFs. Albedo. Not so fast, we can't attack just like that, we have to be stealthy. The plan is the following, you, Kha'Zix, Lilith, Riser and Ubuluna are going to enter the ship, Riser and Ubuluna will be in charge of destroying the alarms to avoid any problems, Kha'Zix and Lilith will be in charge of eliminating as many robots as possible, while you will be in charge of freeing the 3 women. Any questions? He said to see how Kha'Zix raised his hand. Kha'Zix. Why are you staying? He said, questioning that. Albedo. Someone should stay and make sure there aren't more problems than necessary, not to mention that if I go, I could be dead weight, I couldn't help much there, strategically, it's better if I stay here. He said, answering that doubt and making the others understand why he wasn't going to go. Lilith. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's prepare for battle. He said so that the others would not to go prepare. Now it was seen how the rescue team was below the transport ship that they had to enter. Lilith, Ubuluna and Riser took out their wings to fly. Kha'Zix, using his own natural wings, would begin to fly, while Issei would use the Ultimatrix to transform into Issei Frost. Frost. He said it in a whisper so they wouldn't be detected and then fly off. It was seen how the rescue team arrived above the ship and landed on the ship's hull, where Issei would detransform and walk stealthily until they reached the place where they had to open a hall to enter, where Issei would use the Ultimatrix again to transform into Issei Dining room. He said, using his 3 tongues, he would start to make a hole in the hull. It would be seen how the rescue team would enter and Issei Diner would launch a plasma ball towards a small group of robots, while Riser was in charge of carbonizing another group that was behind them. Lilith. Okay, she said, taking out some digital maps that Albedo gave her. Riser, Ubuluna, you guys go over there, follow your maps, and you can't get lost. Me, Issei and Kha'Zix, we're going this way, we're going to meet again at this point, understood? She said to see if everyone understood. Everyone? Understood. They said so that everyone could go do their respective things. Riser and Ubuluna would go to deactivate the alarm, and by destroying it I prefer to destroy it because it would be seen how the couple destroyed the control room where the alarm was evidently charred the place, then it would be seen how Kha'Zix and Lilith were guarding a corridor, preventing the robots from approaching and destroying as many as possible, while Issei would be seen to have activated his power and using his double-edged sword, he would prepare to destroy the few robots that were in the area, entering where the cells were, seeing that there were his ex-classmates from the Kuo Academy, as well as his ex-teachers, the entourage of Rias and Sona, along with these same ones, Serzerchis, Zeoticus, and his ex-family, who wondered who he was, since they did not recognize him by the appearance he took when activating his powers, arriving near the cell of the MILF's trio, but before upon arriving, he would hear how 2 robots were scanning them. Discovering something that took him by surprise. Robot 1. Incredible. He said without believing it. Robot 2. What's happening? He said curiously. Robot 1. These women are pregnant, from Alan Issei Heim. He said, astonishing Issei, but the others who also heard were speechless, hearing that, but suddenly Issei would open the cell and destroy the 2 robots. Grafiya. Who are you? She said, scared. She knew she was pregnant and did not want to lose her baby, that's why she let herself be captured along with Venelana and Yasaka, but now this was seen in the trio of MILFs who were scared, fearing what was going to happen to them. Issei. Why do they fear me? He said, returning to his normal form, surprising everyone and making the trio of MILFs begin to shed tears of happiness upon seeing that Issei was okay. After all, I am the father of those little ones who are coming. He said with a kind smile, helping the trio of MILFs to free themselves from the chains that had them tied with the help of his fire power. Once Issei released the trio of MILFs, the 3 of them rushed to hug him, crying with happiness because Issei was okay, but suddenly the door to that room would be opened by Lilith and Kha'Zix. Lilith. Son, let's get out of here once and for all. She said, already tired of being in that place, while stabbing another robot that tried to attack from behind. Issei. Yes, Mom. He said, understanding that they had to leave now and would look at the trio of MILFs and offer a hand to get up. We have to go now, follow us. He said to what the trio of MILFs would nod and go behind Issei to leave, but a voice would stop them. Isaac. Hey idiot, get us out of here once and for all, you damn wretch. He said, obviously angry. Issei. Mom, please can you go ahead with them, I have a small matter to attend to, I won't be long. He said seriously, hearing his brother's voice again. Lilith. Okay son, but don't be long. She said it would be the same, to guide the trio of MILFs to the area where they would leave. Issei. Why should I free you? He said, turning around and looking at his brother. Isaac. Because I'm your damn older brother and you must obey me. He said angrily and with a certain arrogant tone in his words. Issei. Do you think I care about that? For me, you are my brother, no one except Grafiya, Venelana and Yasaka, you deserve to demand anything from me, let it be very clear, you are nothing to me, understood? I don't care about you, I only came to save the women I love, no more, no less, so, if your dialogue from a while ago was your best dialogue, I'm telling you, I don't give a shit what you say. He said to leave, he had already said what he had to say, and he already heard what he needed to hear, no one had said anything, they never saw that side of Issei, and they saw how he left showing them the middle finger. Now it was seen how the rescue group and the trio of MILFs came out through the hole they had entered, quickly everyone went down, Riser, Ubeluna and Lilith, with their Kazakh's wings with their natural ones, and Issei would transform into Frost, but since he did not want the trio of MILFs to overexert himself, and since Yasaka could not fly, he would press the Ultimatrix to turn back. Issei Supreme Frost. Supreme Frost. He whispered and asked the trio of MILFs to hold on, which they did and carefully got off the ship where the rest of the group was. After that they would return to the plumber's base, victorious to rest and regain strength for tomorrow. Passage of time, 5 months. During this time, several things happened to begin with, thanks to the Ultimatrix, the plumbers, and a lot of effort were able to destroy the attacking ships, and they were able to save almost all the hostages, those they could not save, died unfortunately, and several of those they could save ended up in a coma, indefinitely, among them those who remained in a coma, were Issei's ex-companions, Rias' follower and Sona, the Mass, the Heim family, among several from the army of the factions. Also at that time they were able to defeat the Bad Ben, and they managed to lock him up, the bad thing is that since he had conquered several planets, it would be necessary to free them first, before judging and executing him. On the other hand, the pregnancy of the trio of MILFs was already being noticed, being quite noticeable, these same ones also knew Issei's family better, getting along very well with Lilith and Kazakh's, although they were surprised to know that their beloved Brown was the stepson of the former queen of the underworld and one of the best swordsmen of the factions. Also the relationship with Issei and the trio of MILFs was strengthened. Yes, it was difficult for Issei to attend to them a little due to the cravings of each one and the mood swings they had because of the pregnancy, but even so, he managed to endure. After all, he had endured several things in his life, this really did not seem very annoying to him, the truth. Time passed 6 months later. In the passage of time this time, because it didn't take long either, Issei and the MILF trio finally got married. They had to wait several months, but they did. They were not going to let their children be out of wedlock, besides that they wanted to be with the brown-haired. In that time they had also finished rebuilding several things in the world, in addition to all the planets where the Bad Ben had conquered them were released. In addition to the date of the execution of the Bad Ben was also set, it was also in these months that Issei's children were born, John the eldest, Hale the middle one, and Albedo the youngest. Several weeks had happened that the Bad Ben had escaped, but fortunately for many, Dr. Paradox appeared along with some of his variants to recruit him to help them defeat a group of evil Bens. Obviously he accepted and Albedo accompanied him, in the end they won. And they gave him the Omnitrix from the Bad Ben to the Ben without the Omnitrix, taking the Bad Ben with them to their universe, where it would be executed, freeing the universe from a great threat. But you may wonder, what will our hero do now? Well, it will remain very simple. Now that he joined the plumbers, he knew that it was only the beginning. He would strive harder to give his children a bright future, he would continue to be a hero, and he would continue with boxing, maybe before life was hitting him, but now, life was rewarding him for all his effort. Special Chapter 2. Issei's Universe 23. The story begins in the middle of the forest, while a young 10-year-old chestnut-haired boy has found a watch that could transform him into aliens in their supreme forms. This was Issei Heim, and now possessor of the Ultimatrix. Issei. He asked me what my parents and brothers are doing now. He said as he returned home. The minutes passed and he would arrive, but when he arrived before entering he would hear a conversation between his parents through the front door. Boru. Okay, is everything ready? The older chestnut-haired boy said. Maki. Yes, the children are ready for us to leave. The matriarch of the family said. Boru. And the brat. He said seriously. Maki. Probably asleep, he won't notice when we leave. She said calmly. Boru. Mr. Serziches was very kind to agree to let us stay at his house to get rid of our useless son. He said calmly, taking some suitcases. You would hear footsteps on the stairs. Seeing how Isaac and Issary were going down with some suitcases, suddenly a magic circle would appear, and Goro, Maki, Isaac and Issary would use it to leave there, while on the other side of the door, you could see how Issei was leaning on it, while tears came out of his eyes. Issei. Do they really hate me that much? He said without believing it, to get up from there and walk away from his old house. Time passed and Issei continued walking until he came across an armed robbery. At first he was going to ignore it and let the police take care of it, but upon hearing the screams of the hostages, he couldn't help but interfere. Issei would quickly transform into Accelerate. Even if he was a novice with the Ultimatrix, the AI tutorial helped him understand his new abilities with that watch, and thanks to that rescue that was successful, was where his rise to greatness began. After that, Issei continued making rescues, quickly becoming the hero of young and old alike. Over time they began to receive offers for movies, series, commercials, video games, among many other things, further increasing their popularity. Also thanks to the money he got thanks to the sponsors, he was able to get a good house on top of a mountain. Nothing that remarkable, but it was a big house. The truth, it even had a pool. That's right, he didn't only live off the sponsors and being a hero. When he turned 15 he began to dedicate himself to a sport, boxing. Boxing was something that amused him and also de-stressed him from those days when he needed to release some tension. Over time he became more famous, but he never let fame consume him. He always gave his best to save people, to help as best as possible to those who did not need, thus being a hero in his own way. He never knew what happened to his parents and brothers in the end. It was not that he cared about that. But one day he would meet 3 women. They were Venelana, Grafiya and Yasaka. The first 2 were crying, while Yasaka comforted them. He did not know what happened, but decided to find out. At first he introduced himself cordially, then started a friendship with them. Months later, when they had enough confidence in him, they revealed what happened to them. Since Venelana and Grafiya had divorced their husbands for a stupid fight in general, they were not able to tell the details of what happened, but in the end they ended up separating. That if Grafiya could still see Milika's, and despite everything in their case Urzich's, and she tried to make those moments as less awkward as possible. But back to the subject, after the events of several Bens and Issei's being called to fight a great threat, this version of the brown-haired boy returned to his universe and continued doing what he liked. Boxing and being a hero. Over time to his planet one day would come Asmioth, the great thinker of the galaxy. To his planet with him would also come Ben 23, which he only knew from when they fought against a villain with an octopus face of which he did not know the name, but with them also came a young Galvin with them with an expression of shame for some reason. That young Galvin was Albedo the Galvin, the scientist's assistant. Asmioth explained to Issei that his young apprentice had created the Ultimatrix as a test for himself to see if he was worthy of being his apprentice assistant. The creation of the Ultimatrix was a secret, even for Asmioth himself, who found out some time later that Albedo would finish it and send it through space. Until they found it, Asmioth wanted to evaluate the Ultimatrix to see if his apprentice assistant had done a good job, which Issei would accept. After a while Asmioth would finish examining the Ultimatrix, fixing some things that Albedo had left aside, and would return it to Issei. After that some plumbers' ships would arrive to establish a base on the planet, and well, there is not much to say about what happened. The truth, the story of this Issei continues. What will the future hold for him? Who knows? What we do know is that he is a good hero. Final chapter. OVA. After the reunion of Issei with Yasaka, Grafiya and Venelana and their children, about 5 years have passed since those events, but we will only mention the most important ones. The plumbers and the world in general. To begin, the plumbers organization set up a base on the planet to already have facilities there. At that time Issei also began to have a bond with his children, helping them adapt to their new abilities and teaching Albedo how to use the Ultimatrix. Meanwhile, in the case of the factions, they were not affected, since now their planet is aware that aliens exist. Moreover, some with a shark mentality, it occurred to them to make a tourist area so that the aliens who could come could see what is in the factions and make a little money in between. If some were not so comfortable knowing that they were not alone in the universe, but they took it quite well in general, especially those who did believe that aliens existed. The Heimdall and the entourage of Rias. In general, everyone was happy to know that Issei returned, but they knew one thing: he didn't want them in his life, although they knew that in a certain way he had forgiven them. For them it was evident that he didn't want to have anything to do with them, so they decided to take the most logical option. Just let him continue with his life, whether they like it or not. Issei was already happy without them, and they didn't want to ruin that for him, so even if it hurt them, they decided to let Issei continue with his life. With Isaac. In Isaac's case, in the end, a sad ending awaited him, as one would think. Already being in Tartarus, he was tortured to death, but he didn't die. His soul was trapped there, forcing him to live eternal torture. Ironic, the one who had his brother locked in Tartarus ended up being the one who will have the misfortune of being tortured there for the rest of eternity. Poetic justice if you ask me. And finally, Issei. He continued working for the plumbers, but he never neglected his family. Of course, he had to adapt his schedule to be able to spend time with both his wives and his children, although he tries hard to be a good example for his children. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.